Guys, let's get 2,000 likes and I'll release a sequel. Subscribe to my channel and don't forget to share this video with a friend. There is consistency in everything. First the eyes, then the fingers, then the breath, and last of all the waiting. The Special Forces officer pulled the trigger and a shot rang out. It's crazy. Sergeant Ha, do you know you've hit the bullseye again? A senior officer approached the sergeant with target sheets. Sergeant Ha, I knew that when I fired. The Special Forces officer replied and saluted. Okay, can we clean up? The man began sorting through boxes of ammunition. By the way, how many times have you missed? If he missed at all, the man asked, rearranging the boxes. Well, don't you think it's weird to shoot every day and not get a 10? The sergeant replied. Awesome. The man was genuinely surprised. Two men were shoveling boxes in the room. You're pretty sure you'll get the highest mark in shooting, aren't you? The senior officer asked. Oh, I don't know. Special Forces and Marine Corps soldiers have been using snipers for decades. The sergeant replied. Hey, why aren't you sure? We need a victory. The man roused the sergeant. Sergeant Ha and Ha, I'll do my best. The young man replied loudly and prepared to catch the box. He only managed to touch the box for a moment. An explosion. Darkness. The young sergeant's face and body are covered in blood. He lies at the site of the explosion and hears his name called. Come to your senses. Ha and Ha. In Ha. Wake up, shouted the senior officer, hugging the sergeant. If life deceives you. A woman sits by the bed of a sergeant in the hospital, clutching her head. There's a story on the news about an explosion. Announcer's voice. A top-notch soldier was injured in an explosion at a military base. Newspaper headlines. Is it a good idea to use old-style ammunition? Announcer's voice. The repetition of accidents in the army over and over again. Will there be a solution? Don't be sad. Don't be angry. The wheelchair sergeant was shouting and holding his head. A letter lay beside it. Recipient. Sergeant Ha and Ha, 29 years old. Title. Notification of compensation. 1. Wish you and your family all the best. 2. You have duly retired from military service due to an injury. Your health insurance that you paid for during your military service is valid. 3. However, based on a medical examination that confirms that the patient is able to maintain the functioning of the hands, face, and brain, as well as the fact that the accident was caused by the patient, your case cannot be registered. There was also a hospital bill nearby. Reconstructive surgery after nerve amputation. 2 billion won. On the day of despondency, accept it. The sergeant is learning to walk on the simulator, shaking all over. The day of fun, believe me, will come. The sergeant falls from the simulator to the floor. The heart lives in the future. The sergeant hits the floor with his hand. The present is depressing. The sergeant is leaning against something in a dark room, and a woman is crying outside. Everything is instant, everything will pass. The sergeant doesn't give up. Whatever passes will be nice. As Pushkin, the sergeant finds himself in an unknown space. He is drowning, and many hands are pulling him down. Help me. The sergeant asks for help and suddenly someone grabs his arm and pulls him out. Sergeant Ha was on his knees, shaking all over. I'm alive. Suddenly, when he looked down, he found that he had no legs. No way. My legs. My legs. In the dark, someone touched his face and whispered in his ear, you want to walk again, don't you? If you make a contract with me, I'll make you start walking again. Make me a walker. The sergeant was surprised, looking at the outstretched hand. He held out his hand in response and barely had time to touch it when he suddenly woke up abruptly. It was a dream. The sergeant was trembling. A young man with light brown hair was standing next to him, smiling. What is it, Hyung? Did you have a nightmare? The sergeant started. Ah, you scared me. Stop it, he shouted. Why are you so scared? Have you completely forgotten your brother's face? The guy tried to calm him down. How tired are you? You didn't even notice me dragging you, said a smiling guy with blonde hair twirling a helmet in his hands. Moved me. Wait a minute. What is it? What is it? The sergeant asked, only realizing that he was inside some kind of bizarre capsule. This is a popular virtual reality game capsule right now. While you were sleeping, I was able to collect it. The guy sitting across from the capsule answered. You bought this thing without even consulting me, and you installed it in my room without permission. The sergeant demanded angrily. Don't worry, my aunt paid for it. The capsule cost about 10 million won. The guy answered happily. What? 10 million? Where does this money come from in our house? The sergeant was startled. Quiet. Auntie bought the capsule for you. We're all worried. The boy grabbed the sergeant by the shoulders. Wouldn't you worry about a man who almost died in an accident and now won't even be able to get a job? So just accept it. You can even earn extra money in the game, menacingly added the guy, putting the helmet on the sergeant's head. But still, is 10 million won a joke for you? The sergeant resisted. Wouldn't you like to start walking again? The guy interrupted, and the sergeant remembered his mysterious dream. Just in a dream. I'll help you start walking again. Let's log in. Just don't be stupid. My brother snapped his fingers. What are you doing? It won't open. What username are you talking about? As the sergeant shouted in disbelief, he heard the system's voice. System, speech recognition is complete. Bright light and the sergeant was falling fast. System, authorization. The sergeant landed on something and found himself in a pleasant, barely glowing space. What? Did I fall from above? What is this place? The sergeant suddenly found himself standing on his own 2 feet. Just a minute. Am I standing? A bright light appeared, and the sergeant squeezed his eyes shut and heard a pleasant female voice. Welcome, stranger. A beautiful girl wearing a white dress and bright red hair appeared. I bless you for joining Midrose. It feels like something is missing. The sergeant screamed and got into a very strange pose. Why am I naked? All newcomers from Northeast Asia take this pose. The girl replied calmly. Relax, I've seen things like this many times. What is she talking about? The sergeant thought and suddenly realized. Are you an artificial intelligence? What is it? He asked. Cool, huh? The girl spun around and continued, holding the planet in her hands. So, to start a new life in the world of Midrose, tell me your name. The sergeant considered. She asks for a nickname. My name is Ha and Ha. I will use my real name and my appearance. The guy answered. I can change your appearance, body, and even race. You're not going to change anything. The girl was surprised. Yes, I feel confident about who I am. I want to walk around the world on my own 2 feet. The sergeant replied. I get it, stranger Ha and Ha. Congratulations on your first step in Midrose. The girl smiled and directed the glow in her hands at the guy. He was wearing peasant clothes. I wish you everything you want in this world. Bright light filled the space. I'll look forward to the day we meet again, said the girl finally. The sergeant was in a free fall over a small village. I quote him falling again. At this time, a demoness with burning eyes was singing in another place. There were 7 magic bullets. 6 of them will be directed wherever the shooter wishes, and the 7th will be directed by the devil. The demoness took a step, and white feathers glowed on the floor. 6 bullets will hit the target, and the 7th will go where I wanted it to go. The gunslinger was tempted to cast magic bullets. The white feathers started to burn. We'll meet at the gates of hell soon. Chapter 2. The sergeant was falling down. Suddenly opening his eyes, he realized that he hadn't crashed and was standing in the middle of a small village. What? He was standing by the fountain. All around us, life was booming. There were a lot of oddly dressed people and flags. This, a game? The sergeant said in surprise, looking at his hands. And my character? The sergeant was in shock, but then he heard the voice of an artificial intelligence. Are you really happy with your appearance? You can change your body, race, and even your face, reminded the girl. I'm not going to take a selfie or anything like that, so I don't need to. I just need to be myself. The guy politely declined. My goodness, where does this unwarranted self-confidence come from? What narcissism? The artificial intelligence laughed. That's not the point. The guy was confused. I just wanted to feel it again. My own body that can walk. The sergeant hopped from one foot to the other and swung his legs wide. In reality, I can't do that. And here I can even run. I never thought I could be so happy. Just because you can move your legs. Is it really that touching? Someone said to the sergeant. The sergeant turned. I've met a lot of people at Candle Castle, but this is the first time I've seen such a sincere stranger. The tall guy with red hair continued. I'm someone who helps newcomers adapt to this world. At first, the bewildered sergeant suddenly realized abruptly, NPCs. What do I need to know to adapt to Midrose? This is my first time here. The sergeant asked. A stranger with teeth. Great. First, I'll tell you some things to be careful about. The red-haired and tall NPC guy began his story. You know that people can't run forever, right? If you don't rest properly, you won't be able to move again. Started training NPCs. Sergeant Ha and Ha understood at once. He talks about stamina. Okay, if you understand everything, let's continue. Do you see that girl over there? The NPC pointed at a blonde woman in a pink dress with a basket full of red apples. Yes, the sergeant said. I'm going to go over and touch her breasts. The NPC suddenly issued. So, come over and... What? Hey, said the sergeant, dumbfounded. It's illegal. Police over here. The sergeant grabbed the NPC guy. I give up, I give up. The NPC shouted. Others noticed their strange behavior and gave them questioning looks. That's right, it's illegal. Midrose is a place where common sense works. If you commit a serious crime, you will be kicked out of the city. And for catching a criminal, you can get a reward. That's what I've been trying to explain to you, the red-haired guy said to the NPC. Oh, that's right. But if I was forced to touch her breasts, I would still be banished, wouldn't I? I almost became an accessory to a crime before I had time to complete my training. Sergeant Haw and Haw was taken aback. Ahahaha, you pick up on the fly. I don't think you need to explain anything else. Well, let's go to the Northern Training Center. You can get your next lesson there. After these words, the red NPC sped off in an unknown direction with the words TC. What a pity. Not understanding what the new acquaintance's behavior meant, the sergeant couldn't help but think, is this game okay? He said north. Is it there? Without thinking, Ha stretched and immediately ran. Great. I'm running. I can move. I'm moving around. I can go anywhere I want. Filled with happiness, the sergeant recalled his suffering and despair in the hospital. Woo-h-h-h-h-h-h-k-i-i-i. He sprinted, bounced, and drew puzzled glances from passers-by. Novice runner. Description: increases when running fast. Automatic activation at 0% stamina. Effect: Ben doesn't spend stamina for 5 minutes. Running speed increases by 7%. The sergeant suddenly received a notification from the system about the appearance of a new skill. 10 grueling runs where I can get an achievement. Well, not bad, thought Ha and Ha. Great, I'll run further to the training center. The sergeant stood puzzled in front of the large archway. Strange, familiar place. And the squad logo is similar ... he thought. On the archway was a signboard with the image of a sword. Everyone around them was practicing hard with live dummies that looked like a garden scarecrow. Yes, that's what it feels like. Ha rejoiced as he held the sword in his hands. It doesn't matter if you don't have any combat abilities. As long as you have the desire to live in Midrose, the god of battles will guide you in the right direction. The coach, a man with a scar on the bridge of his nose, shouted. The sergeant was practicing swordsmanship on a wooden scarecrow. My body moved on its own. Is this an auxiliary combat system? He thought. At this time, the coach continued to instruct the other players. Gather your strength and hit. A couple of people were arguing nearby. Who are you going to hit? It's still not my body. What will you do? Watching them, Ha couldn't help but think, however, this is strange. Other players look so awkward. It feels like the battle system is being played with users. The sergeant settled into a fighting stance and concentrated on his training. And if you imagine that this is reality and try to attack the enemy. He swung his sword, and there was a cracking sound and a crushing shockwave. Unexpectedly for himself and for everyone watching, the sergeant found that he had destroyed the scarecrow. The scarecrow? He's dead. How did he do it? I think his critical strike is more powerful than anyone else's. What? Didn't he come here last? All the players who witnessed this event were gossiping, while the sergeant himself was thinking of only one thing. Did I do this? Initial critical strike. Description: the skill of defeating an opponent with accumulated power. The direction of the skill is important. Effect: attack power is increased once by 130% of the maximum value. Area of use nearby. Mana 30. Reloading 10 seconds. A new notification from the system indicated the achievement. Awesome. The scarecrow went to another world. Are you sure you used the skill you just learned? Share it. How did you do it? Other players were perplexed. What? No, just, use the skill. The sergeant was embarrassed. A new notification was received from the system. Another achievement. Cool shade. Ha and Ha rejoiced. The notice read, congratulations. You have mastered the basics of combat without making a single mistake. However, don't be overconfident. For each stone, there is a mason's cutter. Effect: muscle strength +3, intelligence +2. That's right, standing out too much isn't a good thing. A talented soldier should be able to spin like a round stone. The sergeant thought, is it time to choose a profession? Ta-dam. We met again. An artificial intelligence girl with scarlet hair was standing in front of the sergeant, smiling. You make it sound like we haven't seen each other in a long time. And in fact, not even a day has passed. Ha replied. Well, Koreans are the most active. You play games all day, don't you? In any case, what kind of weapon would a model student of Candle Castle want to choose? What is it? The girl asked, and in an instant the swords appeared in front of the sergeant, so different and beautiful that his eyes ran away. After selecting a weapon, confirmation and transfer will occur, so choose carefully. The AI warned him. I didn't even expect that the choice of weapons would be so large. The sergeant was shocked. There are some people who can't make up their minds in a day. It's so annoying. The girl subtly hinted. Maybe this staff. The boy just reached for the blue stone staff. There's no need to choose anything else, just grab it, he thought. Suddenly, an artificial intelligence called out to him. "Ah, stranger." "What?" the sergeant said. "Look around and choose a little slower." The girl pointed a finger at the gun. Behind her was the shadow of a demoness. The guy looked in the direction of the weapon. "This is a musket." Chapter 3. This, not a modern gun. It looks like a mute on Mi Garant. But not so high-class equipment, the sergeant thought, reaching for his weapon. "Do you know what that gun is?" the girl asked, smiling. "I don't know the model name, but it's a musket that fires lead bullets. It appeared around the end of the 18th century. Older than Napoleon himself." The sergeant was already examining the rifle in his hand. The girl looked surprised and clapped her hands. "After all, you are a true model student of Candle Castle. This is the correct answer. You're so good with guns." Noticing a small stone, the sergeant was surprised. "Wow, it really has a flintlock." He thought. "Can I take one shot?" It seems that both lead bullets and iron ones were suitable for him. "I wonder what kind of bullets are here?" the guy asked, taking aim. "Of course," the girl replied. "Ta dehom." In front of the sergeant appeared objects and a notification near them. Gunpowder -1, smoke powder 1, iron bullets 1, ramrod 1. Realism should also be in moderation. There are 2 types of gunpowder and a ramrod. The sergeant was surprised, looking at the new items. "Great, let's try a shot." Activate the combat power system. Charge the powder bottle with flammable powder. Add the remaining gunpowder. Insert an iron bullet. Push the ramrod down so that the bullet fits snugly against the gunpowder. After all the actions, the frustrated sergeant fell to his knees. It took a full minute to load the gun, but somehow, why is it so heavy? Ha and Ha wondered. Weight of one gun 5 kilograms. All right, I'll try to shoot. If I hit the target, it will be a victory. The sergeant asked again. Distance of 40 meters. Take aim. The sergeant fired, and in an instant everything was enveloped in smoke. Why is there so much smoke? The guy was perplexed. Looking closer, he noticed an absolutely complete scarecrow from 40 meters and did not hit. The sergeant looked surprised. The girl artificial intelligence did not lose the moment to play a joke. "Mamas, have you even read the manual for the gun? Musket shots fired at a distance of 40 meters have a 50% chance of hitting the target," she explained. "I'll try again." The guy persisted. Charge the powder bottle with flammable powder. Add the remaining gunpowder. Insert an iron bullet. Push the ramrod down so that the bullet fits snugly against the gunpowder. The gun is charged in 61 seconds. The sergeant was bewildered and in despair turned to the girl. "Hey, what the hell? Is it definitely made for shooting? For a beginner, 1 shot per minute is too much," she explained. "What about the other long-range weapons?" The guy started considering other options, among which were block bow for testing, attack power 15-30, range 50 meters, attack speed 15 rounds per minute, required conditions, muscle strength above 10, arrow. Description: the block bow made from animal tendons is comfortable to wear, but quite heavy to pull on. Long bow for testing. Attack power 19-38, range 65 meters, attack speed 12 rounds per minute, required conditions, muscle strength above 10, agility above 10, arrow. Description: long bow, spends less power, and shoots farther and harder. Green clothing can add an extra touch. Crossbow for testing. Attack power 30-60, range 30 meters, attack speed 7 rounds per minute. Required conditions: muscle strength above 10, agility above 10, bolt. Description: lightweight and easy to use. If you master the bowstring drawing method, no one can beat you. The sergeant was puzzled, having also read the description of his musket. There's a limit to everything. This is too much for a gun expert. Is it all about the maximum level? Musket for testing. Attack power 233, range 40 meters, attack speed 1 shot per minute. Required conditions: muscle strength above 10, agility above 10, gunpowder, iron bullet, ramrod. Description: 1 shot, 1 death. Whether it's an enemy or a shooter, if I hit it, I'll survive, but if I can't hit it, I'll be dead. I isn't the condition too strict. The sergeant turned to the girl's artificial intelligence. This is for the balance of the combat aid system. The girl smiled. And if you turn off this system, will something change? I told you, you need to balance the system. If it is intended for shooting, then you need to increase the range of the shot, or increase the probability of hitting. The guy didn't stop. It is required to maintain the balance of the combat assistance system. This time, the girl answered more sternly. The sergeant thought, maybe the system is not able to give an answer to this question. or should I find the solution myself? I asked the developers for a game, not reality. Good, we will learn gradually. If you fire 10 shots per minute or increase the probability of hitting the target to 80% or higher, then it would have a good attack power. Alright, exit. Complete the game. Ha and Ha decided to quit the game. When changing a class, you can't log out of the game. The AI informed him. What? You can exit the game after selecting a class. The girl repeated. What is this? Let me go. The guy started to yell, but the girl just threw up her hands. I told you, you can only exit the game after choosing a class. The guy thought about it. I can't even find out which class will be the most profitable for me. Everything is too realistic. There is no way to increase the probability of hitting the target and the charging speed. No, I'm not playing for fun. I need to earn money. The sergeant was at a loss. He had a choice to make. 1 shot per minute, 50% chance of hitting the target, or master of firearms plus excellent musket plus high attack power. I've decided. Goodbye musket. Ha was determined, even though he didn't hide his disappointment. You're giving up the musket, and from the rod, and from the staff. The girl asked. Yes, the boy replied, reaching for his staff. I'm you. Before he could answer, he immediately began to fall into the unknown. Chapter 4. In Ha, wake up. Stop it, shouted a woman near the sergeant's capsule. The guy coughed, and the woman took off his helmet. Are you alright? Do you have any pain anywhere? The woman asked, looking very calm. Mom, Ha was surprised. What? Yes, it's alright. What happened to you? The sergeant wondered. You were moaning so much that I decided to pull the power cord out of the socket. As soon as I pulled it out, you woke up. A caring mother explained everything. Why? I had to forcibly log out of the game. Ha thought to himself as his mother hurried to make sure that he was in good health. Are you sure you're okay? What is it? She asked again, stroking her son's head. Of course, Mom. It's all good. Next time, press the call button when you wake me up. The sergeant reassured his mother. My mother was leaving the room. I'll go and you rest. She said one last thing, closing the door behind her. Good. Ha waved after her. Great. This is definitely a profitable game. If only I choose the right class. The guy began to reason. Postoiteka. I was forced out of the game. Did she say that I can't go out until I choose a class? What happened to my class then? Ha started searching the internet for the answer to his question and came across the answer of one of the users. Subject. I was thrown out due to disconnection from the network, then connected again. But for some reason I became a druid. While I was choosing a class, I was thrown out of the game. Now I became a druid, and I wanted to become a tank, so I specifically chose rust giants. But my first skill was summon crows. It's crazy. Answers. 1. Tisk sorry. In order to make a new character, you will have to wait. Either 3 months or 5 months. 2. The giant druid. And the raven is probably the size of a giant's finger. 3. I'm in Japan. I was thrown out because of the earthquake. But even such excuses are not accepted. 4. In America, they say the court's opinion has already been released. Google's victory. 5. You can just jump into a fountain and shout 10 times, I'm bald. 6. You can't do that, otherwise you'll really die. 7. Such assholes are the worst. There are those who fall for it. Ha read everything carefully and was very much puzzled. What is it? Delete a character and wait 3 months. Are you crazy? Sergeant Ha frantically tried to remember his last actions in the game while holding his head. I was definitely holding a baton in my hand. Everything will be fine. I need to go back to the game and I will be a magician. Great, go ahead. Ha immediately entered the game. And to my misfortune, I found that I had already become part of a certain profession. Some musketeer. The shooter. Name, Ha. Race, human. Class, musketeer, level 1. Rank, none. Achievement, 2. HP, 160. MP, 50. Stats, muscle strength 13. Dexterity 13. Intelligence 12. Health 13. Mental strength 10. Not a mage. Other players were watching the scene around them. And there is such a class musketeers. Oh, he must be crazy. At this time, Sergeant Ha quickly regained his composure. If that's the case, I'll be a musketeer. I'm not sick to delete a character and wait 3 months. At this point, a notification came from the system. You have received a skill. Great. Check the skill. You have learned the skill. You have learned the skill of attacking with a gun and sword. Gun and sword attack skill. I only have 50 mana as it is, and you're offering to spend 50. Ha complained. Novice musketeer skill. Description: as you master the skill of owning a musket, the charge speed and probability of hitting the target increases. Effect: additional increase in the probability of hitting the target 0%. Additional charge speed increase of 0%. Newbie gun and sword attack. Description: this skill allows you to attack with a mana effect. It is recommended to use only as a last resort. Effect: converts 30% of the musket's attack to a melee attack for 15 seconds. Mana consumption 50. Break 5 minutes. It means that if you shoot once and miss, you should use the sword skill. It's only one time. It's not a musket, it's just a spear. Sergeant Iha was sad as he lay on the ground and hugged his musket. I haven't seen a musketeer in a long time. Someone called out to him. Who are you? The sergeant immediately jumped up and looked at the stranger incredulously. You can immediately see that the NPC. I'd like to know the capabilities of a stranger who's got a new class. The NPC began, but was interrupted. Don't worry, what should I do? The sergeant flared up. You know, we need to catch a rabbit. The unknown NPC replied hesitantly. Come on, P got it. The system issued a new notification. Wild rabbit hunt. Description: wild rabbits have appeared outside Candle Castle. Destroy the monsters that devour the crops and animals. Content: rabbits. Reward: increase the level of intimacy with all non-player characters of Candle Castle by 10%. Increase the level of intimacy with the security of Candle Castle by 15%. 50 copper coins. Do you accept the assignment? Yes, no. I'll try this stupid assignment once. Decided and Ha. The sergeant found himself on a green field, and there were other players there as well. He spotted the first white wild rabbit. You'll be the first victim. He started to load his musket. Powder charge, smoke powder, iron bullet. Push, quickly in a minute. Swarming guy that even a wild rabbit was embarrassed watching this picture. The sergeant aimed, calm your breathing. But get it. Shot rang out. The rabbit jumped back, and smoke filled the area. Hit it. Had he missed at this distance? That's 35 meters. The sergeant tried to see his victim. However, the sergeant missed the target. The rabbit was very angry and looked menacingly at his abuser. He missed. The sergeant was frightened. The rabbit was running towards him at full speed, and he was trying to load the musket at full speed. But he doesn't have time. The rabbit hit him at full speed. Sergeant, it's a little off. They might kill me while I'm charging. Yes, and some kind of rabbit. Ha and Ha wondered. Quickly catching himself, he decided to run. It's time to go. And the sergeant ran at full speed, his heels flashing. I've run away enough, what? While Iha was turning around, he noticed that the rabbit was catching up to him. Blow. More and more. The rabbit was relentless. The watching players were surprised. He doesn't seem to have any mana left. Isn't that a magician? I think he's holding a staff. If a rabbit catches him, he'll have to finish playing. Users reasoned. Thuo. Khai. The sergeant was being beaten relentlessly by a wild white rabbit. I spent half my health. Is there really no way? The sergeant started to say in despair, but then he grabbed his musket and started to fight back with it. He waved his musket and sent the rabbit flying far away. Go ahead, the sergeant shouted. Fool, you can't just shoot with a gun, you filthy rabbit. And Ha rejoiced, barely able to stand on his feet from a strong tremor. The sergeant swung his musket and attacked the rabbit, and the rabbit returned the blow and hit the man in the jaw. There was a serious fight going on between the man and the rabbits. Just at this moment, two characters were watching them, an archer and a swordsman. Why, do you think he can catch this rabbit? If he has a gun, isn't he a marksman? I finally caught that damn rabbit. Happy and Ha. He was standing there, battered, with a fallen rabbit in his arms. Sergeant Iha was out of breath and extremely scared. How could I have missed? If I missed, I could lose my life. He complained. Those with high stamina won't die so easily. Why do I have to be a musketeer to catch a monster in close combat? While Iha was thinking, he noticed a female player with a sword. Blow. She was very good at handling rabbits. Just like a low-level monster, it's easy for her. What kind of discrimination is this? Said Sergeant Iha, taken aback. All right, I won't lose to anyone, not even this system. I'll show everyone what I'm worth, the sergeant decided. The sergeant sat in his room and searched the internet for any information about his weapons. The main factors affecting the trajectory of the shot and the speed of the bullet. You need to know the range of the shot by experience. The musket is smoothbore, so it will probably be difficult to catch a few shots. And how did people use it before? Wow. The bullet's movement energy exceeds 15 joules. Considering the ballistic coefficient, The range of the shot will be about 350 meters. Although, we must not forget about external factors. Can I make the bullets smaller? By enabling the help system, you can get one shot in 1 minute. The target hit rate is 50%. Do you need slicing? Ha was at a loss. Maybe before I get used to it, the baton will be a more effective weapon. At that moment, my mother came into the room with a plate of treats in her hands. Son, what are you doing? Take it, eat some fruit. Mom came closer and stroked her son's head. Son, are you in a good mood today? Yeehaw replied. I should have bought you some fruit earlier. Mom waved to her son as she left the room. Don't sit too long at the computer. Okay, go to bed, Mom. The sergeant replied. I'm not hungry. This is not the time to think about anything else. You need to earn money as soon as possible. Unfortunately, I can't become a prosecutor. Mom, I will become a musketeer who will earn good money. Filled with hope and a sense of duty to his mother, Ha sank into his thoughts while sitting on the wheelchair. If I collect 20,000 gold coins, that's 2 billion for real money. Get out, I can walk again. Already in the game. A few players completing a mission heard the sound of a gunshot and got scared. My god. What is it? The sound of a gunshot. Is there a gun in Midlord, too? Wow, it's really a gun. What is this man doing? Fills the gun with mana. The unwitting audience was perplexed, while Yeehaw was busily reloading his musket. Reload. Recharge. Great. 3 seconds faster. What is it? He rejoiced. The watching players were very surprised. He charged it for a full minute. Is it really one shot in 1 minute? I couldn't live like this. During this time, you can catch one more rabbit. He's probably going to give up this game soon. Let's go catch hares. That's right. He doesn't even hunt, just shoots at a tree. The players made their conclusions and went home. At this time, Yeehaw was working hard on something and thinking and didn't hear anyone around him. Everything went almost exactly as I expected. I will create a series of shots and be able to increase the accuracy of hitting the target. More importantly, the destructive power is just right. And Ha opened the character window. I have 23 bullets and a powder cap left. Now I have to engage in a real fight. After some mental preparation, the sergeant hid in the bushes while watching a wild rabbit. This time, I'll take him down with one shot. What is it? He rejoiced. The distance is 130 meters. The westerly wind is about 5 meters per second. Place on the right. The sergeant was preparing when suddenly the rabbit noticed someone's presence and tensed. Now, the shot boomed. Yeehaw tried to see his target. Hit it. I have a good feeling about this, he thought. But as it turned out, he only slightly grazed the beast on the back paw, which seriously angered him. Again, the sergeant had to use his musket as a club again against the little monster. A little later, it worked. It worked. From 100 meters away, the sergeant did hit the rabbit with a bullet and was wildly happy about his success from the bushes. What's all the hype? He was surprised to find how many notifications came from the system. Achievement F. Effect, Dexterity +1. WAH. So abruptly received achievements. Achievement with Muscle Strength +3, Agility +7. Character Window. Character Window. Hall of Fame. You are the third user with the achievement. Muscle Strength +6, Dexterity +14. Hall of Fame. The effect is already twice as high. Achievements added 42p to me, so you can say that I reached level 8 by cheating. Sergeant Yeehaw rejoiced until he discovered a detail. No, the flintlock was also something that could only be used at the right moment. I'm not done yet. The guy was perplexed. Later, he decided that it was easier to use the weapon as a club. I'll use my weapons as I see fit, so I'll break the breach. The other players watched with interest and even managed to give Sergeant Yeehaw a nickname. That bloodstained butt came in. Why doesn't he use his gun? They reasoned. 2 minutes to recharge, 8 seconds to capture. Yeehaw sat on the ground completely exhausted. Why is catching these rabbits so much faster without a gun? Somehow, I caught them. The sergeant was suddenly enveloped in a glow and received a notification that his level had increased. Oh, you have reached a new level. You so fiercely beat with this weapon. One of the players praised Yeehaw. Oh, thank you. The sergeant was embarrassed. That man's nickname was Bloodstained Butt. I think he's a marksman. I've heard that his shooting skills are also excellent. Passers-by continued to gossip. At this time, Sergeant Yeehaw had already set off further while thinking about his plans. I'll go on a quest. I'll buy some stuff and practice. Rabbit skin +1 divided by inventory. Rabbit quest completed. Did you survive the ferocious rabbits? A man with a beard asked as he handed Yeehaw some coins. Oh, yes, something like that. Will you be completing this quest again? No, you have completed the quest. Ferocious rabbit hunt. 50 copper coins earned. Level of proximity with NPCs in the castle. Candlesticks increased by 10%. Level of proximity to the police station. Part of the Candlelight Castle increased by 15%. Great. I have 19,999 gold, 99 silver and 50 copper coins left. Cheered up and haw. Rabbit skin +1. The freshest rabbit meat. Mom I just needed it. Oh my god. I haven't seen such good rabbit meat in a long time. The middle-aged giant woman behind the counter cheered. -7 copper coins for 1 carcass. Eatery. Sacred Grill. Madam Lu. Stranger, will you help us? A giant woman leaned toward the sergeant. What should I do? Since this is a meat joint, of course your job will be in the meat industry. Oh ho ho. Another quest. Thought and haw. Help in developing a new menu of the Sacred Grill one. Madam Lu is enchanted by the meat you brought. This person can probably get the black-haired rabbit meat as well. In order to make this place the best meat joint in Midlort, it needs you. Task: fresh rabbit meat, black-haired rabbit meat. Reward: a special dish from Madam Lu's new menu. Do you accept the quest? It's a related quest. The sergeant guessed. What's that black-haired rabbit meat? What is it? He asked. I've heard that among the ferocious rabbits, there are some whose skin is dyed black. They say this meat tastes great. We'll only know about it when we try it, explained the owner of the establishment. Something like a black pig. Thought and haw. They'll try. The sergeant replied. My god, it's nice here. If you hang a bag on a tree outside Namun, one of the rabbits will smell it and come running. Don't miss it. The diner owner stammered. Oh, good. Exactly. They only come out at night, so don't waste your energy during the day. The giantess grabbed his hands in a rush. Ha ha. Good. You'd better not fool me with fake meat. Those who joke with me, I chop off their hands and feet. She threatened with a huge knife. Her kitchen knife is bigger than a long sword. Scared and haw. Of course. No kidding. Then I'll look forward to the loot. Ask you. Okay. The sergeant came out of the diner. Buy bullets and gunpowder first. The count status at. Rad for the quest 50 copper coins plus. Rabbit meat sales 77 copper coins. Coins equals 1 silver and 27 copper coins. In the armory, a man with a monocle greeted Yeehaw. Black powder 10 copper coins. Incendiary powder 6 copper coins. Ammo 3 copper coins. Total 1 silver and 26 copper coins. Whoa, why is it so expensive? The sergeant said indignantly. That's why we don't have many musketeers. The salesman just sighed. -18 copper coins for 1 shot. How then can a musketeer earn money? I play this game in order to earn money. Why is it so difficult? Yeehaw complained. Why don't you start farming? If it's too expensive for you, you can use Kreven's gunpowder, which can explode at any time. The seller advised. With these rabbits, there's nothing but losses. What kind of nonsense is this? If I buy 7 rounds of ammunition, I only have 1 silver coin left. Rabbit meat equals 1 copper coin. Ammo per shot equals 18 copper coins. Then catch them. Am I a musketeer or a gunner? The sergeant began to think about how to get out of this difficult situation. If I'm short of bullets, I can use a baton, but the meat will be in a terrible state. Thinking about the quality of the meat, the sergeant couldn't help but think of the owner of the diner with her huge knife. Give it to me. 7, please. He pulled the bag of coins, barely holding back tears. Oh, thank you, visitor. If you need anything else, be sure to come to our store. The salesman answered him. You don't happen to need hands. Before Yeehaw could finish his thought, the salesman quickly interrupted him. What kind of work can I entrust to someone who is sorry to buy 7 caps of gunpowder? Ho-ro show. The sergeant demanded angrily. I knew I should have been a mage. You don't need money to use magic, do you? Yeehaw mused as he left the store. Why on earth wouldn't he trust me with Robbo? Wait a minute. There are certain conditions for getting a quest, right? The police platoon leader saw my level and gave me a quest. Then Madam Lu gave me a task after seeing the meat I brought, right? But I couldn't get the quest from that shop owner. So, you need to meet certain conditions that the NPC requires. Damn it, I still need food. Damn developers. Yeehaw remembered, clutching his stomach. Energy reduced by 40%. When energy is reduced to 30% equals penalty. Maybe we should have a bun. The sergeant started toward the bread sign. Chapter 5. I'm sorry. Sergeant Yeehaw went into the pastry shop. I'd like to buy a couple of buns from you. A girl with a pigtail was sweeping the floor. I'm sorry, but we're already closed. No, she said. But, I'll be quick, the sergeant said quickly. Okay, the girl agreed. If I didn't make it to closing time, what would I have to do? Obviously, you won't be able to buy any food after sunset. Thought Ha and Ha looking at the counter. The girl at this time put up a plaque with the inscription closed, saying, We're closing up, closing up. We need to choose something as soon as possible. Why is everything so expensive? Iha was surprised as he looked at the prices of confectionery products, and the fact that there was 1 copper coin has already been dismantled. What is it? He asked dejectedly. Yes, unfortunately, we haven't been able to make many buns lately. Rabbits, they ate all the wheat, shared the girl. Wait a minute, if an NPC says that they are experiencing some difficulties, then they want something. Maybe she should take advantage of the fact that she doesn't have enough flour. The guy realized. I exterminated some rabbits at the request of police platoon leader Zayat. What about exchange meat for buns? I think it will be beneficial for both of us. Iha tried to suggest. Oh my god, really? You are already about the 20th person to offer such a service today. However, since rabbits breed quickly, it won't do me much good. If we continue to agree to such persuasions, then our institution will simply go bankrupt. The girl replied, clearly annoyed. Why is this NPC so smart? The sergeant thought. I understand that there are many homeless people wandering around, but I also received an assignment from the owner of the sacred grill. I need to catch a black-haired rabbit. Tried to correct the situation and haw. The girl looked surprised, but then just laughed. My god, this is a joke. You're not that capable. Anyone who can catch Black Angus will have enough to eat anyway. Forgive my bluntness. No, she said. Then the guy handed her a smelly bag. Then can you take a look at this? Madame Lu gave it to me, said the guy holding his nose. Oh, I'm sure Annie Lu did that vonism. Please get this away from me. It looks like you're a real craftsman, since Annie Lu herself confided in you. Then can I ask you for something, too? The girl asked and our sergeant was very happy. Eh? What exactly? Nothing special. As long as you catch the black-haired rabbit, you will be able to fulfill my request along the way. Since Annie Lu trusted him, then maybe I can. There are special herbs that grow on place of defecation of a black-haired person, a rabbit. However, their location is. The location must be kept secret. Content, Pewak herbs. Reward, 1 bun from. Flour obtained from Pewak herbs. 30 copper coins. Do you accept the quest? If the developers are crazy, then the NPCs are crazy too. Along the way, do you collect a grave for which you need to risk your own life? Is my life really worth a Pewak herb roll and 30 copper coins? The guy mused, but his thoughts were interrupted by an NPC girl. Can you do that? What is it? She asked. By Black Angus, do you mean the black-haired rabbit? Said the guy. Yes, that's right. Rumor has it that he was the reason why ordinary rabbits went berserk. This rabbit is called Black Angus because of its ferocity. The girl explained. Software, I see. I want to help you with this passing case, however. Iha hesitated. Eh? What is it? The girl asked in surprise. I'm so hungry I'm afraid I'll faint before I leave here. I think that by eating a piece of bread, I will have energy. The sergeant was saying sheepishly, begging for bread. The girl noticed the rumbling in the sergeant's stomach and continued the conversation incredulously. But, what if you eat my bread and just run away? What is it? She asked. Don't worry, I will definitely help you. The sergeant hastened to reassure her. The girl took pity and offered him a contract on new terms. What do you think of that? Reward 1 flour bun. Pewak grass, 30 copper coins, plus 15% increase in proximity with. Everyone is happy in the Castle of Candles. Equals reward. Sweet Cruncian 3 jokes. Restrictions. Bring herbs before opening. Bakeries in 12 hours. In case. Failure. Level of affinity with Ho. Zayakoi Bakery reduce Naya 20%. Reducing the level of proximity with everything. Myth in the Castle of Candles by 10%. Plus 3 buns. Then the difficulty level will be higher. And also, if I fail, then the level of proximity will drop significantly. The sergeant was surprised. I'll give you the rolls in advance, the bakery owner said, and Iha agreed. Thanks, I'll do my best. The sergeant left the bakery very sad and surprised at how delicious the buns were in this world. The bakery owner waved after him. Then I'll trust you, Mr. Ha and Ha. I received a notification from the system. Skill received. Beginner's bidding. Description, high risk, high return. Once cornered, you can get an additional reward. It is important to remember that you should not be stubborn and insist on negotiations with the interlocutor, but bring him what he wants. Effect, during the use of the skill, depending on the level of proximity, transactions for items with NPCs are possible, increasing the ability to change the terms of the transaction by 20%. Don't be stubborn. Just like in reality. I need to get this damn herb in 12 hours. Damn. Sergeant Iha was walking through the streets eating buns when he suddenly heard voices. A group is gathering. Anyone who wants to catch a black rabbit, come here soon. And Ha listened. The black rabbit. He moved closer to the group of players. "Can I come with you?" he asked. The players looked at it carefully and asked, "What is your profession?" "Much? No, I'm a marksman," Sergeant Iha replied. "And judging by your equipment, you don't have any money. And you're going to come with us. Judging by your boots, you haven't even reached level 5 yet. It's the rabbit boss. How can you help us?" The players replied haughtily. Openly ignored, Iha thought, but the players didn't let up. "If we die, we won't be able to complete the quest again. It will be safer for us to look for players with a level equal to ours. If they die, I won't be able to complete the quest anymore. I didn't have such conditions." The guy thought about it and decided to clarify. "What kind of quest do you do?" "We collect rabbit hair. I don't think this quest has anything to do with you." The players answered him and tried to brush him off faster. "Aha, I see. Thank you. They have a different quest. Well, at least I got the information. At the moment, I have met those who need meat, herbs and wool. Just 3. And I would do well to get at least 4 quests up to level 10. Thought the guy walking through the night town. 1 rabbit per bullet. I have 12 hours left, so let's start our quest. The sergeant was inspired. He went to 3 other shops, a clothing store, an armory, and a jewelry store. I got 3 more quests, and raised the skill level. Beginner's bidding, level 2. Description, high risk, refund, being cornered. You can get additional information. A reward. It is important to remember that we must not be stubborn and insist in negotiations with the interlocutor and bring him what he wants. After catching 1 rabbit, I will complete 5 tasks at once. Happy and haw. Great, now the difficulty is increased to hard. Only 4 hours left. After a bit of practice, Iha leveled up. Character window. Name, Ha and Ha. Cassock, human. Profession, musketeer. Level, 50%. Nick, no. Achievements, 4. 1, 200, Mr. 70. Muscle strength, 23. Dexterity, 35. Intelligence, 12. Physical strength, 13. Willpower, 10. Remaining points, 10. Did I hit the gun too hard? The breech became somewhat weak. If it breaks, I'll be impoverished. Iha was thinking as he was getting ready for the road, when he suddenly heard familiar voices. "Hurry up, otherwise we will all die." "Not yet. These are the ones ... the guys I met at the fountain. You need to attract his attention." Another 30 seconds. "Mr. Archer, come here. Otherwise, you will die." There was a fierce battle going on. Quickly, Mr. Archer is dead. We've got his attention. Dill, get ready. Damn it, and this is a quest for Levla who. Fix it. Quick, shoot. At this time, our sergeant calmly analyzed the players and their abilities while sitting in the bushes. Is this a magic attack? So they're magicians. 1 per attack every 15 seconds. Or 20. They attack once every 20 seconds. Compared to my 1-minute cooldown, it's very fast. Thought and Ha while the other players fought with a huge black rabbit and clearly lost to him. Here he comes. Black Angus. The group scattered in the confusion, and Ha saw that there were 2 huge rabbits on the battlefield. Your division. Are there 2 of them? So there are a lot of Black Angus. Honestly, I'm going to go so crazy soon. Thought Iha. If your level is higher than the 5th one and you die, then the level goes down. Asshole, I know that myself, shouted the players running away from the black hairs. The little rabbits hurt my lower back, and if one of them hit me, I would definitely break something. Somebody help me. Let's run. Players asked for help, but I've already made a deal with 5 NPCs. Even if this rabbit was alone, how could I deal with it? In addition to everything else, except for the diner, I must bring everything I promised within 12 hours. If I fail, then minus 10% of the level of proximity with all NPCs. And if you combine 4, it will be 40%. They won't let me go to the village then. Anyway, I'm a musketeer. I fight with a gun. If I hit it right, I can take down 1 rabbit with the first shot. And I can do that because this masterfully created world is like reality. Therefore, along with me, my shooting skills were transferred here. After much consideration, the sergeant decided to join the battle. Character window. Move all remaining points to dexterity. Well, let's try it. Get over here. Iha shouted to the players who were being chased by the demonic hares. Chapter 6. 55 dexterity points only. Up to level 9, you need to increase your dexterity. This will also increase my attack power. It won't even be a bronze level anymore. Even higher. 1 shot. I have to take 1 down with the first shot. If I can't, then everyone will die. Great. The gun is loaded. It remains only to insert. While the sergeant was collecting his thoughts, two huge animals also ran in his direction along with the two escapees. Help me, save me. Wait a minute. Why are there two people here at once? What do I do with two of them? One in one direction, the other in the other. Yeehaw was confused when he suddenly heard a young girl shouting at him. Hey, you idiot. If you're going to save me, then save me already. You're making too much noise. What are you doing? Maybe you can get out of there already. Should I shoot this woman instead of a rabbit? Don't worry, everything is fine. Oh, when the target reaches the desired distance, Yeehaw took aim and waited for the beasts to enter the kill zone. Shot. The bullet passed close to the girl's head and hit one of the rabbits directly. The girl noticed this and froze. What is it just now? What is it? She thought. The guy running next to her could not be saved and he ended up in the clutches of the monster. Yeehaw ran over and grabbed the girl's hand. What are you doing? Let's run. Otherwise, he'll eat us too. They were fleeing death, and the mage girl's mind was filled with the picture she had just seen. Did I see something wrong? I definitely saw him kill a rabbit in just one shot. Yeehaw was thinking of something else entirely. When can I recharge? How did he do it? Does he have a high level? Who is this guy really? The girl thought about her savior. I was going to help both of them, didn't even think that guy would get eaten so quickly anyway. We need to get away from that rabbit. After that, find time to recharge. When they turned around they saw the beast coming at them. He's already devoured it. Flashed through the thoughts of Yeehaw. This is where I'm going to die. What is it? He thought. A girl in a white dress was standing in front of them, and with her arms outstretched, she flew up into the air. Get down. The mage girl shouted to her rescuer and covered him with herself. What? The guy was perplexed. At this time, a girl in a white dress and blue hair shot ice arrows towards the beast. It started to freeze, frozen it. The sergeant was surprised. Tell me your name quickly. The girl magician in the funny hat demanded. Oh, why do you need a name? I'll include you in the team. Speak quickly, she demanded, her hands catching on fire. I must repay the debt. And ha, and ha. The guy shouted. Okay, the group is formed. And now, die. The girl directed the flame in the direction of the rabbit monster and it literally burned down. Catch something caught, however. The sergeant was a little puzzled. But then I received a notification from the system. Level up. Great. New level. Happy and ha. But then remembering his quarry he quickly caught himself. If we burned it down, then the items also burned down. The girl in the hat was already sorting through the loot. Let's see. Item. Wait a minute. You decided to take everything for yourself? Yeehaw asked. Of course. I delivered the final blow. Then what's mine? Scared and ha. Back there. Take it. Is that fair? The girl asked, pointing at the rabbit that Sam Yeehaw had killed. After the commotion, while heading towards the city, Yeehaw noticed that the girls he had previously met were following him. Why are they following me? He thought. My name is Ram Hwa Yon, the mage girl said. I didn't ask, Yeehaw said dismissively. And the girl Ram Hwa Yon continued. Oh, I see. Ram Hwa Yon of Hong Kong. Don't you know the snow mage Ram Hwa Yon? Hwa Yon was surprised. Do you know the Ha and Ha of South Korea? The guy asked. Who's that? Well, we don't know each other. 1-on-1. Take your Ram Hwa John or whatever it is and leave. It was fun to hunt together, Yeehaw said and hurried away. Something's not right here. How could he kill Black Angus with one shot? Even though his physical condition is fine. While Hwa Young was thinking about this, Hwa Young had already called out to the guy. The Puek grass is that way. She pointed a finger to the side, and the sergeant quickly thought of another quest. Chapter 7. How did she know? I didn't tell anyone. Did you really fail the task? While the sergeant was thinking about how he could have given himself away, Hwa Young was puzzled. Puek grass. What's that? The quest item is what he was looking for. Don't worry, you can tell the players about it. Hwa Young hastened to reassure him. Is he acting so weird because he's afraid we'll steal his item? The girl in the hat asked. Most likely, Hwa Young said. You killed that monster with one shot. I watched you from afar. How did you do it? The girl in white asked directly. Since you mention it, Black Angus was in full health, so how did you finish him off with one shot? The magician in the hat chimed in. I guess I got lucky. Ha was also embarrassed. Then he noticed new notifications from the system. Achievement, Black Rabbit Hunter. Congratulations. You were able to kill the Black Nagus, the king of mad rabbits. Effects, Strength +1, Agility +1, Intelligence +1, Stamina +1, Willpower +1. Achievement, One Hit Wonder, Black Angus 0. Congratulations. You killed Black Angus with one shot. Are you still not ashamed to hunt in the noob zone with your level? Make way for future generations. Don't you think you deserve a reward for such a feat? Effects: Strength +2, Agility +2, Intelligence +2. Title: Knows a little about weaknesses. You start to understand a little more about critical hits and instant kills. Effects: Agility +3, Intelligence + Quest completed. To our safe return. The three players were already sitting around the table celebrating the successful completion of their quests. But who are you really? Yeehaw asked, remembering that even NPCs behave differently around his companions. You really don't know anything. HWA Jong is ranked 5th in Asia and 9th in the world. A famous player. I think I'll introduce you again. I'm the Pyromancer Ram HWA Yon. And this is Ram HWA Jong, the Cryomancer. Isn't the title of Pyromancer too much for someone who was just running away? The guy was surprised. This is just my class. There's nothing I can do about it. The fire mage was angry. Ahahaha, probably humiliating. Yeehaw replied, alright, tell me, how did you manage to kill Black Angus with one shot? HWA Young asked. I fired. It die. The sergeant said. Stop fooling around. What's your level? You have to be high level. The girls persisted. I really need to tell you. Yeehaw tried to evade the question as HWA Jong chimed in. Instant kill. 6th level, Agility 55, Attack Power 223. Other skills don't change anything. Even with critical damage, it would be impossible to kill such a target with a single shot. Other than instant murder, there's no way to explain it. The Ice Mage gave out her reasoning. How is that possible? After all, he also raised the level earlier. Did he kill level 5 Angus? The Pyromancer was surprised. How does she know? My stats, items, and even skills. Yeehaw thought as the girls continued to talk about him. Like I said, the answer is instant murder. In order to kill Black Angus, you need to be at least a swordsman or a warrior of 90. The Ice Girl continued. You mean 90% of the force? Pyromancer asked. No, not power. Minus 90 levels. The girl gave out, which greatly surprised both her friend and the sergeant. He remembered the description of the achievement. You still not ashamed to hunt in the noob zone with your level. Make way for future generations. Oh, so that's what the achievement description was about. While Yeehaw was thinking about it, the girls were chatting animatedly. Then they looked at each other and carefully looked at the guy. Okay, Ha Yeehaw from South Korea, would you like to join our guild? The Fire Mage girl asked seriously. What? HWA Jong, who is ranked 9th in the world, is a guild master. We are quite famous. Are you calling a level 6 player? The guy denied. You can always lift it. Mag persisted. Is it okay that I have beginner's gear? We will provide you with the best clothes for your level. I don't know how much you have, but... The guy wanted to object, but he was quickly rebuffed. Very much. The head of our guild is ranked 9th in the world. You realize what it is. I refuse. Yeehaw suddenly blurted out. My mother taught me not to take candy from strangers. He added after. Your mother raised you well. The blue-haired girl remarked as she sipped her drink. Would you turn down such a great opportunity? HWA Yon jumped up. That sounds too attractive. The guy answered. Despite our master's fame. HWA Young put her arm around her icy friend's shoulders. ... So what? Yeehaw answered again. Do you even know the rank of our guild? The fiery girl persisted. Quite tall. Probably. What? Ha Yon was angry. I need to do my own investigation. You can't buy something at the first store you see. You can always come back if the first store turns out to be the best, the guy reasoned, which angered the fire mage even more. Okay, that's probably better than blindly saying yes. Contact us if you change your mind. Ha Yon agreed. Of course. Yeehaw replied. I'll pay the bill. Let's go. HWA Jong. The fire mage called out to her friend. Okay. HWA Young started to get ready. Oh, and thank you for saving me. The fire mage went to the cash register and paid the bill. Keep the change, let's go. Oh, see you later. Appa, the ice girl said goodbye. What? Appa? Yeehaw was surprised. Only son attended only boys' school, served in the army. Oh, what kind of people did I meet on my first assignment? But finally, reward time. Yeehaw went to the quest shopkeepers for his reward. That red eye. You really did it in one day. The owner of the jewelry store rejoiced. If there are any other suitable tasks in the future, please give them to me, I'll be fine. Asked Ha. Of course. How can I not believe in someone who could kill Black Angus in a day? Agreed the hostess looking at the new preem. Notice, you have completed the quest Strange Collector Seeks Red Crystal, plus 15% affinity to all NPCs inside the castle, plus 15% to proximity with the owner of the accessories store. You have received 90 copper coins. Black Angus's claws, unbelievable. I'll make a great weapon out of them. The owner of the armory rejoiced. I wish you good luck, said Yeehaw. Notice, you have completed the quest carefully crafted blades. Plus 15% affinity to all NPCs inside the castle. Plus 15% to proximity to the owner of the gun shop. You have received 80 copper coins. Level up. New level. Yeehaw was delighted with the achievement and went to the next store. This is what I've been looking for all along. How can it look so perfect? Thank you, Mr. Haw and Haw. I'll make the perfect coat out of it. Here's a bonus to your reward. The owner of a clothing store was spinning around with a black rabbit skin. Thank you very much, ma'am. Notification: you have completed the gorgeous black coat quest. Plus 15% affinity to all NPCs inside the castle. Plus 15% to intimacy with Portnoy Sandy. You have received the usual set of quilted armor. Your trading skill has reached level 3. Hard work pays off. I even got new clothes and all the NPCs became friendlier to me. Happy and Haw trying on new clothes. Welcome to Annie's Bakery. Oh, it's you, Haw and Haw, come on in. The owner of the pastry shop greeted him cordially. Dressed. What a great baking smell. Aha, just baked it if you want. Should I try it? The hostess handed out fresh bread. I'd like to save some money. Haha, Yeehaw replied. Money? Are we really strangers? You've offended me a lot just now. Not understanding the NPC's behavior, Yeehaw thought, but we don't know each other. Take your time. Enjoy the bread. I'm sure you didn't even have time to eat breakfast. A girl was pouring milk for the sergeant. Since you insist, thank you very much. Yeehaw agreed. About herbs, do you have them? The girl asked happily. Sure, here they are. The boy held out a small bag of grass. Hooray, Huwak, grass. The girl sat down on her knees with joy and held the bag high. Yeehaw was shocked. Is it that delicious or something? No need to dramatize. Notification: you have completed the quest. Plus 15% affinity to all NPCs inside the castle. Plus 15% off proximity to the bakery owner. You have received 30 copper coins. Your level is up. Sure, don't you feel that rich aroma? Anyone who loves baking will immediately become addicted to even just the smell. Annie, the bakery owner, was saying. It's just grass, which grows on rabbit poop. Shut up, what a poop. What? Huh. Surprisingly, she exhausted me. The sergeant went to the diner to the owner of the giant. Oh, what guests. So the rumors were true. The owner of the eatery said with a knife in her hand. Was there a rumor? The guy asked. Of course, I even heard that you went to the bar last night. You can't hide anything in this castle, Candle. I even found out about your successful hunt. The woman got her meat. Don't you want to give it to the chef for inspection? Yeehaw asked. I'm dealing with you, so I'm confident in your abilities. The woman smiled sweetly. 70% of closeness plays a role, thought Yeehaw. Wow, so this is black rabbit meat. The woman was holding a meat slicer on a wooden board and was genuinely happy. Notice, quest completed, you have received 50 copper coins. Oh, I'll even give you a bigger reward. Please wait for me here, I'll prepare a meal for you. Ask the hostess of the establishment. There is still a reward. The guy was happy. How long will it take? Yeehaw asked. I can make it quick, but... The beginning was the owner of the Sacred Grill Eatery as the quest window appeared. Help create a new menu for Sacred Grill 2. In order to become the best restaurant in the whole world, one more dish is required. I'm sure Mr. Yeehaw can handle it. With roasted wings and grilled Golden Eagle mountain bird meat, Sacred Grill Restaurant will definitely do its job. Golden Eagle meat reward, Madame Lou's special lunchbox. I knew it. There is a second quest. I think Mr. Haw and Haw can handle it. I need the meat of a golden eagle that lives in the mountains nearby. The last quest in Candle Castle, Boss Split Eagle. Chapter 8. Restriction. Level 10 is required for the last quest of Candle Castle. By the way, lunchbox again. The gift of the Sacred Grill. Yeehaw asked. As you know, Candle Castle is located in a remote village. I'm opening a second store in the capital. And to do that, I need Golden Eagle meat, explained the hostess. Do you need a gift for the second store? I was surprised and Haw. If I want to do the big thing. Oh ho ho, you know what I mean. The woman winked. I see. Then you will definitely need a Golden Eagle. You still need to complete this task. The guy answered. Damn game creators. And then there is corruption. It was spinning in Yeehaw's head as the hostess came up to him with a ready-made treat. Ho ho ho. Whoa, everything is ready. Appeared. I wonder if all the rewards are edible. Thought and Haw. Special lunchbox. Black Angus. Special lunchbox made by Madame Lou from the Sacred Grill. Lick your fingers. Just delicious. Black Angus meat will make you stronger. Effect. Agility +1. Stamina +2 permanent boost. Haha, save me. The guy didn't have time to finish when he suddenly realized what this reward is. It's me. Dexterity +1. Stamina +2. How cool. What is it? He rejoiced. Well, this is an unusual lunchbox, isn't it? The owner of the giant was touched. Level up by 0.6. In addition, if it is an excellent level, then the third one from the top. The price of a +7 endurance ring was 5.5 million won. And if you sell it on the cheap, you'll get more than 3 million won. Blurred in money, dreams, and ha. If you take it and sell it. Hey, what's that label? Looking closely at the label tied to the blue cloth of the lunchbox, Yeehaw became despondent. The label read feature not for sale. I can't sell it. I can't sell it. This is not equipment. There are no restrictions on use. Complained and ha. Then the owner of the establishment called out to him with a question. Not bad, is it? Oh ho ho ho. How bad it is there, madam. This is the best thing in the world. And Ha broke into a tight-lipped joy. It can't be helped. But this is also a good catch. You need to be more modest, otherwise you can lose everything. He thought. Chapter 8. Then the Golden Eagle Madame Lu began, but Sergeant Yeehaw interrupted her. I'll get it. As soon as possible. He blurted out and gave a real soldier's salute. Great, I've completed all the tasks. Yeehaw thought as he left the sacred grill. The hostess waved after him. Character window. He opened his stats. Character window name. Ha and Ha. Race. Human class. Musketeer. Level. 8 rank. Someone who seems to know something about weaknesses. Achievements. 6 XP. 250 divided by MP. 100 strength. 26 agility. 61 intelligence. 16. Plus 6. Stamina 14. Willpower 1. I'll get the other quests at level 10, with only 2 left to go. If I catch the Golden Eagle, I'll be able to get out of the beginner village. Yeehaw mused as he sat on a bench in a small square. Beside him was his musket, and on his lap was a special treat from Madame Lu, which he was just opening. Well, how Deka will try. He brought a piece of meat to his mouth. What is this? How can it be so delicious? Thank you, game developers. So delicious that I'm going to cry. Is the meat as elastic as real meat? Our hero's taste buds melted from the incredible taste of special bento. Yeehaw really was almost crying with pleasure, and the promised performance really started to grow. I feel like I can catch a few more black anguses. It remains only to raise the level. The sergeant cheered up as he finished his bento. Great, now for the hunt, open your inventory. He gave the command to the system. We need to buy shells again. Number of remaining bullet sets, 5. So all the musketeers will die out, gentlemen developers. And Ha was annoyed. He didn't want to spend any more money, but there was nothing else to do, so he went to the merchant's shop to buy equipment. In a merchant's shop. How do you do? He went inside thinking, the level of intimacy has become higher, maybe they will give me a discount. I came for the powder. The merchant was lying on the sofa, writing in a small notebook. You're welcome. The merchant replied casually, which offended the sergeant. He's even too lazy to meet a visitor. The proximity level has increased by 15%, and he is lying down trading. And Ha was perplexed. I came for the gunpowder. The musketeer had no time to repeat himself when the salesman barked back at him. Well, you need 8 sets this time. Or judging by the clothes, will you buy not only 7, as last time? 1 set of only 18 copper coins. The salesman was still lying on the couch with his legs dangling, and Ha was clearly annoyed by this behavior. But he didn't show it. Is the price the same? Musketeer asked, hoping for a discount. She couldn't have changed. And why are these musketeers needed? The merchant snapped, turning away from his customer. Speak more politely, Yeehaw mentally demanded. In the corner of the room, Yeehaw noticed boxes of defective goods and decided that if they were defective, they could buy them cheap. There's only 1 musketeer in that village. He also noted, mentally, I have 37 sets, and we still need to leave it in reserve. He mused, analyzing his future hunt for a huge eagle. There are 23 sets of gunpowder to start with. The sergeant asked, reaching for his bag. Let's see, 23 sets are 4 silver and 14 copper coins. Counting and Ha out loud. Ho ho ho, if he wants to buy 23 sets, it looks like things have improved a bit. The shopkeeper gloated as he carried the boxes of gunpowder behind the counter. What's that smell? The merchant abruptly approached the sergeant. I had a meat lunch recently. The guy became timid, and the merchant did not stop grabbing him and looking for the source of such an attractive smell. No, it's not a meat smell, he continued. Hugh, why are you groping me? The sergeant tried to pull away. That's crazy. What's that smell? The merchant's face was distraught. Let me go at last, asked Ha, when suddenly the merchant said, bread, it's bread. Is this an unusual bread? Ha thought about it and remembered something. Wait, bread? Really? Oh, so this pewak herb bun was in my bag. Ha replied loudly, holding up a large bun. Did you say pewak herbs? The merchant was surprised and quickly clung to the sergeant and began to beg him. Tear off a piece for me. I don't want to, was unwavering and ha. I'll pay you. 50 copper coins is enough. The merchant pleaded. I tried so hard to get it, and you offer me some 50 copper coins. 1 silver coin, then. The shopkeeper asked. 5 silvers, will that do? Set the price and ha. You rascal, I won't buy it. I don't have to eat it. The merchant was angry and turned away, barely holding back tears. Oh, really? Activate the bidding skill. And Ha activated a special skill he had developed. The bidding skill is activated. The level of probability of convincing the interlocutor increased by 21%. They say the pewak bun is so delicious. Iha started to advertise, but there was no response from the merchant. It didn't work out, the sergeant thought. But at that moment the shop owner began to make contact. A pewak herb bun like this is very hard to get, isn't it? He began carefully, reached a critical point, thought the sergeant, and broke into a smile, like a fisherman who caught a fish on a hook. How much are you willing to give? Iha asked. How about 2 silver coins? The merchant suggested. Hey, for that delicious bread. The sergeant hesitated. A few more sets of bullets, then. The merchant added. Why are you kidding me? 23 sets are worth 4 silver and 14 copper. Iha replied. No, what a man. Throw off at least a little. The shopkeeper pleaded. -5 silver coins. The musketeer has set the price. Maybe I'll drop 5 copper coins for each set. The huckster prevaricated. -5 silver coins. Was adamant and ha. I don't think the discount worked. The merchant was upset. Then 100 barrels of gunpowder. Suggested and ha. Hey, the thief. The owner was angry. Though, what did you say? What is it? The musketeer asked. No, nothing. 70 sets. Please. The merchant pleaded with the last of his strength. -70 sets of this. Well, then, I'll only take 70 sets. But in return, introduce me to the gunpowder seller. Iha agreed and made his own terms. Okay, the merchant agreed. Dom and Ha. Super, it was the coolest deal ever. You need to try harder to earn a lot of money. Then I can help my parents too. Happy and Ha taking off his helmet. In a wheelchair, he rolled over to a small table where instant noodles were being brewed. He decided to check out the task and its price, and started to look through the Midrose news feed when he came across an interesting story on the TV news. Hello, this is Midrose Today. Reporter Han Kyung-hee. What news do you have? Yes, there were many amazing events in Midrose today. The reporter began his report. While eating noodles, Iha was surprised by the excitement and popularity of this game. Wow, they're already showing Midrose on the news, he noted. So, first news. These are changes in the rating. The top 10 in the world, which for some time was in one place. He continued his story. There's something else interesting. It is said that in one of the villages for beginners, the castle of KZND, the snow mage Ram Hwa John appeared. Hearing the familiar name, Iha focused. What? Ram Hwa John. She's very famous, but not just Ram Hwa John. Another person is said to have appeared with her, presumably Ram Hwa Yon, the eldest daughter of Hong Kong's second largest company, Ramlong. After saying that, Iha froze in place. Ramlong. It's one of the most powerful companies in Hong Kong. He shouted when he heard the name of a famous corporation. What were they doing in the beginner village? According to our data, they arrived to hire one of the Korean users. Search for employees in the novice village. Then we included an interview with an eyewitness from the game. Exclusive. Interview with an eyewitness. Ram Hwa Young was very shy. An unknown user of the game began to tell lies. Who else was shy? Iha was indignant. It is assumed that the meeting was deliberately held in a small village with a small number of people. If Ram Hwa Jong herself decided to hire a user, then the user must be outstanding. However, his identity is not disclosed. Still, the face remained a secret. Iha was ashamed as he recalled his level. It's a pity, but it's true. After hearing this, the sergeant calmed down a little. What an oblay. Before Iha could say it out loud, the reporter continued. However, we have information that this person used a long weapon that looks like a shotgun. A gun-like weapon. Eyewitnesses say that it is not a staff or a rod. I wonder who the Korean is. Will that user appear again in Candle Castle with a long, gun-like weapon in his hands? This was the end of the story, and Iha fell out of his chair, spilling noodles with the words, I quote am missing. Chapter 9. Sitting at the computer in his room, Iha searched the internet for information about his recent meeting with 2 well-known ladies. What's the fuss? Oh, is that the time? On the tab trending, Mocha Natan Naskatoof, did the Ram sisters appear in the Castle of Candles? The title of the video screamed, showing the Ram sisters sitting at the same table as the sergeant. minus 1.800.000 views and 72,000 comments. Ha was also surprised. Recent comments on the video. Kim newbie 2 seconds ago. Fuck off. Couldn't you have taken a closer look? It's a pity that the quality is poor. Middle US 15 seconds ago. They use protection so that you can't screen rankers like Ram HWA John. Therefore, they will not be visible if you shoot closer. This photo was also taken from afar and just zoomed in. This video was posted just 2 hours ago. Iha was annoyed at his newfound popularity. Butterfly on a flower field 12 minutes ago. They're so cute, it's crazy. Like dolls. Very beautiful. 7 responses. VTS rules. Of course, like a doll. While they change their appearance. Boom boom VTS rules. The Ram sisters have changed their appearance. Haven't you seen them on the TV news? In real life, they are even more beautiful. If they've been scouted, they're rankers. If you look at the Korean top 10, you can find. Isn't there a separate guild for Koreans? Why do Korean rankers join the Hong Kong guild? Everyone is weak before money. And it's not as common as in Korea. In any case, because of the money, I give a tooth. Are you sure there's a ranker sitting across from them? The quality, of course, is Jackal, but his items are generally shit. He wore it on purpose so that no one would know who he was. They don't even sell it in the store. These are the initial subjects. Maybe it's just some new trash. Lol. I met the Ram sisters, and Adama is so fucked up. Lol, at the very least, this shaming of Korea is just a laughingstock. Isn't that a gun right there? A musketeer. Ha 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 ha. Musketeer ha ha ha. Lesser than this is definitely fake. Who in their right mind will play as a musketeer? This was the opinion of the public and the network. And Ha was certainly hurt by this, and to some extent, he was glad that he was mistaken for a fake. It's a good thing they think I'm fake because of the initial subjects. He decided, and began to think aloud. I understand why the Ramron group became famous, but there is very little information about the Ram Sisters Guild. If you join a guild, it will be much easier to level up, but the conditions are so good that it's suspicious. Judging by Ram HWA Yon's personality, if I refuse, I'll be in trouble. Drooped and Ha, but not discouraged for a long time, decided to return to the game. First of all, we need to raise the level. Already in the game. Here are the fox skins assigned to me. A very shabby but satisfied musketeer was pointing at the pile of hides. Why so fast? The customer was surprised. Notification from the system. The quest Smart Animals is completed. Level of affinity with the Castle of Candles NPC increased by 10%. Level of proximity to the Candlelight Castle Public Order Unit increased by 15%. You have received 50 units of coal. You have received ordinary leather shoes. Hell, the level isn't going up. Iha thought when he saw the notification. At this time, he was distracted from his sad thoughts by a knight. I don't feel comfortable asking someone who just finished a task. But such a capable young man. The man began, but Iha answered before he could finish the sentence. Oh, the wolves. The sergeant asked. Exactly. How did you know? The foxes came too. I'll catch them. Iha answered immediately, not wanting to waste any time. I googled it and found out all the quests. The answer to his awareness was simple to the point of banality. Quest, a pack of animals. Because of the wolves coming down from the mountains, the foxes are moving closer to the village. Eliminate the wolves to bring peace back to the village. Be careful, they live in packs. You may need to. Help from your friends. Goal, wolf skins. Reward, NPC affinity level 10%. Level of proximity to the Public Order Protection Unit 15%. Weapon repair coupon 1. 50 units of coal. Turns out there's even a gun repair coupon. Iha remarked after reading the quest conditions. Yes, the time for repairs is slowly approaching. The knight replied. I can fix the butt of the gun so that it doesn't rattle anymore. Iha mentally rejoiced and enthusiastically went to complete the task. I'm going on a mission, he said to the knight one last time. Good luck, Ha, and Ha. He said goodbye, and the sergeant set off. After a while, he found himself in a foothill area in a green clearing. There was a wooden sign in front that read as follows. Watch out, lots of wolves. It is recommended to play in a team from here. Finding players is not an easy task. It's a bit difficult to deal with the 8th level alone. Iha remarked and sat down, leaning his elbows on the aforementioned sign. And if you find a team, the sergeant started to imagine, as he immediately imagined that he was dragging all the players down and hindering them because of his long cooldown and low hit rate. Damn cooldown in 1 minute. What's so good about it? It's too bad that wolves don't move alone. We should wait until they split up. The musketeer came up with tactics, pressing himself lower and lower to the grass and moving almost crawling. The foxes needed 13 sets of gunpowder, 71 sets left. 11 bullets and the wolves are finished. I'll raise the 10th level and spend the rest on catching the golden eagle. He calculated his equipment. No stray wolf anywhere. While Yeehaw was thinking while hiding in the grass, there were sounds of fighting nearby. Magic rocket. I've attracted 3 wolves. I'm handing them over to the tank. I'll distract them, starting in 3 seconds. A team of other players also completed a quest here. Oh, teamwork, Yeehaw remarked. Earth tremble. Magic rocket. Energy lightning. Just in case, I'll check it out in advance. So there were a few mages and a player in knight's clothing fighting on the field. Everything around them was covered in lightning and flames directed by the mages towards the wolves. Seeing such a picture, Yeehaw was filled with envy. The wolves are just melting. How enviable, he thought. I'd better go find some loot before I fall apart completely. Musketeer decided, and crawled off in the other direction. After a while, he found what he had been looking for so long. There was one wolf running away from him. He had bright red eyes and gray skin. Found it. The sergeant rejoiced and began preparations. I'll show you the results of my training, Yeehaw promised. While Wolf was enjoying his run alone, the sergeant took a bite out of a bag of powder, poured it into the gun, blew it out, tapped and aimed. In his mind, he thanked the commander from the movie series, from which he had learned new tricks. Thank you, Commander. Thanks to you, I did it in 1 minute. The sergeant exhaled and fired. A musket rattled, and the bullet hit the wolf squarely in the head. That's it. Yeehaw was overjoyed and was about to get out of his hiding place. Awed first, alone. Then he saw a second predator near the animal's corpse. He was running furiously toward the shooter. Unexpected. Where have you been hiding all this time? Thought Yeehaw. The musket will soon disappear. It is necessary to avoid a collision at close range. Just give me a minute. The sergeant quickly repeated all the necessary actions and at the last moment, barely managed to aim. CHUERT. We need a scope. Then he noticed that the predator had stopped. What is it? Why isn't it getting any closer? Really? And Ha just had time to realize how the wolf dodged in the other direction. He's trying to get out of range. Has he learned this yet? The sergeant realized, watching the predator and its neat but deft actions. It's hard to hit a moving target. If you move from left to right, you can dodge even at this distance. The target was swerving from side to side as it approached the shooter. The tension was growing by the second. Maybe we should quietly distance ourselves and attract him with this. No, you won't be able to pick up the loot. You can't do that. In this case, there is no choice. The wolf was coming. Yeehaw summoned up all his courage and stood up abruptly, shouting, "BAM!" and fired right at the moment when the predator was pouncing on him. The bullet only grazed the wolf, but it still died. Oh, they die even if you just hit them. The sergeant breathed a sigh of relief. He crouched down beside his quarry, leaning on his rifle. Based on the fact that he reacted to the sound of the gunshot, which I imitated with my voice, he's a bit stupid. It turns out that I'm smart because I waited before the shot was fired. System notification. Musket mastery increased to level 2. More wolves are there. Not anywhere. Yeehaw was looking around and didn't notice a huge shadow creeping up on him from behind. Wow, how did you do that? What's the matter? They called sharply to the sergeant as he gathered up the items. Okay, I'll take the item. In this ... the musketeer hesitated. Another user, the sergeant thought, but he saw 2 huge monsters in front of him. Chapter 10. Weva. Mobs. They're monsters. Yeehaw got scared and started loading his gun at full speed in fear. There were 2 people standing in front of him, not counting the little raven. Although he probably looked small because of the giant on whose shoulder he was sitting and a huge green lizard. Wait a minute. We are not monsters, but users. Suddenly the lizard was alarmed. Don't shoot. The giant moaned pitifully as he hugged his crow. Oh, the lizard and the druid. I saw you on the official homepage. Yeehaw remembered and at the same time calmed down and started to walk away, saying, I thought you were mobs. What? Wait a minute. Lizardman shouted after the sergeant. The sergeant returned to them and decided to be a little more polite. Sorry, I thought there were monsters again. He apologized to his new acquaintances. It's okay, everyone thinks so at first, the lizard replied proudly. It's alright, the druid added kindly. Suddenly, the lizard's expression became somehow predatory and vicious, rubbing his palms together. He said, Kai, let's get right to the point. Are you hunting alone? What is it? He asked the sergeant. Oh, yes. From such pressure, Yeehaw even got a little confused and thought, why does he have such a malicious expression on his face? And he speaks suspiciously politely. Oh, are you so strong that you could catch 2 wolves at once? Just asking. Kai. If we have the same levels, would you like to hunt together? Kai. The lizardman spoke as it slowly approached Yeehaw. It's scary. Don't come any closer. Why is he laughing like that? The sergeant was afraid of a new acquaintance. Do you want to join the team? Yeehaw asked. All wolves walk in threes, and we're only at level 9, so it's a little difficult for us to hunt them. New acquaintances began to explain. From the outside, their conversation looked like extortion or hop-stop, but it was just a polite offer to play together. It takes you more than a minute to recharge, right? Won't you die if you are attacked by a mob? Notice the interlocutors politely points out my weak spot, so they followed me, and Ha was annoyed by this well-pointed fact about his not-so-strong side. This man, he thought, looking at the lizard. The green monster was quite tall and looked like a small dinosaur. The lizardman was wearing a dark purple hooded hoodie. His hands were bandaged and his belt was tied with rope. What happened recently is just luck. Since we have almost the same level, I don't lose anything, decided and Ha. Is it okay that I'm level 8? What is it? He asked his new acquaintances. What? Lower than ours. Khhi Kai. I thought you'd be taller. However, let's hunt together. Kai Kai. The lizard replied. I'll draw the attention of the wolves and attack them. Master Druid Tank and Healer Tank. All you have to do is destroy them one at a time, and the job is done. Amphibian described the plan, pointing a finger at his friend. By the way, the druid was also quite tall. On his head he had a small crow, and her hair is tied up in 2 small pigtails. Everything seems to be well distributed. Yeehaw thought. Nice to meet you. My name is Ha and Ha, the sergeant said. My name is Bimi. I am a poison mage, a master of my craft. The lizard replied. I'm Jin Kong Kong. I'm level 9. The druid replied curtly. Mr. Jin Kong Kong, what is your profession? I decided to clarify and Ha and thought. That's weird. Why did I get such a familiar feeling? After that, the sergeant finally noticed the bird sitting on Jin Kong Kong's head. Wait a minute. A crow? Well, the druid hesitated and hesitated. It's that person. A druid fused due to an electrical failure. I remembered in Ha entries that I read on the forum. You're the one who became a druid because the lights went out, right? Ha, are you from Korea? The druid was taken aback by this bluntness. You've even started to go bald because of stress. I've started recovery therapy. The giant replied sharply, and then fell to his knees and added in frustration. It's alright, I'm used to. Because of this incident, I even got paid off. And I'm from Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh City. The look suits me right. Lizard chimed in cheerfully. Vietnamese plus lizard plus master of poisons. Tank and healer poison slow but accurate shooter. It's a good combination. What's really depressing is that I'm the only one dealing damage. Yeehaw was thinking about the new team. Well, let's try it. Stretched out his fist and Ha. Yes, the druid agreed, holding out his hand as well. Yes, Kai Kai Kai. The lizard joined in. Here and now, a strange team of players who think each other is pathetic has surprisingly formed. It was in the middle of the first special operation to capture the wolves of the new team. The sergeant couldn't concentrate over the croaking of the druid's crow. Kar Kar Kar. It sounds like the annoying voice of a 3-year-old. Why do I hear KWA? Musketeer was getting more and more annoyed. Poisonous saliva. A lizard attacked and actively spat at 2 wolves, which made them very angry. This is crazy. This isn't funny anymore. Yeehaw thought as he watched the lizardman attack. Stop laughing, otherwise my hands will start shaking. If the wolf dodges, I'll lose a whole minute, and Ha couldn't help but laugh as he watched his new teammates. He took aim and fired. BABAMS. The sergeant hit the wolf that the druid was fighting. Another wolf was advancing on the druid, but the hero hit him with a powerful blow with both hands on the head. And at that moment the lizard pierced the stunned predator with a knife. Another wolf appeared behind them, but Yeehaw managed to shoot it and save his comrades. Surprisingly, our communication is effective, decided and Ha. System notification: Musketeer skill has been upgraded to level 3. The level has been upgraded. Yeehaw gained a new level and a golden badge with white feathers appeared above his head. A lizard approached the sergeant. Kai Kai, congratulations on your new level. Ha and Ha. He congratulated the sergeant. The hunt just went really fast. Thank you. The musketeer was embarrassed. That's because Mr. Ha and Ha have a high level of attack power, and Jin Kong Kong did a great job as a tank. Lizardman praised his teammates. Oh, come on. I just have a big body. The druid replied modestly. And they know how to behave in society, said the sergeant. I've collected all the items for the quest, the musketeer said. Already. However, they don't make sense right now. If you get up to 89% experience, your level will increase. When the level rises to 10, you will be able to start the quest with the split eagle so as not to waste time. You can immediately go to it. Then, let's level up, they said in unison and went on their way. Hey, look, there's another team with different player classes. Our new team was noticed by 2 other users and continued to observe their strategy and teamwork during the hunt. Does he fire a gun? This is the first time I've seen a musketeer. Noted by observers after seeing in Ha. Wow, they hunt pretty well. It looks strange, but at the same time normal. Maybe they have good compatibility, they reasoned. Meanwhile, our team's hunt continued. Poisonous saliva. Demi Lizard attacked the mobs. Watching such a well-coordinated work, Yeehaw thought our team is strange, but strong. Mr. Bimmy, amazing. How do you manage to cast on the go? The druid asked his amphibious friend. Kai. Yes, somehow it turns out by itself. The lizard replied. Then the sergeant broke in. Is casting on the go that cool? Yeehaw asked as he fired at the mob at the same time. It's like running around with a full glass of water without spilling it. The druid replied, holding the body of the slain wolf in his hands. Is it Visagno? Yeehaw was surprised and pondered. Come to think of it, so is Ram Hwa Jong. I cast it on the go. Still, it is on the 9th place in the top in the world. The sergeant recalled his friend, and then suddenly it dawned on him. Hey, wait a minute. What makes the top 9 of the world? Maybe that lizard. Phew, we need to get laid. The druid said while sitting on the grass. The sun was already setting, and everyone was resting. Not far from the druid sat Bayomi. Nice work. What percentage of experience do you have? The lizard asked. 0.69%, the druid replied. Even if you start the quest with the golden eagle at level 10, you need 12 or 13 to complete it. Let's start by raising our levels to be more confident. Let's wait until your Ha and Ha experience level reaches 87%. Kai, Lizard suggested. The overall level of a 4-person team is 14, and a 5-person team is 12. Alright, however, he wants us to go after the eagle when I reach level 10. Yes, we all have almost the 10th level. Go after the eagle with such a team. Yeehaw pondered over his teammate's suggestion. Let's get started. Bayami suddenly rose from the ground. Yes, said Yeehaw. Until late in the evening, the team continued to earn experience points and catch wolves. Minus 88% experience. I used all the bullets. Happy and Ha achievement. I'm level 10 and have 28% experience. It will be difficult to raise it again. The druid said, I'm also at level 10 with 42% experience. Should we go to the village and recuperate? Lizard suggested. As expected, they are on the same level. Noticed mentally in Ha. Come on, come what may. The sergeant replied to the lizardman's suggestion. All 3 of them were pretty shabby. They returned to the village and went straight to close the quest. We've collected the wolf skins. 3 men were standing in front of the knight. Oh, it's you, Ha and Ha. Just look at them. Such an unusual team. The NPC was surprised. Great, I have a new level. Now I have 10 euro. What? And Ha saw something in the notification window. Chapter 11. Pack of Beasts. Quest completed. Affinity with all strangers in Kendall Castle increased by 10%. Proximity to the Kendall Castle security team increased by 15%. You have reached 100% proximity with the Kendall Castle security team. Minus 100% proximity. Ha was also surprised. Achievements. Honorary Master of Kendall Castle. You have defeated all those who threatened Kendall Castle. Hidden bosses and Black Angus. You spent a lot of effort defending the village. On behalf of the security team. Appointed Honorary Master. Reward. Strength +2, Agility +2, Intelligence +2. A crowd of users gathered around Yeehaw, noticing the new effect. What's the effect? Is it because the level has gone up? They whispered. Awesome. The sergeant was surprised, watching the strange glow around him. Reputation increases to 30. National public value. Kingdom of Pubile increased by 100. You get 50 copper coins. You get 1 coupon for repairs. Weapons of Candle Castle. I'm so worried. I need to escape. Let me pass. Yeehaw was trying to get out of the crowd. Software. Let's go together. The lizard went after him. They were already outside the village. Since this is a beginner village, it's so easy to attract attention. Yeehaw said as he settled down on the grass. There's nothing you can do about it, Kai. Because everyone sees getting a reputation for the first time. But how did you manage to achieve 100% intimacy? The lizard asked. How did you know? Yeehaw suddenly became alarmed. What kind of lizard is this? He thought. Me. This bright light, the effect of enhancing your reputation. Easily found over the internet. The lizard was taken aback. And yes, so there is such information on the internet. The sergeant replied with a smile, although in fact he was seriously thinking about this question: how did I manage to achieve 100% intimacy? But even if you complete all the quests, doesn't it only increase to 60%? But how to reach 100%? The lizard was cleaning its dagger and couldn't understand such an unexpected breakthrough. I don't understand either. Laughing and haw. This is a worthy reward for my efforts, he thought, remembering his adventures, fighting the Black Angus, a chain of quests with small shops, negotiation skills. At level 5, I did other things, such as completing a quest with a rabbit. Yeehaw replied. It seems that other strangers are also given quests, noticed the druid, and at that moment the lizardman was so surprised that he already dropped his dagger. What's the matter with you, Mr. Beamy? The druid asked him. Neither. Nothing special, kai. The lizardman waved it away and glanced sideways at Yeehaw. Did he mean that he caught Black Agnes at level 5? Lizardman thought. Our team returned to the village and began preparations for the upcoming hike. Yeehaw went to a merchant's shop and bought some equipment. Terribly expensive. However, if you use this method can get 40 sets. The sergeant thought as he walked away from the satisfied merchant. Then he went to the knight for a new quest. Ha and Ha Kun. One last request. The knight began, but the sergeant quickly cut him off. The Golden Eagle. I knew it. Really. Honorary master's degree even when he asks for something. Then, the knight was saying, but Yeehaw was clearly in a hurry. I understand you, please hurry up. The sergeant asked, have you become so impatient? The knight was angry, but still showed the quest right away here. Lord of Mount Candle. The reason the wolves came down was because of the eagles on Candle Mountain. You must kill a group of golden eagles and their king. Target, golden eagle wing feathers. Reward, increased affinity with the Candle Castle security team by 14%. Letter of recommendation from the Musketeer Academy. 90 copper coins. You can no longer increase your affinity with the Candle Castle Public Security Squad. The reward has been changed. The national public value of the Kingdom of Pubile will increase by 30 units, 90 copper coins. Since proximity has reached its maximum, does the national social value increase instead? Yeehaw was surprised. The friends gathered at the village gate. Did everyone get the quests? Yeehaw asked. Even the crow is full. The druid replied. I've also finished my preparations. The lizard added. Then go ahead. Let's go and try to finish the final exam. He asked the team, and there was a high mountain ahead. In front of the mountain was a forest, through which our heroes went to meet their new achievements. Along the way, they met other users who passed the same quest. Failure again. Only the tank died, right. What should I do? Wait for a tank from the reserve. Are you crazy? Why do we need to wait 48 hours? Let's just ignore it. Servant Wolf doesn't even give you experience. Are you out of your mind? What should we do if they follow us? Just run away is enough, because you brought them all in, and the tank died. The players swore along the way. Terrible atmosphere. Decided and watching the quarrel of users. You didn't get anything wrong. The plague. You. Did you just call me you? So what? You want me to apologize? Unknown users were quarreling, and the team and thought it's time to create a new group for the battle. There were a lot of people at the foot of the mountain, some preparing to complete the quest, some selling useful tools. Come and see. Sold potion XP soap bubble, 30% for 10 minutes. Scroll for sale. The fire arrow, 80 units of silver per sheet. I have a potion that restores 25% MP. Damn it. Looking for a group of level 11 magicians. A solid tank. After seeing the whole show, Yeehaw was shocked. This is crazy. No, he said. If the group does not have good interaction, then at least the clothes should be fine. The lizard replied. The strangest thing about our team is that when we interact, we are the best team, aren't we? The druid asked, giving Yeehaw new food for thought. The group of 4 that fought earlier also said that the tank died, even though they had everything, but they still failed. Will they try to attack the 3 of us as well? The sergeant was wary of the words of other users and suggested, hey, what about creating a full party? Yeehaw asked, who are you going to put in here? Kai. Create a mess in the interaction at the 10th level. The lizard rejected the offer. We can only use this method if we get to the boss. The sergeant thought, but the lizard added, don't worry too much about it, Kai. What? Ha was also surprised. Why did I choose such an ugly character? The amphibian winked conspiratorially. Well, there must be a hidden place that even this lizard believes in, Yeehaw thought. Then I'll leave it to you. The druid said, Kai. In that case, I'll only trust Master Ha and Ha. The lizardman added, how burdensome. Well, shall we go? The sergeant asked, and the 3 of them moved toward the bluish teleportation window. Somewhere on top of a mountain. Attacking. Ram Hwa Yon screamed as 3 wolves ran towards her. Out of the way. My sister pushed it away and began to concentrate the ice crystals in her hands. Frosty fog. She waved her hand and the wolves froze in the ice block. Me. I'll finish it. The pyromancer sister was eager. Take care of your mana, they don't give you experience anyway. Hwa Jong quieted her. And what if they don't give you any experience? The eldest ram was sad. Look at them, they don't use more than 1% mana. Hwa Jong pointed her finger at the wolves that had been pierced by ice arrows. Is this a high level? And you're saying that you want to save mana, so you have to keep the initiative in your own hands. The ice mage said, since you're here, we'll quickly complete the quest. However, you are a sister, you must complete this. Got it, got it. Let's deal with this quickly. Create the strongest magic spell, Hwa Jong said. Oh, from here, isn't it too far away? The fire sister hesitated. Create a spell, Hwa Jong said, and started chanting her spell in another language. Everything around her was glowing, and as she continued to cast the spell, she raised her eyes to the sky. There, huge eagles were hovering right above the girls. A snowstorm, Hwa Jong said, and instantly dozens of sharp ice spears pierced almost all the huge birds in the sky and they fell down at her feet. Sister, finish it, Hwa Jong said as she gathered the material. See you later, the ice mage added as she entered the portal. Fire arrow, and Hwa Jong finished off the birds. Instance dungeon. Kings of Mount Candle entrance. Sergeant Iha was already climbing out of the portal when he heard his comrades talking. Jin Gong Gong, do you have all the water skills? The lizardman asked the druid. Water skills. There are some, but I can't use them during combat. If you hit it, everything will shatter, the lizardman remarked. It's fine, it's enough that you can use them at all, the druid replied. Does he know the skills of other specialties as well? Only the newcomer Iha was surprised. Master Ha Iha, it won't be bad if you follow behind us. The lizard asked. Should I be behind you? Iha asked. If you look at it, you will understand everything. The lizard replied. Chapter 12. The lizard lifted its head and began to make strange noises. What is he going to do? Aya thought for a moment, but then the lizard started spitting on its body. Poisonous saliva. The lizard covered itself all over with its venom. What is he doing with his body? The sergeant was already afraid. Come on, Mr. Jin Kong Kong is using a spirit that will apply unity with nature, and Mr. Ha and Ha will follow from behind. Amphibian said. The musketeer still didn't understand what his companion meant. Us, after all, the wolves are attacking. No, he said. Just watch. They will never reach us. Kai Kai the lizardman said confidently. This is where the servant wolves' territory begins. If you manage to destroy at least 5 of the most aggressive individuals, they will come to an end. We'll have to cover about 20 before we get to the Golden Eagle. What the hell are we going to do? Thought Iha as he moved forward. Ahead of them, the group saw a huge and very vicious wolf. Apparently there were a lot of them. They're here, Iha shouted. Mr. Bimi, there's a wolf, a wolf. I told you, just watch, said the lizard and confidently walked straight into the bushes where a bunch of servant wolves were waiting for them. What are you doing? Why did you go there? Does he want to run away while I shoot? Panicked and Ha. The wolves were growling at Bimi, and he was giving off a strange smell. But then they just stopped paying attention to him. Kai Kai Kai. I knew it. The lizard rejoiced. How did you do it? Iha was confused and hid behind the druid out of fear. Google has created an artificial intelligence that is close to reality. Wolves see us as food. However, they won't touch dead prey, right? In addition, Lizidia has a certain resistance to poison, so I chose this particular race. Mr. Chin Kong Kong can disguise himself as a tree because of the spirit becoming one with nature. It will cover Mr. Yeehaw, so it will be difficult to recognize your smell. The druid became like a tree and the musketeer was surprised at such a good plan. Yeehaw was amazed and thought so this is how racial advantages are used. In addition, he knows about the skills of other professions, a game in which you need to find system gaps in order to find your weaknesses and strengths. Goopal realized a strange power. Hey, what's the crow in the background? A crow appeared in the sky, cawing loudly and calling for its master. The druid froze in place. Mr. Jin Kong Kong. Crow, crow, you will make a call. You made the call. The servant wolves finally saw the 3 of us thanks to the crow, and they surrounded them and were ready to attack. If that's the case, we need to leave, the lizardman said. Too much? There are more than 30 of them. Frantically searched for options in Ha. Sorry, it's my fault, so I'll take the hit. Go away, and I'll hold them off, the druid said sadly. Mr. Jin Kong Kong, thank you. The lizard thanked him. No, it's my fault. Don't worry about me. Take the tank and finish the quest. Then see you in 48 hours, the druid said finally. But we can't just leave him here to die. We've been playing together for so long. There must be something. The musketeer tried to find a way out. Don't ignore what I said, the druid repeated again. What are you talking about? Don't worry about anything, the lizard replied. Artificial intelligence that is close to reality. If we find a breach in the system, Wait a minute. What if? Iha came up with an idea and hurried to implement it. Mr. Jin Kong Kong, don't attack them. You're sorry to say goodbye, aren't you? Iha said as he pulled out the powder bottles from his pocket. If we delay, the wolves will attack first. I'd rather not. The druid tried to dissuade him. If we live together, we must die together, Iha said as he pulled out 2 bags of gunpowder from his stock. Do we have a way? There's only 1 musket for everyone, Lizard asked, trying to figure out what the man was up to. What is he doing? Did you fill up 2 bags of gunpowder? By any thought, you don't even have any ammo. Lizardman tried to dissuade the sergeant again, but Io was adamant. Great, so everyone, close your ears, Iha said as he pointed the gun towards the wolves and immediately fired. There was a deafening explosion and smoke rose all around. "Oh, I don't hear anything," the druid babbled. "What are you doing?" The lizard was indignant. "It's over. I thought they'd run away." Thought in Ha. "We could all have died." "Eh?" The lizard stopped and saw that the wolf was moving back. "Let's get over here," Iha shouted to his companions and hurried to his feet. "What? Eh? What?" The lizard didn't understand. "Why do the wolves run away?" the druid asked. "I'll tell you everything after we leave here." I ran as fast as I could in Ha. Already on the run, the comrades did not stop asking. "What the hell was that just now?" the lizard asked. "I was just trying to modify something." "Modify it? When I did will work much faster than poison or spirit skill." "Run away. Wait for me," the lizardman shouted. They ran a good distance away and tried to catch their breath. "I think their aggression has become less, right?" Iha asked. "Looks like it, since they're not following us," the druid replied. "It's true. How could this happen?" "Really? The smell? Did the smell of gunpowder scare them?" the lizard suddenly realized. "Awesome. Really?" the druid also asked. "Yeah, because this game is similar to the real world. Even people find it hard to breathe this kind of air, even more so for wolves. Thank God. I didn't expect this to happen with 2 bags of gunpowder. I was afraid that I would damage my musket." Iha rejoiced. "It's unbelievable. Your knowledge and profession are amazing. Master and Ha, have you played Midrose yet?" Suddenly the lizard asked a strange question. "We're playing it now," Iha replied, surprised by the strange question. "Oh, well, because..." Yes, that's right. "Well, let's go quickly." The lizard hesitated and tried to jump off the topic. "This lizard is so suspicious," thought Iha. "Gentlemen, I need to move away to call the crow. Could you look away for a second?" The druid turned to his companions and was very confused. "You won't be able to use the skill if someone is watching. I've never heard of such abilities." Both Ha and Bayani were surprised. "No, I'm just a little shy," the druid replied, and suddenly both Ha and the lizard said, "I'm not sure. Let's see what's out there. Can I record the screen?" "Okay, what are you talking about?" "Ah, good. Even though I'm ashamed." The druid agreed, but he was trembling with embarrassment. "Come on, cheer us up." His companions gloated. "The crow, I challenge you," the druid said loudly and took a strange stance. Both Ha and lizard were rolling with laughter. "What the hell? Ha 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 ha, crazy. Awesome, ha ha ha. If you don't want it, the summoning might not work. Nature worship is a must for druids. You need to put your whole soul into the call," Shin Kong Kong was explaining. "After seeing all this, the crow should fly," the lizard asked. "This is too much, Mr. Raven," the musketeer said. "I've finished. The summoning ability and my dignity destroyed a level 10 raven," the druid cried. "The crow has arrived, so let's get going," Iha said, and the companions continued on to the very top of the sinister mountain. We've finally reached the boss. Chapter 13. A huge eagle soared high above our heroes. "Is it an eagle?" Iha was startled. "How? You see," the lizard chimed in. "Awesome," the druid added. "This game increases the size of monsters every time, isn't it?" "What kind of eagle is this?" "Compared to a rabbit that was about the size of a bull, this eagle was about the size of a mini plane." "And then what?" "With the whole building, monsters will probably be. If ordinary eagles have a wingspan of about 2.5 meters, then this one has at least 4 times more. In short, more than 10 meters is for sure." Iha pondered, and the thought made his head spin. "Let's scout the situation and go." "Didn't I tell you about the scheme?" Bainey asked his companions. "Yes, I remember everything," the druid replied. "Great. First there will be an attack during the descent. If the eagle grabs Mr. Ha and Ha even once, there is a chance that he will be left without hands. Watch out for a brutal murder from this guy," the lizard explained. "How many more times will I have to risk my life in this game?" Was annoyed and Ha. "Then there will be an attack in the form of a sound wave. Crouching on a tree branch, he will let out a terrible cry. If we are hit by this attack, we will be stunned. And in this case, we will be dinner for this bird." Bainey continued. "He can eat us alive." Iha asked. "Do we need to do enough damage while he's in the tree?" The druid asked. That's right. If his stamina drops below 30%, he will no longer be able to fly up and will launch an attack from the ground. At this time, you, Mr. Jin Gong Gong, will try to uproot the tree, or you will start throwing stones at the eagle. Of course, if we survive to this point, it's impossible to attack first, so I'll first attract the attention of the smaller creatures. Told the continuation of the super plan lizard. No, don't do that. I'll hit it. Ihan interrupted. Are you going to shoot first? The lizard asked in surprise. Yes, but it will be safer if I attract the attention of the lesser eagles and we deal with them first. It's safe, isn't it? If we attract their attention one at a time, we can basically kill them. Why take such a risk? The lizard persisted. Meanwhile, the druid pondered the distance. Long distance. Can I get in? What is it? He asked the musketeer, who was taking aim at the air. Let's see the approximate distance. About 90 meters. The sergeant replied. Mr. Ha and Ha, are you kidding me? It's a whole 90 meters. The lizard was getting angry. Can you calculate it? The druid asked. If it doesn't work out, then you, Mr. Beamy, immediately prepare to attack. The sergeant replied calmly. Well, Ash Stump. The lizard was angry. And you are Mr. Jin Gong Gong? The sergeant asked the druid. Me, he asked. Lie down here and curl up. The sergeant pointed to the ground in front of him. Excuse me. What he was up to, the druid didn't understand. Come on, lie down. You will be the mainstay. The sergeant replied, and the giant had no choice but to obey. Wow, just perfect. And no tripod is needed. The musketeer rejoiced. Thank God. By the way, if you can't breathe, you'll be staggering. The sergeant asked him. He wants me to take my last breath. Is it just me, or is his true nature constantly coming out? The druid was depressed. It moves at a distance of 95 to 110 meters. With each flap of the wings, it rises to a height of approximately 2-3 meters. If the bullet's speed was a little faster, it would be easier. Calculated the circumstances and Ha. All right, start. A little further than the location of the golden eagle. Fire, and Ha took aim and fired. Got it. As soon as it goes down, get ready to nap. Before erasure. Seriously, Ha received a notification from the system. It turned out that he had killed a golden eagle with his last shot. It can't be. Well, his companions, like himself and Ha, were surprised. Did you really take him down with one punch? Super duper. Lizardman and Druid began to cheer. It looks like it. He actually died with a single attack. I still couldn't figure out what happened, Sarge. Yes, I did. But how did this happen? Notification from the system. King of the Golden Eagles, Lord of Candle Mountain is defeated. Level up. The Musketeer's skill is level 4. Golden Eagle Feather received. Achievement, conquering the Lord of Mount Candle. Congratulations. King of the Golden Eagles, Lord of Mount Candle eliminated. The predators that threaten the castle village will return to their ecosystem. Reward, Strength +1, Agility +1, Stamina +1, Willpower +1. The team collected the necessary materials at the battle site. The Druid and Lizardman were extremely happy with their new levels and new skills. Mr. Yeehaw, you're so awesome. This is the second time I've received an achievement, and the skill level has also increased. The Druid thanked his companion. Ahaha, thank God, and Ha answered. I'm not dreaming. Get an achievement in one hit. Perplexed Lizard, characterized by special suspicion. Before the dungeon closes, you need to collect meat. Golden Eagle meat. The sergeant thought. After 30 seconds, an automatic dungeon escape will occur. I have 2 more achievement windows, and I got the Golden Eagle meat. One-hit miracle achievement, King of the Golden Eagles. Congratulations. With just one attack, the Golden Eagle was instantly defeated. For such a veteran, aren't you ashamed to play in the rookie zone? Keep this place young. However, I'm still going to make you another little gift. Effect, Strength +2, Agility +2, Intelligence +2. Leave the place young. Am I already at level 11? Achievement, Etymology of the Sniper. Congratulations, Snipe Shooter. You are a real sniper who has hit the flying beast from a distance of over 100 meters. Then I'll tell you the first wise saying of a sniper. Make it so that even I don't know you're shooting. Reward, Agility +6, Stamina +3, Intelligence +3, Skill Restore Calm in the village. It looks like I hit that eagle while it was climbing up. I can't believe the distance was over 100 meters. We have to leave the dungeon. The portal has opened, the Druid said. All right, the sergeant said, but he noticed another notification. Hey, another one. You are the second winner of the achievement Etymology of the Sniper. The first 3 registered holders of the achievement are inducted into the Hall of Fame. The effect obtained before increases by 2 times. Effect, Dexterity +12. Hall of Fame, Happy and Ha. We're done, so here we go. The lizard called again. Oh, yes, I'm coming. With this dungeon, Yeehaw said. We're done, too, Yeehaw said as he walked out of the dungeon with his companions. Already in the village. All stats increased by +1. Did we really complete our graduation quest? It's the first time I've received such an achievement since my first 100% Acolyte Affinity level. Level F, the druid said happily. Really? This is an E rank achievement. All this time, the lizardman was watching the dialogue. How did you do it? What is it? He asked suddenly. Hey, what exactly? Yeehaw replied. How did you get into it? How it happened? Cough, cough. With just one punch. And it was a boss monster. Beamy persisted. What's the matter with you? Isn't it a good thing that we've dealt with everything so quickly? The druid asked the lizardman. Hell, that's not the point. For our level, for our abilities, it was simply an impossible task. It was the boss. Even with a druid, it would have taken us a long time. It wasn't a buff by any chance. The lizard suspected the musketeer of trickery. You saw it all standing there. Yeehaw answered. I didn't think I could land a critical hit myself. Then, it was just crit. An attack. Beamy asked. I was just lucky. I didn't know that he would recoil with one shot. If I did this every time, I'd already be at LV 50, wouldn't I? Ha also made excuses. It would be nice, though. The lizardman looked at the musketeer in disbelief, narrowing his eyes like that makes him look even more intimidating. Yeehaw remarked. I'm sorry, I've never seen anything like this before, so I'm so worked up. Beamy apologized and finally calmed down. Me too. It feels like we've won a lotto game. The druid smiled. You could say that. Musketeer replied and thought about the achievements and their descriptions. The first wise saying of a sniper. Even Beamy, who assembled the team, has such a reaction. You need to remember this saying well. He decided and the guys went to close their quests. I knew my insight wouldn't fail me. Thank you, Ha and Ha. The knight was saying. And thank you, platoon leader Mr. Zit. Notification from the system. The feat level for the Pubisal Kingdom has been raised to 30. Level up. Here, take this. This is an invitation to the Brown Bess Musket Academy. This is the best academy on the continent. The commander held out the scroll. A letter of recommendation has been received from the Brown Bess Musket Academy. Received 90 copper coins. Brown Bess, isn't that the same British Empire musket? Yeehaw thought as he recalled a bit of history. I think you've already realized your flaw, but I'm giving you this to make your eyes even sharper, said the commander. Thank you. Yeehaw thanked him and pondered over his words. A flaw. I already received the title knows a little about weaknesses. Is that why he mentioned Feflaw? If you think about it, I also had a few Dogda achievements. Thought in Ha. Yeehaw, the commander suddenly embraced the musketeer with all his tenderness and began to thank him. Thank you for everything. You've done so much for our empire. The musketeer was confused. What? The proximity level is already higher than 100. He thought. I'm the one who should thank you, Mr. Platoon Leader. Yeehaw replied to Commander Zit and under the gaze of the crowd of other players who were gossiping about the NPC's behavior. What was that? Was he hugged by an NPC? Was it a free hug? This is the first time I've seen this. People were gossiping, and the musketeer had army memories. After moving away, the teammates shared their plans. Well, what are you going to do next? Yeehaw asked his friends. My next destination is the Emerald Forest. Professional druid training takes place there. Mr. Chin Kong Kong replied. I'm heading for the Tamba jungle. It's near the Emerald Forest. Mr. Beamy added. I'll go to the capital. I think it's the city of Ale or something. Added and Ha. That's a pity. Our team is so cool. The druid said. Kai, but you're coming with me. Won't you come with me? The lizardman asked him. What are you talking about? I am so glad to go with you, Mr. Beamy. The druid said, and the sergeant hurried to reassure them. What are you doing? It's not like we won't see each other again. Besides, we're friends with each other. Otherwise, I'm going to get too busy. After a brief goodbye, the druid and the lizardman set off. See you later, Mr. Yeehaw. Have a good trip, Mr. Ha and Ha. Kai. Earnestly raise the level, let's create a team next time. The musketeer said goodbye, and as soon as his friends were out of sight, he rejoiced in his solitude. I'm finally alone. Musketeer opened the player status window. Status window. How did this happen in the first place? He was surprised watching his parameters. Achieve the miracle of one hit, King of the Golden Eagles. Achievement etymology of Sniper. The second registered holder of the achievement etymology of the Sniper, and the second in the whole world. Character window. No matter how you look at it, it all seems like a joke. I didn't get anything but dexterity before, and then both my strength and intelligence went over 30. Character window. Name Ha and Ha. Race is a person. Class Musketeer. Level 12. Rank knows a little about weaknesses. Achievements 10. XP 540. MP 130. Strength minus 31. Dexterity 85, Intelligence 30, Stamina 25, Willpower 12, remaining stat points 40. All my stats have grown so much. Even the 40 remaining unallocated points are there. Okay, let's save these points for now and see what new skill I got. The sergeant happily looked at his parameters. Calm beginner's heart. When you aim at a moving target, you must remain calm. Once you have calmed your mind, your hands stop shaking. Effect. Hit probability increases by 15 for 3 seconds %. Mana 50. Rest time 30 minutes. It's not so. It would be nice if the numbers 3 and 30 were reversed. Novice Musketeer skill. The more you use the musket, the better you can handle it. Increase target hit rate and cooldown rate. Effect. Additional increase in the probability of hitting the target 1.5%. Additional cooldown speed 1.5%. And this, it sucks, for each level plus 0.5% is somehow not enough. Well, I won't show off, though. I'd rather build up my experience gradually. I checked everything and now even somehow it became easier on the soul. Closed all the windows in Ha. The most important thing right now is to report the completion of the quest. Musketeer decided and went to see the famous Madame Lu, the owner of the Sacred Grill. Hello. He greeted a woman of enormous size. Mom is, who is it? And Ha knows a little about weaknesses. How was the hunt? Successful. Madame Lu greeted the musketeer and approached him. Yes, everything went well, the polite musketeer replied and mentally asked, don't call me that title and don't get so close to me. My God, you did it so fast. You're not trying to outsmart me, are you? Madame Lu said slyly as she opened the package of golden eagle meat. No, what nonsense. I have received so much help from you, madam. The sergeant flattered her openly. Oh ho. Thank you, madam replied. If I tricked her, I would turn into a piece of meat myself. The musketeer remembered the first threats. Dear mummy, what elasticity. It's definitely golden eagle meat, Madame Lu said, handing the sergeant a silver coin. Silver at last, the sergeant said happily. Wait, I'll make you a lunch box. Meet up with Kai Yimai. He was upset because you didn't see him last time. Madame Lu was telling me about her chef. Really? Yeehaw asked. He was sharpening his knife, saying that he would like to meet you because you don't often meet such people. Kayahaha. If it's fast, then I have to go. Yeehaw was terrified after hearing Madame Lu's story. What is the connection between the fact that he wanted to see me and the fact that he was sharpening a knife? Don't say such terrible things with such a happy face. Thought in Ha. Kai Yimai, Ha and Ha. Before Madame Lu could finish, a huge man in chef's clothes came flying out of the kitchen. You say the meat has arrived. Stop it, he shouted. Did he just call me meat? The sergeant was frightened. Great. Very elastic. Myasco of the highest grade. The man held the musketeer's hands tightly as he spoke while looking at the meat behind Wu Yiha. Don't say that while looking me in the eye. Tell that to the piece of meat next to you, thought the frightened sergeant. Thank you so much. I didn't think I'd meet someone who would bring such good meat. The cook hugged the sergeant very hard. It seems that you are very fond of meat. There are no bad people among those who love meat. Kai Yimai, the cook, persisted. Sleep. Please let me go first. Oh my God, someone save me. The sergeant was already giving up his last breath. Did you have any thoughts to start studying cooking? The cook suddenly asked the sergeant seriously. What? The sergeant wondered. Chapter 14. Oh, wait, what? Cooking? The appearance of a production skill. The game does not have a separate class like chef because all classes are combat. However, it is impossible to say that this profession does not exist. There are players who choose warriors to become blacksmiths. I've heard that it's very profitable. Thought in Ha. Wait a minute. Then what skill is cooking? Basic or production? It turns out that the skills associated with cooking are slaughtering, collecting, farming, fishing, and so on. You can learn 2 crafting skills, and it will be more useful to choose those that can bring a lot of money or help in the battle. Cooking is a controversial skill. The lunchbox that Madame Lu gave me was not for sale. But what if I can sell food that will constantly increase stats? There's no point in thinking anymore. After all his analysis, the sergeant finally gave his answer. All right, let me go, finally. Excellent. You made an amazing choice. Every day you will have a short course of cooking. I'll hammer it all into your head. Chef Kai Yimai was delighted. Vobit, wait, what? Ha was also surprised. Cooking is an art. However, all art begins with the basics. The cook replied. Notification from the system. Daily cooking lessons from Chef Kai Mifiger. Giants have more refined tastes than other races. Chief Kai Mifiger likes you. Dishes should not only taste good, but also be good for the body. You will be able to feel the full power of his skills after one day of training, but also useful for the body. You will be able to experience the full power of his skills after one day of training. But of course you should not think that in one day you will get the skills of a chef. Content: cooking lessons from Chef Kai Mifiger. Reward: cooking skill. Do you agree? Yes, no. Hahaha. If you want to learn everything in one day, you'll have to work hard, the chef said cheerfully. After all, the game allows you to master a skill in just a day. And then I was afraid, because it was written daily lessons. The sergeant was delighted. Good, now help me properly. The cook's tone suddenly changed. Help. Yeehaw was shocked by what was happening. Have you ever thought that the fastest way to learn how to cook is to cook yourself? I'll teach you in practice, the cook said in a commanding voice. Okay, show me everything. Agreed, Sergeant. And they got to work. During my service, I lived in an army dormitory for quite a long time, and Toting was engaged decently. If it's a simple dish, then no problem. What's more, I'll only have to sweat for a day. And this is not terrible, Yeehaw naively thought as he sliced the vegetables. Why are you hesitating? When removing the skin, make it as thin as possible. Start with the shell and cut. What are you doing? You're only spoiling the meat. Or do you want me to set you an example by cutting your finger? What is this garbage? Food becomes shit after being eaten. And you decided to cook shit right away. Trying your best. I don't need you to try your best, just do it. It's fine. Even a dog won't eat it. Damn it. Do you think this is frying? Bring the priest here. We can still save this rabbit. Mother of God. And I also said that I'm going to teach cooking to this jerk. If only I could go back in time, I would talk myself out of it even if I had to cut out my tongue. Damned. The kid. Chief Kai Mai raged. UHA ha ha ha. If I shoot that NPC, I won't be able to play anymore, right? The sergeant was already seething at the cook's insults. I want to shoot him. 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 What is it? He thought. The X moment has arrived. The chef tried the dish prepared by Yeehaw. Well, let's see. He brought a piece of meat to his mouth and chewed vigorously, looking serious. If he still doesn't like something, I will definitely shoot him. Just really, I'll shoot you and end this game. Yeehaw was angry and tense before the culinary judge's decision. It's magical. I can't believe you could make this in just one day. It's probably because you have a great teacher, isn't it? The cook suddenly praised him. Notification from the system. The cooking skill has been learned. You can use different ingredients and create dishes. And I've been holding back all day, so let's not lose our cool now. Exhausted and barely smiling, Yeehaw left the kitchen to escape from the cruel Chef Kai Mai. Thank you for teaching me. No, he said. Energy dropped below 30% negative effect activation. Yeah, I thought I was debuffed. Yeehaw shook as he walked into the hall, where he was met by Madame Lu. Mom is leaving already? Madame Lu asked good-naturedly. Yes, already, so you can close up, Yeehaw said weakly. Then bring your lunchbox, Madame Lu said. Exactly, lunchbox. Yeehaw reached for the package, but the owner of the sacred grill moved the lunchbox a little out of Musketeer's reach. Oh ho ho ho. She laughed. Why? It doesn't move. Yeehaw couldn't reach. And then Madame Lu, the tavern owner, started a conversation that Musketeer Yeehaw clearly didn't like right now. I want to ask you something, Ha and Ha. No, she said. Another quest. The sergeant thought. You'll listen to my request, won't you? Ho ho ho. The giant woman asked steadily. It's against the rules not to say what the request is, but to ask you to accept it right away. Yeehaw replied, trying to resist Madame Lu's pressure. Why are you so cold? Madame asked, setting down another red, wrapped lunchbox. Another lunchbox, Musketeer Yeehaw thought. He wasn't thinking about accepting new quests right now, and was clearly exhausted from the long journey, the chain of previous quests. Notification from the system. Continuation of Chapter 14. Why are you so cold? Asked Madame Lu excitedly. Another lunchbox. I also managed to notice HM before the system received a notification about a new task. System notification, lobby for the second shop Holy Grill in the capital. The food is ready. Candle Castle's meat flavor is the best on the entire continent. This is the last request of Madame Lu, who wants to open a second Holy Grill outlet in the capital city of Ailstoke. You need to give this letter and the lunchbox to my little sister who lives in the capital. However, it won't be easy. I only trust you Ha and Ha. Content, give Madame Chu, who lives in the capital of Ailstoke, a lunchbox and a letter within 1 month. Reward for successful completion. Invitation to the opening of the second point of the Holy Grill. Failure condition. Exceeding the deadline, destroying the lunchbox. In case of failure, minus 50% intimacy with Madame Liu, minus 20% closeness to all NPCs in Candle Castle, minus 15% proximity to all NPCs in the capital city of Allstock. It's just a delivery quest. What's so hard about it? Hee-haw was indignant. And what is the reward? Shouldn't the reward for the last quest in the series be decent? The musketeer thought. However, if I fail the quest, I will be charged a lot. And Ha asked hesitantly, just deliver it and that's it, right? Madame Liu replied with a smile, sure. Hee-haw persisted. Is your little sister, Miss Chu, by any chance a monster that eats people? Is her home in some deep forest? Oh my god, Madame Liu exclaimed. How can you say that about a child who lives peacefully in the capital? Not understanding what was happening, Hee-haw asked, then what is the difficulty of the quest? In the person, Madame Liu replied in a calm voice. In a person, Hee-haw asked, surprised. Madame Liu said softly, the world is not a peaceful place. Is this lunchbox going to be chased by some killer? Said Hee-haw in alarm. This can't happen. Oh my god. The woman laughed loudly. It sounds good, though, she smiled. Then she added in a half-whisper, covering her mouth, the murder of the stranger who defended the Holy Grail lunchbox. Hee-haw shouted out of indignation and resentment, I ask you to hold back your made-up stories. After all, the one who can die is me. The musketeer's voice was hurt. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, Madame Liu said with a smile. However, this is not a bad marketing ploy. Oh ho ho ho. The woman couldn't help but laugh. No matter how you look at it, she's serious. Hee-haw thought resentfully. But the offensive thoughts were interrupted by another thought. 500 kilometers directly to the capital. Walking will take about 10 days. A road plan was already maturing in my head. If from the capital of Ailstoke to Candle Castle is about 500 kilometers. So the road will probably be so-so. So it can't be called a straight path. Hee-haw thought hard. The journey will take at least 15 days. And if I'm unlucky enough to wander into the mountains, I won't make it in time. That was the thought that scared him the most. The actual travel time is about 4 days. But anyway, I have to go. The Musket Academy is also located in the capital. I do not know what will happen to me on the way, but I have to go. Hee-haw said to himself with a smile. I'll do it, said Hee-haw proudly. Madame Liu pointed at the red and violet lunch boxes and said, Ha and ha, thank you. This lunchbox contains golden eagle meat. Give it to my sister Chu. However, it won't go bad on the way. The guy asked warily. Madame Liu said with a smile, it has conservation magic applied to it, so it will be fresh for 3 months. Oh ho ho ho. The woman laughed and added, but even if the lunchbox doesn't go bad, I can't guarantee that the taste will stay the same. You're not going to ruin my dream by delivering a tasteless meal, are you? No, ha and ha. Madame Liu asked with narrowed eyes. Of course not. Ha ha ha, said Hee-haw in confusion. Then I'm counting on you. Oh ho ho, the woman said as she handed over the lunch boxes. Hee-haw took the lunch boxes with trembling hands and said only, yes. The strange and dangerous quest has begun. How delicious. Taking a bite of fried meat from his lunch box, Hee-haw was surprised. This lunchbox has more effect than the one with Black Angus. The guy was surprised when the system started to increase points. Dexterity +3, stamina +1. All my fatigue from cooking was instantly removed. Hee-haw thought. System notification, special lunchbox. A special lunchbox made by the owner of the Holy Grail, Madame Liu. The Lord of Mount Candle even tastes majestic. Not for sale. Effect, dexterity +3, stamina +1. After eating his fill, Hee-haw sat down on the bench and thought, it would be cool if I could make such a lunchbox myself and sell it. Eh? The guy exclaimed, remembering the red lunchbox that was lying on the bench to his right. This box is also interesting to me. If this is a bribe, then perhaps this lunchbox tastes better than the one with the golden eagle meat. Ha picked up the lunchbox and started looking at it. Can you see what it is? Subject information. Holding the bundle to his nose, the musketeer thought, it doesn't even smell. System notification, rare offering lunchbox, fried dish of a unique class, which contains all the culinary techniques of the Holy Grail. The moment the lunchbox is opened, all breathing living things become Madame Liu's robes. The only drug that is allowed in the state is Holy Grail barbecue. For sale. Effect, strength +5, dexterity +10, stamina +5. Stats can go up as much as 20. And for sale. Hee-haw shouted enthusiastically. The whirl of thoughts in his head made the guy's head spin. Am I not dreaming? It's also a rare item. Where else is there an item that will raise your stat level by 4 just by eating what's inside? Hee-haw's inner voice said in an angry voice, I'll hide it first. How much will I get it if I sell it? Cold sweat trickled from his forehead and down his cheek. The system returned new data. 89,557. Premium sale, selling a one-handed special class sword of level 180. 89,556. I sell 50 gold coins. My $. $. 89,555. I will buy 50 silver coins. Please hurry up, we need it right now. 89,554. I will buy a great sword of outstanding class 80 level. The appearance of the sword doesn't interest me. 89,553. I sell leather shoes of level 100. Movement speed plus 15%. Dexterity plus 6. 14,000,001. 89,552. I will buy 30 gold coins. I want to complete the transaction as quickly as possible. Just like before, for 1 gold coin, 100,001. An outstanding class one-handed sword that increases movement speed by plus 15%. And agility by plus 6%. Tin plate, 14,000,001. A couple more trickles of sweat ran down my cheek from the strain. After logging out of the game, Yeehaw sat in his wheelchair and searched for information on the internet. Madame Lu's lunchbox has no class restrictions, and it doesn't need any equipment. You can say that this is a cheat item that raises your skills if you just eat it. Such an item will cost a tidy sum. One thought followed another. The guy searched for any information that might interest him. Can I put it up for 50,000,001? No, I can sell it for 100,000,001. He read in a whisper. 100 million in cash. 100 million. 100 million. Yeehaw shouted. Then the man who had caught his breath calmly began to reason. Out of the 2 billion that is needed for treatment, 100 million is 5%. Get a grip on yourself, ha and ha. A gunslinger shouldn't indulge his emotions, a commanding voice said in his head. If I sell this lunchbox, the 100% proximity level will disappear, and as soon as I arrive in the capital, I will be hit by a wave of anger. However, does it compare to the 100,000,001 I can get? And the musketeer closed his eyes for a moment and imagined the players judging him. Even if I fail the quest, my relationship with the NPCs will simply be ruined. I don't care if I quit the game after that. Yeehaw stared intently at the computer screen. Although I'm not going to give it up after I earn 100 million. Damn, thoughts and Ha intertwined in an incomprehensible tangle of contradictions, and he went back to the game. While I was going through all the stages of loading, and Ha thought, at least they would give me a normal reward for completing the quest. What kind of nonsense is this? Just some kind of invitation to open a second store, and it's worth 100,000,001. If I go there, will they give me 1,000 gold coins? Maybe I should just send this item to hell and sell it and betray Madame Lu. A woman's scream interrupted his thoughts. No way. What a betrayal in the game. Ha and Ha, help yourself while it's warm. What's wrong with this picture? Musketeer remarked, exiting the game again. She's just an NPC. It may be realistic, but it's still just a program. Yeehaw's thoughts were getting crazier and more contradictory. When she said beware of a human, she didn't mean someone else, but me. In the stream of thoughts, the mother's native voice was heard, son. The boy turned at the sound. Why is such a young man sighing so much? Something happened. Oh, Mom, are you still awake? The son asked. I wanted to drink some water. Why aren't you in bed yet? Very busy. My mother said indignantly. I'll be going to bed soon. Don't worry. Yeehaw replied with a smile. Good. Tomorrow there will be a lot of guests who have made a large order, so I may be late. I'll make you some snacks, so don't forget to eat, Mom said, closing the door behind her. Why do I doubt it? Thought the guy while again loaded into the world of virtual reality. We need to think more simply. Besides, I can doubt it later. But anyway, I have to go to the capital. Fully loaded into the new location, and Ha went to the next store. Master, the youth shouted. Ha and Ha, are you here? The salesman who was standing behind the shop shouted enthusiastically. Seeing and Ha, the seller was delighted. Bajicki, have you collected anything today? The musketeer began to justify himself. Recently it is difficult to find puak grass. I'll look for her, so please wait a bit. The salesman mumbled, why, of course. It is clear that you will not find this grass so easily. What about the wholesaler? Yeehaw asked. The salesman frowned at the guy and replied, now the sun has just risen, why should he be here? After a pause, he added, he's already here, on the way. And then he said with a smile, KHYM. Would you like to enjoy a cup of coffee? And Ha, I like this suggestion. It would be nice. But he thought sarcastically to himself, look at him. He stopped bullying me. And then he added with narrowed eyes, well, of course, his nature is not so. and asked aloud, "You sell cards, don't you?" The salesman, holding out a hot cup of aromatic coffee, replied, "Yes, of course." Taking the cup, the guy asked, "And how much will it cost?" The seller did not take long to answer, "With the vicinity of the castle candle 80 silver coins, and the one with the entire Pubial Empire 5 gold coins." And Ha asked again, 80 silver and 5 gold. By this time they had reached a large picture covered with a cloth. Behind this rag is a very valuable piece of information, Iha thought. The salesman began to explain. The cards were originally high-end items, so, of course, they are not cheap. Musketeer began to remember, so that's why there was so much fuss about some people getting parts of the map online, printing them out, cutting them out, and then gluing them together. I mean, it wasn't a lie that they made a Tidonjido map. Tidonjido is a map of the Korean peninsula created by Kim Jong-ho during the Joseon era. I'll leave the question about the map for now. I'll save up some money and buy it later, Iha thought as he finished his refreshing coffee. Suddenly the door opened and a man appeared on the threshold. "Master, the product has arrived," a man reported loudly. The salesman muttered in surprise, "Oh, Bob. And you're early." The wholesaler lifted the cartons and wheezed heavily from exhaustion. "So you said you wanted to introduce someone to me today." Turning to Iha, he added with a smile, "You know that a merchant never comes to meetings late, so that's who it is." The wholesaler smiled as he looked at Iha. The musketeer only smiled back. Chapter 15. The musketeer approached the wholesaler and held out his hand. "My name is Ha and Ha." The wholesaler shook it, smiling. "Is it true that you're going to buy so much gunpowder?" "I just want to buy it at a wholesale price," Iha replied. "We'll do everything then," the wholesaler promised confidently. "Thank you very much," the guy answered with relief. "How much do you need?" "To begin with, I brought 500 sets," the wholesaler replied proudly. "So much? Even though this is a wholesale price, 500 sets will cost upwards of 50 silver coins." I was surprised and Ha. IKEA. KHYM. Well, the product must first be put in order. "Follow me." A shop assistant ran up with exclamations. The guy thought to himself, "Even if I shake up my entire fortune, I can't afford it." The wholesaler mumbles while pushing Iha out of the shop. "It's not worth a single silver coin." The musketeer turned to the wholesaler and asked in a serious voice, "Then how much?" The wholesaler snidely replies, "1 set with gunpowder 4 copper coins, and the bullets are 1 copper coin each." Iha turned to the salesman, "Set with gunpowder for 4 copper coins." The salesman shook his hands in fright. Iha widened his eyes in anger and yelled, "Did you pretend to be a tough guy and fuck me for 15? The salesman replied in a confused, trembling voice, "And no, it's not like that. I also have to live on something." With anger in his voice, Iha shouted, "Then you will search for the puwak grass yourself. And I don't care if you get mauled by rabbits in the process, or not." The clerk in hysterics, tears in his eyes, clung to the musketeer's leg and shouted at the top of his voice, "Ah, idea. Mr. Ha and Ha, setfire to it. Forgive me. I can compensate you for the damage with something else. Just don't leave." The salesman pleaded. "Other people?" the guy asked, intrigued. "Yes, in this, whatever you want." The shopkeeper pleaded. "In your gun shop. Got a musket, protective gear." Already sitting in a chair with his legs crossed, Iha hissed defiantly. The salesman bowed his head and whispered, "You need to go to the tailor. It's in a shop with rings and necklaces." After a moment's thought, the salesman added, "You said you'd give me anything. Was it a lie?" The salesman could no longer contain the emotions that were surging through him with renewed vigor. "I understand you. You can choose one from my store. Will this work?" "Choose one. Then, I think you take something inexpensive." The salesman chuckled. The salesman approached the card covered with a cloth and offered it, pointing at it. "Will be even for the map of the kingdom of Pubial. 5 gold coins equals 500,001. And Ha, sitting on a chair, shook his head. "Inexpensive. Don't rob." Not having said one sentence, the guy yelled at the whole shop, "No, then, get the puwak grass yourself." The salesman hissed in anger, "Damn you. All right, I get it." The guy, getting up from the chair, loudly declared, "Oh, well, at least I rested a little. Now it's time to hit the road." After leaving the shop, Iha recalled the words of the wholesaler, "I look forward to our next deals." The guy, holding a bag of loot in his hands, thought, "So much gunpowder and bullets are basically enough for me." When he went to the bank, he remembered the instruction of the wholesaler. It will be easier to make payments through the bank vault. Grinning, he thought, the same thing as online payment. As I approached the window of the public bank vault, I heard the cashier's voice, "Your account is open." Outside the bank vault, Musketeer thought, "By the way, I haven't spoken to Kai Jong in a while. Should I ring it?" So Ha did. "Hey, Ki Jon, Hyun, still up?" We need to earn money. What are you doing? I'm currently hunting with the guild members. Lucky, he has a team and meet and ha. I've reached level 12 and I'm heading to the capital right now. Can we meet again sometime? Are you already at 12? Could you catch a golden eagle? My brother was surprised. Sure, bro, I already got it. Boasted Iha. You're fast. In general, I congratulate you. Well, when you get to the capital, Hyung, we'll hang out together. Oh, right, Hyung. Did you say KZDL Castle? Did you happen to see Ram HWA Jong there? I saw it. Damn, you should have dialed me. Are you in her fan club too? Actually, I am. Feck, we have to get these fucking girls out of here. Kai Jong suddenly said fiercely. The HWA was shocked, but he didn't show it. Really what? They got you too, didn't they? Bloody sisters. Oh, wait. What happened between the two of you? Iha asked, and thought, Kai Jong doesn't usually put it that way. What's wrong with him? Man, I don't even want to talk about it. Why do you think our guild has put a bounty on these two? Seriously, if I'd known they were there, I'd have killed them on the spot. Why do you want to kill that little thing? What happened at all? Ha asked. The little thing. Hyung, she's really crazy. You haven't seen her use magic, have you? What kind of youngster is this cruel girl? She's a real witch. We were just sitting in an ambush with the guild members, and she froze us all. You can see and feel everything at this time. But you can't move. She smiled as she tore off each of our heads. Word to the anchovies. Don't be able to connect to the game for 48 hours and lose your LVL. This is just another flower. After I started having nightmares about not having a boss, I couldn't log into the game for 5 whole days. By all means, they must be caught. Shared his acquaintance with the Ice Girl brother. Iha was surprised to say the least and couldn't share his story with him. Ha ha ha. So much for post-traumatic stress disorder. He thought. Sorry to be wrong, Hyung. Kai Jong apologized. No, it's okay. I understand you. You're looking for them. Musketeer tried to get off the subject. He was sitting on a bench in a pretty square, surrounded by green trees and bushes. And this isn't just happening to our guild. Ram HWA Young spends a lot of money. We can say that a large enterprise has entered the shopping alley and this is killing all small businesses. You can't leave it like this. I won't back down. We need to remove them even if we have to die ourselves. We've teamed up with 5 guilds to do this. The guild of those 2 will soon be ranked 5th in the world. Kim Jong said. Iha tried to make sense of his story and thought, oh, her. And he contacted a huge number of people. If I join the guild of those sisters, I might end up being beaten by Kai Jong in reality instead of online. Okay, I get you. I'll call you later. Iha finished the call and got up from the bench. Good. Have a good trip. Kai Jong said goodbye. A game is a game, and reality is reality. However, they are strongly related to each other. Maybe it's better not to join any guild at all right now. I'm so happy that I got an offer to join from the rankers. However, what should I do if I go against my younger cousin? Iha panicked, but quickly gathered himself. There's no point in thinking about it now. Maybe something will be decided when I arrive in the capital. I will worry in my spare time. Musketeer decided and opened the map on the taskbar. Ooh wow, cool. It's just GPS navigation, isn't it? There are no routes here, but the locations and directions are clear. During my time in the army, I read maps to the point of nausea. Can it even be increased or decreased? If you give a card to the shooter, consider it the end of the game. Happy and haw. I know the way, so there's no problem now. Even if I don't have any money, I can still get myself some resources along the way. On the road and ha was packed well. My fortune is 27 copper coins, a musket, 3 buns, a map, 100 sets of gunpowder and bullets, a lunchbox that can cost me 100 million won. A level 12 musketeer ha and ha, who thinks he knows a little bit about weaknesses, goes to the capital. After 3 hours, and ha ran through the grass and thought happily, what would I do without the beginner runner skill? It's been a long time since I've run. Then, all of a sudden, he came across a wooden sign that read in large letters, "Be careful. A zone with a huge number of surprise attacks." So this is the forest where the monsters attack first. You need to be careful, decided Iha standing in front of a large and dense forest with a backpack on the edge. There was a sudden commotion behind him. Let's start the fight. The target is a brown bear. Instant provocation skill. A man wearing armor and carrying 2 shields attacked a huge bear. The bear was huge and angry. I've got his attention. He shouted to his companions who appeared behind him, and to be more specific, a girl with 2 blades and a bald man with huge beads around his neck and dressed apparently in a monk, as if from a Tibetan monastery. Watch out for the green snakes, shouted the girl attacking the bear. The monk seemed to be praying at this time. Iha watched this battle from afar and thought, it turns out that there are so many classes here. Since he only has 2 shields, he can't attack. But then another noise caught his attention. Boo, brown bear. If we get caught, we'll die. B. Let's run. Hurry up. This is Paul's boss. Because of it, we will lose all items. A group of players ran away in different directions, while another group approached the combatants. Assemble a strike force, create a group and send out invitations. One hell of a melee attack, one hell of a ranged attack, and 2 tanks. A knight with 2 suits of armor shouted to everyone, please accept us. We have 3 of them for a close range attack. And here are 2 hills. New recruits were coming up. Gather in one place. The knight gave the command. Where did they all come from? Have they been here all this time? It looks like a 20-man squad is needed for the field boss. However, such a spontaneously assembled team, due to problems with interaction, can simply lose to the boss, and I may also be under attack. Therefore, it is better not to join them. Besides, it's the melee DDS that are most needed to capture a bear, so I'm definitely not here. Already turned around in the other direction and slowly drove away, and I'm the leader of the Kim Flower group. Please join us. We have already assembled 3 teams. Heard in conversations, and Imechno. Let's drop all our desires and just go our own way. No sooner had Iha moved to a safe distance when a scream rang out. The boss is coming. Tanks come forward. A man also dressed in knight's armor gave the command. I'll just watch a little bit, and then I'll go. Interesting after all, Iha decided and hid behind a large rock. Make a formation before the monster gets close. Healers, treat everyone in order. DD melee, stand a little behind the tanks. A knight with 2 shields issued commands. Hulu. For the newly assembled random group, they work perfectly. Iha was surprised and even blushed slightly in amazement. Since their team was assembled from already existing groups, the ratio is good. However, it's a pity that there aren't many magicians. The sergeant remarked. And the battle was almost at its height. Coming up, prepare for an attack. Voices came from the battlefield. Iha was at a safe distance of 70 meters, so he was calm. Well, let's take a look at the boss of the field. It should be safe at this distance. He thought and began to observe carefully. I'll get his attention. Someone shouted and fired a bow. Apparently, the task was completed with a bang. A huge bear appeared and growled loudly, so much so that all the attackers almost fell from the sound wave. The wave even reached the sergeant. He was dumbfounded and saw the answer to his silent question. Oh, stop, why? The distance is too great. Only after seeing a notification from the system. Oso's cry of agony. You can't move for 2 minutes. XP reduced by 10%. Stamina reduced by 30%. The notification read. The range of a normal magic strike is around 55 meters. Why did the attack reach me? I couldn't understand and The bear was really big and showed its full height. It was standing on 2 legs with its upper legs hanging down. His eyes were glowing and smoke was coming out of his mouth, probably after his first attack. There were 2 large cross-shaped scars on each of the bear's paws. Damn it. Yes, he is the size of an elephant pole. It's definitely a bear. I was nervous too, Chapter 16. While hiding behind a rock, Iha noticed an unpleasant sensation. But my legs won't move. Heck, damn it. Why even in the game am I supposed to feel this shitty feeling? Iha couldn't move, and these memories after his injury in real life came flooding back to him almost immediately. Meanwhile, the field boss was on full alert. There are 2 minutes 3 left until the effect of the attack subsides. I beg you, it would be so nice if they caught the monster in that time. The sergeant was nervous, but on the battlefield, the attackers themselves were also not happy. Someone undo this debuff. Start with the tanks. Faster. The bear is looking this way. Start here. There was a complete commotion on the field. Players who did not expect 2 minutes of defenselessness were stunned, and the healers did not have enough time to release everyone. Hurry up. Nah, it's coming, someone shouted, and everyone saw a huge bear with sparkling eyes charge straight towards them. Then a knight with 2 shields appeared in the way of the boss and blocked his attack, holding him down with all his strength. Kapitten. All the players who were on the field were surprised. The captain was thrown out of the way, but kept his balance. I can withstand 2 more of his attacks. Tanks that have been released from the debuff, get ready to turn his attention to yourself. Chimeras, free the other chimeras from the debuff. He gave orders to his companions trying to restore order among the players. It's coming again. The bear swung a huge paw straight at the captain. High protection. He shouted as he activated his skill and blocked the attack again. However, this time, his shield started to crack. Attack. The captain gave the command and arrows and magic spells, fire, ice needles and all the rest flew at the bear. The bear covered itself with its paws. Melee DD. Stay behind. Other tanks with shields gathered in front of the bear, and behind them were players with melee weapons. Tanks, keep your positions. By that time, Yeehaw, who had been released from the attack effect, was analyzing the situation on the field in full. Oh, I think they'll catch the bear, the sergeant decided happily. Captain, I need a break. Someone get the monster's attention, Bliznix shouted, while the ranged players were already discussing their victory. Seeing how fast the HP of the boss drops, we will defeat it in no time. Can we make a video? If it is from the battlefield, then you can earn money from it. Hearing their conversations, and Ha, who is literally behind, thought, some people have already stopped being nervous. Those in the back, stop chilling out. Prepare for an explosive attack. Its HP has increased by almost 20%. Thus, we must defeat him at once, the commander shouted. If its HP drops below 20%, the monster uses a new roar, and then we'll all be in danger. He warned his subordinates. The Dalniks reacted rather carelessly. Well, we'll just get caught up in another status effect. We almost got him. Let's take it easy. I'm not just chilling out, I'm replenishing my mana. I spent too much mana on healing. We need to restore it. The strength of the shield has been greatly reduced. I'll also step aside for a bit. What happens to everyone? Let's finish him off already. We're almost done here. The team was not so cohesive and many people began to disagree. Looks like the team has reached their limit, Yeehaw thought as he watched them from his hiding place. Everyone get ready. The monster's HP will drop to 21% soon. The commander warned and took on another attack from the bear. The marks of the beast's claws were left on his shields. Arrows and magic attacks rained down on the bear. It's alright. Before the captain could finish, the bear let out another deafening roar. Its XP has dropped to 19.9%. This time, his attack ignited the entire area. Fire magic. Can a bear use magic? All the attacking players suddenly started burning up. Me, I'm burning. Heal, hurry up. Heal doesn't work. This isn't just a simple fire magic. The healers couldn't save anyone present, including themselves. Holy shit. Everyone retreat. Back, the commander shouted. On the field, everyone was burning. A bear covered with an unusual flame was walking in their direction. Take me away. Help, asked the players burning alive. The group is disbanded. If you don't want to die, then run, the commander said to the last survivors, and then noticed Yeehaw, who was hiding behind a rock. What are you doing there? Didn't you hear what I said to leave? The commander was angry. I didn't even attack. Yeehaw was afraid of a sudden hit and run and answered. I didn't participate in your battle. Let's not be hostile to each other. Yeehaw smiled, trying to smooth things over, but the answer was the following. When he's in Oso's agony, regardless of whether you attract his attention or not, he'll attack anyone who comes in sight. He can chase the player for several days, so it's better to run to another hunting field. Commander Yeehaw shouted. What? A few days? The sergeant asked in surprise. The shortest time is 10 days, and so it can even be in this state for more than a month. So here we go, said the captain at the end and quickly retreated with the survivors. 100. Wait, you started it all, and now you're just leaving. Aren't you supposed to finish him off? The musketeer shouted after them, dumbfounded. In other words, I won't be able to use this road for about a month, but then I'll fail the lunchbox quest. Ow, why the hell did they put him in such a state? If I can't get to the capital in time, then I'll give this Kim flower all its petals for fuck's sake. Yeehaw was angry as he watched the rampaging fire bear. No, you need to think calmly. What options do I have? 1. Build a raid. I'm not sure. 2. Wait until some high LVL player manages it. I'm not sure. 3. It's impossible to get past the bear without being noticed. Nothing fits. I might not even be able to sell this expensive lunchbox. Then you need to come up with something else. Yeehaw raged and came up with the 4th most likely solution. To take down the bear yourself. And Ha drew his musket. No matter how you look at it, if a month passes, I won't sell the lunchbox or complete the quest. All or nothing. His HP is below 20%, so I have a chance to win. I don't have much time with so many people who have aggro hanging on. The distance is 70 meters. The wind is southeasterly. About 2 meters. Yeehaw stood up and took aim. Excellent. 3, 2, 1, and Ha fired. And the bear fell. Hit it. Right in the head. The musketeer rejoiced. At this time, the flower commander was already thinking about new actions. Maybe we should build a new raid. Since the monster is in such a state, even 20 people won't be enough. 6. No, with 7 teams, I think we have a chance. Mr. Kinflower, Mr. Kinflower. His players responded. We can't stop until we reach the village. We don't have time for a ball. Kim replied irritably. Oh, I don't mean that. Look back. The man who was hiding shot at the monster. The hill girl told him. What do you mean, shot? The commander said and turned to see Yiha standing with a gun. He was a musketeer. If I had known earlier, I should have included him in the team. The commander thought and asked, where did he shoot? Did he hit a bear? In the head? Yes, I got it right. The girl replied, the musket's attack power is the greatest in the game. If you attract the monster's attention, then perhaps you can defeat it in this way. The commander mused. Didn't the distance exceed 70 meters? How was he able to hit it from such a range? His companions noticed. If he was able to hit a monster from such a distance, then he obviously also has good skills. The commander decided, if we join him, can we take down the boss? There are almost no people left, so the drop will probably get a lot. Two companions of the commander have already discussed new options for the outcome of events and their own benefits. Stop talking nonsense. We need to leave, the commander said and turned around. What? But the same player hit the bear right in the head. The girl started to protest. Yes, that person's skills are good. However, that's the end of it. The knight replied. The end? It takes a minute to reload a musket. You said he already fired, right? Therefore, it is most likely that he will die in this minute. The commander gave his verdict. At this time, Yiha only realized what a mess he was in. I got hit. It was a headshot. But why isn't he dead yet? The bear stood up and roared an attack again. I received a notification. Oso's cry of agony. You are subject to the effect fear. You will not be able to move for 2 minutes. XP reduced by 10%. Stamina reduced by 30%. Damn it, he stayed alive even after the headshot. I was overconfident, and what's more, it caught his attention. Yiha was afraid, and a huge bear in a blazing flame ran straight at him. Chapter 17. Cert, hurry up. Yiha's hands were shaking, and he was frantically pouring powder into his musket. At this time, on the field, the last surviving tanker was fleeing from a bear that was catching up with it. UWAA. Not. Don't come near the. Remove those flames. Let's run. The player was all on fire and imminent death almost reached him. He's not stepping on me. The fear effect makes my hands shake. Yiha struggled to load his musket and tried to insert an iron bullet. However, in 2 minutes, the monster will have time to kill those players, and me to boot. Musketeer thought, and suddenly began to call for help from the recently retired commander, Luchniak and Hiller, the shield commander who was just here. Help, can you hear me? I'm sure I can make another attack. Get the monster's attention. Yiha shouted at the top of his lungs, but it was no use. Hell, he's probably already gone. The sergeant demanded angrily. Burning people were also calling for help on the field. Somebody help me. The bear was waving its paws, killing one by one, and everything around it was in flames. If this goes on, I'm dead. Yiha tensed up, but immediately gathered himself and took aim. All in a bunch, Ha, don't be afraid. What could be worse than death? Let's see if he can take a second headshot. There is only one goal. The bear was already looking in his direction, and Ha tensed up and fired. The sound of his shot rang out across the field and was heard by the flower commander. Again. What is it? He asked. Tin, that player got hit again. And again in the head. How is this possible? His companions noticed. When they turned around, they saw both Ha and the wounded beast. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such an attack. How could he? He has a cool marksmanship. The commander had nothing to say to that comment from the Hiller girl. Mr. Kim Flower, are you sure you won't come with us? He had already shot the bear twice. Obviously, the monster's XP is almost at 0. Let's finish with the bear, divide up the items, and eat. Hiller and Archer pleaded with the commander. How can you two talk so thoughtlessly? Other users will die soon, and then it will be the turn of that arrow. The commander replied. Then let's go back to the battle before the musketeer dies. If you, Mr. Kim Flower, will dance. Suggested by the players. If we get involved in a battle, I'll be the first one to die. I am. Plus, one of my shields is broken, so it's going to be hard to tank. Can you guys dance too? Do you think tanks are just meat shields? Kim Flower snapped back. An argument Hiller and Archer had nothing to answer. I'm sorry about that player, but we have to go to the village. I'm serious this time. The knight threatened. So you just want to drop that shooter? Hiller asked. I gave him some advice recently. If he fired and didn't run away, it was his fault. That's all the flower commander said. Vaw, that fucking bear is breathing fire. The last member of the team just died. Geez, the musketeer's running away too. Observed by the commander's satellites. Come quickly, we have to find people. Kim Flower was just leaving. We'll assemble a new team in an hour and return. He suggested, and he thought, great, the musketeer, you've done the hardest work, and we'll get the benefit. It can't be helped. In life, everything depends on choosing the right moment. The commander smiled at the thought of easy profit. Already in the village. Really a brown bear. The field boss. I've heard it's pretty damn hard to catch. The players crowded around the commander. See, even my shield is broken. Only we were left alive. We must defeat the monster before it regains XP. We are recruiting the team. Osso's almost caught agony. We need 7 tanks, 13 DDS and 5 healers. Who came first? That's the place. Loudly announced the commander and wanted around him gathered order. I'm a healer. I'm an excellent attacker. Once the team is assembled, it's time to go, said the commander. After 30 minutes, it's here. Everyone be careful. The monster can appear at any time. In front of the newly arrived players, the battlefield was all torn to shreds. Here and there, players' bodies were still burning. The ground was covered in huge beast scratches, and trees and rocks were destroyed. WAAH. Hard. Anyway, a boss is a boss. Tinplate. What huge paw marks. Players shared their feelings after what they saw. But where is the bear? Someone in the crowd asked. He killed all the users here. Obviously, the monster has changed its location. Be careful. Since it is large, it will not be difficult to find it. Shout as soon as you run into it. Kim Flower commanded. Players searched for the bear for 2 hours. It was already quite dark and everyone was on edge. Damn it. Where the hell is this monster? Maybe we were all lied to. 2 hours later. Where's the fucking bear? You said it was the size of an elephant. Why isn't he anywhere? Are you trying to trick us? Users turned against the commander. Oh no. You've got it all wrong. He was definitely here. You can see the traces of the battle. Its XP is almost 0, so it's just hiding somewhere. The commander justified himself without understanding what was happening. We'll look some more. But if we don't, you're the captain, a dead body for us. How infuriating. What do we do? It's been so long, and we haven't even started hunting. Users were angry and went in search of it. The commander was cornered. Damn it. Where's the fucking monster? The musketeer couldn't have killed him. What the hell happened then? The commander convulsively sorted out the thoughts in his head. 4 hours ago, Iha's eyes widened and he couldn't move. The same. Tinplate. No, he said. Where is it seen that even after 2 headshots, the monster remains alive? Thought Iha as he watched the monster kill the next remaining user from the previous team. This is just a scam. 4. First of all, it's time to get out of here, thought Iha after freeing himself from the debuff. Turning around, he saw the commander and his companions at the bottom of the clearing. Damn it, those people made a mess and just left. They were already far away. I was angry and but then I tore the bag of gunpowder with my teeth and decided, well, my wailing won't change anything. Charge your weapons on the go. You need to do everything the same as in practice. I've practiced this dozens of times. Just like in training. Soothed himself and loading the musket quickly. Loaded, great. Another headshot. Divided by let's see how you can handle a 3rd shot. Fucking Mel. After all, while Iha was aiming, in an instant, the bear was very close and ran at him with all its paws. In an instant, just as Iha was thinking, he was immediately hit and sent flying. Holy shit, this is much more painful than I thought. Does the assimilation rate of 20% hurt so much? PR, the assimilation coefficient determines how much pain and other feelings a person will feel compared to real ones. Thank God that at least he didn't die, damn it. What the hell is wrong with my vision? Is this all because my XP is practically at 0? I can't even see the damn bear. Iha's eyesight has noticeably worsened. He is almost blind due to the low XP percentage. I can't hear his footsteps. Can he really walk without making a sound? Fucking monster. He really almost killed me. I can barely even feel the energy of the flame. Is this the limit of 20% assimilation rate? I need to pull myself together. Focus, If I get it from him again, I'll definitely die. However, the monster's life is also bursting at the seams. Both the bear and I can die from a single attack. I've heard of blind assassins, but here are the blind shooters. The blind shooter. That sounds like fun. Iha mused in the pitch darkness, the last thought making him smile. Here, found it, and and shouted. Calm heart. The bear was very close and was already leaping at Iha with an attack, but the musketeer managed to shoot. Despite being hit from very close range, the bear only bled, but it remained on its feet. He's not fucking dead yet. You can't go anywhere, you fucking bear. Don't attack. Chapter 18. And ran at the bear with a knife at the end of his musket, and with all his strength he pierced it. Please, die at last. With that, Iha cut through the bear's flesh and fell unconscious at the same time. I seem to have fainted. Hell, if he's still alive, I'll kill myself. Where is this brown me? When Iha woke up unexpectedly, a whole bunch of notifications from the system fell on him. Level up, 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 level up. Well, I just got 9 levels at a time. Notification from the system. Musketeer skill level increased to level 5. The level of the skill attack with a gun and sword has increased to level 3. Musket level increased by 1. And gun attack level increased by as much as 2. I killed a bear. That's why I raised as many as 9 levels. Just got to the musketeer. In front of him lay the lifeless body of a huge beast. Iha climbed on top of him and started shaking him. Serves you right, brute. You seem to have enjoyed seeing Didi's fear of ranged attack. Give me my items. The musketeer gloated, filled with pride and happiness. Since it's not an ordinary bear, but the boss of the field, I think the reward will be holo. The new notifications have popped up before and Notification from the system. Achievement. Lord of the solo game. Congratulations. You single-handedly defeated an enemy with whom you have a difference of 50 levels. You who fought with the determination to die in battle will have a brilliant victory waiting for you. You are the first registered user of the achievement Lord of the solo game. The first 3 players to receive this achievement are inducted into the Hall of Fame. The resulting effect increases by 200%. Effect, 30 stat points. Am I the first person to receive this achievement? Notification from the system. Title, Who Knows No Fear. You get stronger by fighting someone stronger. Effect, plus 10% to attack power. The effect increases by 3 times when fighting an enemy whose level is 20 higher. Plus 10% to attack power. Notification from the system. Achievement, Flaming Headache. Congratulations. The hunt for the king of all bears, Agony Osso, was a success. May the blessing come with the one who got rid of the headache of the southeastern plain of the kingdom of Pubiel. Reward, Strength plus 4, Stamina plus 5, plus 70 defeat level for the kingdom of Pubiel. If you put it all together, I have 45 stat points. Okay, character window. Couldn't wait for Happy and Haw to see their updated stats. Name, Haw and Haw. Race, human. Class, musketeer. Level, 21. Rank, knows a little about weaknesses. Achievements, 12. XP, 750 MP, 175. Strength, 35. Agility minus 88. Intelligence 30. Stamina 32. Willpower 12. Remaining stat points, 135. The remaining ones. Stat points, 135. Are you sure? I don't think so. My stat points are already almost equivalent to level 30. So if I distribute the remaining stat points, I can raise my LVL to 27th. So, let's see what's going on. I think then I would be able to defeat anyone with level 50 who doesn't have achievements. Used aloud and Haw distributing the newfound points. Great. I'll spread out my glasses. Now it's time to use them. 168 dexterity points, 62 stamina points, 1350 XP ranged attack master with tank-like survivability. Iha turned around on the battlefield and saw complete destruction in weapons and objects lying around. 10. You can go crazy, a place of brutal murder. My god, how could they die and leave such expensive things behind? You probably need to work hard to buy all this stuff. How unlucky. Someone will pick up this weapon, which means I can't just leave it lying there. I will use it as it should be. I collected and Haw joyful items and weapons on the field. And finally the most important thing. Brown bear items. Notification from the system. Excellent. A coat made of flame bear skin. Protection, 15. Effect, plus 30% strength, fear-inducing attack resistance, plus 4 stamina. Required conditions, strength greater than 30, agility greater than 50, stamina greater than 70. A warm coat made from the skin of the Bear King, Agony Osso. It contains a warmth that can melt even the fear that makes your blood run cold. Pawns will respect the king. Additional effect, 3 item set bonus, 30%. To the strength of fire resistance. 4 item set bonus, 40% of the fire resistance power. 5 item set bonus, 50% fire resistance. Excellent ones. Boots made of flame bear leather. Protection, 60. Effect, plus 4 movement speed, plus 2 agility, plus 10% fear-inducing attack resistance. Required conditions. Dexterity is greater than 80. Dark red shoes. They are made of elastic and durable leather, which does not cause inconvenience when moving. Additional effect, 3 item set bonus, 30%. To the strength of fire resistance. 4 item set bonus, 40% of the fire resistance power. 5 item set bonus, 50% fire resistance. Excellent. A hunting hood made from the skin of a flaming bear. protection 50, effect, +3 to dexterity, +10 to fear-inducing resistance. Required conditions: dexterity is greater than 100. Dark red hunting hood. Thanks to the fact that the fabric does not limit visibility, the user can see into the distance. Additional effect: free item set bonus 30%. To the strength of fire resistance. 4 item set bonus, 40% of the fire resistance power. 5 item set bonus, 50% fire resistance. All 3 items are excellent grade. Even though there were no weapons, it was still fucking awesome. The musketeer was delighted with the new clothes. Even if you take all the clothes I'm wearing right now, they don't compare to a brown bear coat. And how did I even survive in my old clothes all this time? You need to raise your stamina to 70 and put on a new coat as soon as possible. Decided Manhwa, and quickly put on new things. How cool. This is only the first day, and I'm already so lucky. In the new flame bear leather clothes, Manhwa looked completely different. The coat was large, and the musketeer's hood had animal paws on his shoulders, and what looked like fangs on his neck. The shoes also matched the rest of the wardrobe items, and Manhwa looked serious enough. Go to the capital, Manhwa said resolutely and set off. Meanwhile, in real life, Commander Flower was under obvious pressure. His account received emails from other team members. A user named Kim Flower, please take a look. If you give me back the items I lost, I'll turn a blind eye to this incident. I understand that our raid was made in a hurry, but do you think it's normal to run away alone and leave your comrades to die? I watched the video and it felt like he ran off with a few other people at a convenient moment. How does it differ from the RC? So he assembled a team of special forces to kill all his comrades. I think he came back to the battlefield later, single-handedly finished off the bear, and snatched up all the items on the sly. It wasn't me. Fucking assholes. The commander slapped the table and read all the angry comments. It looks more like a weed than a flower. Haha. Kim Flower has assembled a team once again in the village of Oren, and this new raid of 30 people spent 3 hours searching for a brown bear. There weren't even any dead players on the battlefield, let alone the bear itself. A waste of time. Return other users' items in a nice way, thief. Damn it, I'm already pissed to death that I didn't find the brown bear, and they're still accusing me of stealing their items. Smash the keyboard in a fit of rage. Commander, I'll get that goat out of the ground, you bastard. And if I can't find the culprit, they'll make a scapegoat out of me, and I won't be able to enter the game again. Who was it? Is he hiding somewhere? That musketeer couldn't take down the bear. Just get caught by me. I'll tear it to pieces, thought the commander, trying to find a way out of this situation. At this moment, an unsuspecting Manhwa was walking through the forest, humming happy songs to himself. Since these are set items, my resistance power has been increased by 30%. My clothes are so awesome. I think that with this equipment, I can even resist Ram Hwa Yon's magic, thought Manhwa as he stomped happily through the forest. Oh, that's right. Ram Hwa Yon and Ram Hwa Jong. Then he remembered how his younger brother had recently talked about his hatred for the Ram sisters. Difficult. Map. Let's see where they are. The musketeer opened the map and examined it. Emerald Forest and Tamba Jungle. Both of these places are quite far from the capital. Where are the Kamshaban? Maybe they're in another country. They don't even show up on the map. The musketeer's stomach rumbled. Damn, I'm starving right on time. Well, in order to eat, you also need to hunt. Let's find our own loot. Manhwa walked past a sign that read "Watch out for the bear spawn area." He was already at least 5 days on the road and had reached level 25. Well, let's see. There must be one somewhere nearby. The musketeer moved on his haunches and very quietly among the bushes. Looking around, he came across a bear that was standing on its hind legs against a tree. Found it. The distance is approximately 60 meters. There is no wind. Manhwa fired, but the bear didn't die. It would be convenient for both of us if that bear died with one shot. Well, I'm sorry, but he's a monster after all. It must hurt. Saurian. The bear growled angrily, dropped to 4 paws, but did not budge. He doesn't attack back. Surprised Manhwa. Aha, this is all the effect of Bear King skin. Musketeer realized and was right. The bear was being buffed by the new Agony Osso skin clothing. Rest in peace. I took down the bear Manhwa. Bear meat. Bear meat. Well, at this rate, I'll probably take 30 LVL before I arrive. The musketeer rejoiced as he headed for his prey. Then there was a rustle behind him. Manhwa turned around and saw the sweetest, fair, little bear. What is this lovely creature? Admired Manhwa, and then suddenly the bear cub hugged his leg and was so cute. KHOOO. Dangerous. Feeling remorse and emotion together, the musketeer was smitten. Woo, said the bear cub. Manhwa tenderly held it by its tiny paws. Damn it, and how can such a miracle be killed? Iha said, pawing the most beautiful creature at the top of his voice. Caillou, the bear said plaintively. Ah, are you hungry too? Should I give you something to eat? Bear meat? It won't do, but I can offer you some bread. The bear cub started eating right from Iha's hands. Eat well. It looks like you are very hungry. It tickles, little brother. He's even. He licks my hand. Then Iha suddenly stood up abruptly. No, not again. Let's break up before I get too attached to you. I must hurry if I want to reach the capital on time. And I'll need to catch a bunch more bears on the way. I'm sorry, but let's not talk anymore. The bear cub gently hugged him by the leg and tilted his head to the side. Cute. Stop. Why are you so cute? Where did you learn to tilt your head like that? Is that an instinct? And Ha was defeated, smitten to the heart, and the bear cub didn't even know what he had done. Ah geez, what am I supposed to do with you? Musketeer picked up the bear cub. In the end, he took it with him. Chapter 19. The first thing Iha did was call his brother to clarify the question that was bothering him. Ki-Jon, Hyun, already in the capital. No, we're still on our way. I'm already tired of walking. Ha. Be careful, bears are very strong. With your LVL, you won't even be able to escape from them, so just follow your path. Yeah, Iha replied, though he thought, rather, it's the bears who should be afraid of me. By the way, why aren't you sleeping? Don't you go to uni? Iha asked. The exam is tomorrow. I plan to stay up all night and then take the exam. I just decided to go out for a raid a little later. What do you have tomorrow? Couldn't believe what I was hearing. I can't help it. The raid is more important. Hyung, you know that too, right? You need to set priorities. My aunt is clearly not going to like this prioritization. Maybe we should talk Kai-Jong out of it. Iha thought, turning on his brotherly responsibility. By the way, why did you decide to contact us? Kai-Jong asked. Oh, I was just wondering. Can I tame an animal? At that moment, Iha was looking at his little bear. Why do you need it? Do you want to buy a horse? No, I'm talking about monsters, animals that live in the field. The bear cub felt the tension in Iha's eyes and decided to hug his leg. Do you want to train an animal for hunting? If your class isn't trainer, then you can't tame a monster because they instinctively mistake a human for an enemy. This can be considered impossible as long as you can't control the monster completely. Kai-Jong replied. Are you sure? So I won't even be able to tame a monster if I feed and care for it from the very beginning of its childhood. Iha stroked the cub's head and marveled at its behavior. Since I was a kid, have you seen a baby monster? It is very difficult to find them. You know that despite the fact that each monster has different XP, experience points give the same. Cubs don't have many XP points, but they have the same experience. What do you think will happen then? While Kai-Jong was telling all this to his older cousin, Iha gave his new pet a big kiss. What is it? Iha asked. They're being brutally murdered here, said Kai-Jong cruelly. Little XP, the same experience is a big advantage. Iha was stunned by what he heard. Okay, I'll tell you all about it when I get to the capital. I have 5 more days in Midrose to reach my destination. Iha ended the conversation, thinking, how can you kill such a cute little animal? And he hugged the bear. Not cool. I should have given you money for a scroll or something. Good luck, Hyun, come quickly. I want to see you. Kai-Jong said goodbye. Yes, and good luck to you. Iha replied and put the bear down on the ground. You can go crazy. I killed his parents and siblings, but I can't touch a kid like that. But if I leave him here, someone might kill him. What should I do? Thought Ha, and squatted in front of the little animal. By the way, the bear cub also sat in front of his man on his ass. I don't know anything. Come what may, decided Iha, grabbing the bear cub by the scruff of the neck. So, go ahead baby, decided Iha, and hugged the little kid. Went on the road. The next day, Iha took down another bear on the hunt and leveled up. Great, I'm already 24 Latvian lats. The level rises at a good rate. He was happy looking at his prey. But then he turned in the direction of the bear cub, which was clearly already twice as big, cheerfully looking at everything around. The fact that the level rises quickly is certainly good, but why is the monster growing so fast? Worried Ha, he went to pick up items from the corpse of a recently killed bear. 2 pieces of meat and 1 claw. Beautiful, the musketeer rejoiced. Blue, questioningly say bear cub standing on 4 legs behind Ha. After I sell it all, including that abandoned weapon, I'll get a lot of money. With overcoming the difficulties at the beginning of the game, it's much easier now. While Iha was doing his own business, a yellow snake crept up on him unnoticed. And being a musketeer isn't so. What is it? A snake. Was I bitten by a snake? A snake bit his leg and suddenly Iha became very ill. His vision blurred and he saw a notification from the system. You are poisoned. For 3 minutes, XP will decrease by 50% every 10 seconds. For 3 minutes every 10 seconds, minus 900 XP. My current XP is around 13.0. So, in other words, I might just die from a snake bite. Yes, in such thickets of snakes horseradish see. And, while the musketeer screamed in panic, the bear cub had already caught something in the thick grass. OOOH, did you catch a snake? Cool it. In front of the musketeer stood a contented bear cub with a yellow snake in its mouth. Well done, well done. You helped because you were worried about me, right? Ran to his savior and haw. But the bear cub violently shook the snake and ate it. You're so beautiful. Did not have time to finish the speech and haw struck by the picture he saw. Eating. Can you eat it safely? The sergeant was surprised and picked up the bear cub in his arms, holding it in front of him face to face. By the way, I think you've grown a little more in that time. Nuo, you're not bamboo. You can't grow up that much wood. Hugh increased. The bear grew a little more right in the musketeer's arms. I guess I'll be able to ride it very soon. This is not a bug by accident, thought and haw. The next day, the bear cub has already grown into a big bear with a light coat in such a short period of time. And Haw was sitting on top of it. I really got on it. The musketeer wondered. Stupid developers. At least they didn't make the mob growth rate realistic. Well, otherwise there wouldn't be enough bears to hunt. Growth rate lesser than hunting speed. But it's already fully grown. Haw looked at his already adult and not at all small bear. Moreover, my bear was attacked by players almost 6 times today. Haw recalled the attack of a passing user team. He can die at any moment and not even have time to blink an eye. I need to make some identification mark. And Haw put a wooden "my bear doesn't bite" sign on the bear. That's not enough. Is there any other sign that will be more conspicuous? I think there will be difficulties with it when I arrive in the capital. Lunchbox and a bear. Maybe you should save your worries for later. Haw decided and went to the nearest village on the way to check the reaction of others. They had just appeared at the entrance of the village when everyone started shouting. Why, me, the bear. 4. Why did you bring a monster here? People were alarmed. That's all. It's all right. This bear is obedient. And it doesn't bite people. It's just that it's a little bigger than a normal bear. Look at it, explained in Haw. Are you sure? One of the guards asked. And then our bear, in a fit of tenderness, stuck his head and Haw in his mouth. He was bitten by a bear. A whole head in one bite. Is this the boss of the field? Let's run. People have scattered everywhere. And these escaped. Well, I understand them. The dimensions of my bear are quite frightening. However, I don't feed him that much. Why has it grown to the size of a van? It can't be helped. It will probably be difficult to get into the village. Let's go, Haw said as he walked over to his new pet. Ew, said the bear. There was some talk, and the musketeer listened. It really was. Bear rider. Isn't it possible to ride a bear instead of a horse? It turns out that you can ride a bear, shoot a musket. A bear instead of a horse, thought Haw after listening and realized that someone was discussing it. Kid, can you run? He suddenly turned to his bear. Why? The bear mumbled questioningly, and then abruptly started running. So you could run. No, I can't believe he can understand orders. I should have tried it earlier. I clung harder to his fur in Haw. Let's go to the capital. Stop it, he shouted. Ooh, the bear answered him. But, can't we take the deserted road? Haw asked. Woo, the bear growled questioningly, but didn't stop. They ran for quite a long time, a full 2 days' journey, but they finally reached their destination. This is the capital of Ailstock. We arrived in 2 days. Haw was happy and thinking about his own affairs. Lunchbox, Musket Academy, John. Again, a lot of things to do. They were standing on a cliff face and in front of them was the majestic capital of the kingdom of Pubile Ailstock. Haw was already walking towards the city, with his bear cub stomping nearby. Well done. We're almost there. Now let's go on foot, he said to his pet, and thought otherwise we'll make a big fuss. Phew, said the bear happily. But unfortunately, the hype still started as soon as the bear was spotted at the entrance to the city. Such a big monster is here. Awesome bear. Hey, you, stay away from the bear. It's dangerous. People who noticed them advised him. What should I do? The hype has already started. We just got here, and people are already panicking. Scratched his head and Haw, not knowing how to proceed. This, the average boss. It's about the size of a field boss. Asked the surrounding people with their weapons ready. And Haw tried to explain everything. I raised him since he was a child. It doesn't bite people. Just me. Sorry, can you hear me? Covering the bear, Haw tried to settle the situation. Anyone below level 60, get inside the checkpoint as soon as possible. Such a monster can kill with a single blow. Is there a team that can kill this bear? Invite us. Gentlemen tanks, come forward. People were preparing for battle. prepare for a boss battle. Sentries organize a defense. NPCs are joining in too. The NPC guards came forward and put up their shields. Behind them, a whole crowd of players had gathered, sharpening their weapons against Bear and Ha. Sentry NPCs. It looks like bad business, Iha thought. Prepare to attack. Start casting spells. The archers drew their arrows, and the mages cast their spells in the direction of both Ha and the bear. Your mother. No, now listen to me. Nobody move. Start attacking and I'll shoot. I pointed my gun at them and Ha, but no one was listening. Flame strike. Aura arrow. Na and Ha sent 2 magic spells, and not knowing what to do, he shot a magic flame ball flying at him. He didn't understand what had happened. Chapter 20. Holy Shield. Someone in knight's armor put up a magic shield and a bullet from Iha hit the shield, cracking it. Scatter area. Another knight directed the technique at Iha and the mages attacking him. And in an instant, all the magic spells were dispelled. A stranger riding a bear. They turned to the musketeer. And Ha didn't immediately realize what was happening. Put down your weapons. No one is allowed to cause trouble in Ailstock. 2 knights in shining armor and white robes were addressing Iha. Anti-magic. Only the surrounding people realized what kind of technique was used on them. Holy Knight Squad. Someone in the crowd said, "Lower your weapons, stranger. The current situation is the result of a misunderstanding." The knight who had put up his shield earlier turned back to the musketeer, and Ha lowered his musket. Therefore, the penalty will not be applied to any of the parties. However, if you open fire again, there will be no forgiveness, the knights continued. Actually, they started it first. Iha pointed at the 2 female magicians. We know. The knights responded. In any case, you are also responsible for creating this misunderstanding. They pointed at Miss Ka, who didn't understand why they were pointing at him. Therefore, we will turn a blind eye to the incident. One of the knights added with an active wink and Ha. Okay, I understand you, the musketeer replied. Thank you for your cooperation. The knight smiled. His partner went to join the attacking and Ha mages. In the capital, it is strictly forbidden to use offensive magic for those who do not have the appropriate permission. However, since you have used magic to ensure the safety of civilians, we will simply forget about everything that happened. He told them. So, the dissolution. You are blocking the passage to the checkpoint. Please disperse. The knight with bangs shouted, and people began to happily disperse while discussing the situation that had happened earlier. This is the first time I've seen the flame strike and aura arrow. The spells of those 2 were cool, but the magic of the knights who cancelled the spells was even more awesome. The musketeer was already moving on. Anyway, thank God everything's alright now, he said to his bear. Why? The bear would say. The knight noticed their distance and called out to Iha. Mr. Stranger, can you follow me for a moment? Well, what else? Iha replied irritably. You're not going to secretly kill me after I go with you, are you? Or kill my bear for safety measures? The musketeer asked bluntly. In the name of one of the holy knights, I, Sir Cindergaard, take an oath that I wouldn't hurt you or your bear. Will that work? The knight replied majestically. Well good. And Ha had no choice but to take his word for it. What do you mean it will go? He thought at this time. Sir Digrom, I have received the consent of the stranger lord. Please accompany him. He turned to the other knight. Yes, Sir Cindergaard, the second man said. Is this like a way of greeting knights? Iha thought as he watched the knight's strange gestures. Follow me. I'll escort you. The knight Sir Digrom said politely to Iha. Okay, let's go baby. Iha agreed and led his bear along as well. The knight who had put up his shield during the battle stayed and thought while looking at the cracked shield. I can't believe the amazing holy shield that protects against physical attacks has cracked. Who is this guy really? At this time, a notification came to Iha. Notification from the system. Achievement, respect for the Holy Knights Squad. Congratulations. This is the defense squad of the Knights of the capital of the Kingdom of Pubiel. One of the Holy Knights has sworn on his own honor before you. You can build good relationships with people who recognize your skills. Reward, total reputation on the continent plus 50. Achievement, a defensive unit of the Knights of the capital. I knew they weren't easy people. A good relationship, Iha thought as he followed the knight along with his bear. If a knight squad member respects me, then the knight commander respects me too. Up to this point, the total reputation on the continent was only 30, and now it's already 50, thought Iha, but his thoughts were interrupted by the knight accompanying him. I think we'll stop here. No, he said. What? Taken aback and Ha. Why is this bear with you? The knight asked him bluntly. What? Excuse me. Tried to dodge the answer in Ha. You don't need to be so vigilant, stranger. You're an honorary member of Candle Castle's Public Peace Squad, right? The knight who accompanied him asked him. Just then, the second knight's voice came from behind. It was hard for me to believe that such a gentleman would cause trouble in the capital. And, what? So you knew. Ha was also surprised. Of course, we know how much you work for the good of our kingdom of Pubiel. The knights replied, is it the level of exploits for the state that has made itself felt? Or my reputation? Thought in Ha. So that's what happened. He began his story about the bear cub. Whoa, did you raise a bear cub? You're not a trainer. While I was on my way here. In general, we realized that he would not attack people. There was a huge fire-breathing bear. Oh, the agony of Osso. I think I've figured it out now. I understand that the bear will not suddenly attack people, but it is forbidden to enter Alestock. You remember what happened earlier. Therefore, despite the fact that you raised this bear, there may still be a panic in the city. The eldest knight gave his verdict after hearing the story. Then what should I do? Iha asked. A man to a human village, and the bear in the bear. Isn't that logical? The knight replied. You mean I should let him go? Musketeer Iha asked. Yes, and only then can I enter Alestock. That's right. Since he asked me if I trained him, it's obvious that trained monsters have some special designations. If the NPCs didn't understand this, then most likely the users won't be able to either. And then my friend will be in danger again. Iha mused as he stroked the bear's head. Okay, I'll let him go. The musketeer agreed. Thank you for your cooperation. The knights replied. Then I'll let him go and come back. Turned around and wait a minute. A stranger, that is, an honorary member of the public peace squad. May I ask your name? The knight said to him. I'm a musketeer and The sergeant introduced himself. Mr. and The knight repeated after him and placed a clenched fist on his heart to show his respect. We remember your name well. The knights flew into the air on translucent, white angelic wings. That's funny. That is a good name. We wish you a great trip. They added as they flew away. Why are they so cool? Heck, is it all because of their equipment? Iha said, clearly angry at the entire squad. Let's go. Kitty turned to the bear and they left the capital. I think it's quite far from the capital, thought Iha, stopping near the forest. It was already night, with a bluish full moon hanging in the sky, and Iha was trying to explain the circumstances to his friend. Now we must part ways, but I don't know if you'll understand what I'm saying. It's best for both of us. Woo. The bear hugged Iha tightly. Enough, come on, go quickly. Little brother, I'm telling you, go. Musketeer recalled all the moments spent together with the bear cub. It was really hard for him to part with his friend. I'll shoot you if you don't stop. Iha shouted and pushed the bear away. The beast was upset and out of nowhere, it bit the musketeer's shoulder. Bro, it hurts. What's wrong with you? The musketeer was angry, but the bed would only lick the bite. Suddenly, the bear began to glow with a blue light. Iha closed his eyes, unable to open them. Chapter 21. The glow around both Ha and bear stopped and a notification came from the system. Achievement, a kindred spirit. Congratulations. You who, despite the dangers, appreciate the living creatures of Midrose. A companion animal has appeared that is connected to your soul. Even if you are far away from each other, your companion will never forget you. Reward, Intelligence +4, Willpower +5, Skill Soul Link. Another one. Iha was surprised to see a new pop-up window. Notification from the system. You are the first registered owner of the Soulmate achievement. The first 3 users who receive this achievement are inducted into the Hall of Fame. Also, you get an additional 200% of the real effect. Effect, Intelligence +8, Willpower +10. Related. A soul. Iha thought. The bear was bursting into tears. Woo. No, he said plaintively. Oh my god, baby, and I'll never forget you. Take care of your health. Don't let anyone hunt you. Although with your size, you're more likely to be a hunter. You're a little smaller than the field boss, Iha said while stroking his bear, compared to how small a bear he was when he met him. The beast had indeed grown to a huge size. The friends went their separate ways, and Ha to the city of people, bear to the habitat of bears. Bye baby, Iha shouted at the end. Woo. Bear drawled, and Ha walked sadly back to Alestock. Somehow the mood dropped. What's wrong with me? Even when I broke up with Beamy and Jin Gong, it wasn't so sad, Iha thought as he kicked rocks on the way. The bear sensed, apparently, the sadness of its owner and suddenly let out a loud roar. Iha was startled and immediately received a notification from the system. Connection of novice souls. You can summon a kindred spirit. A summoned soulmate forms a physical body before dying and receives a buff proportional to the user's strength. Effect. Summon a kindred spirit for 30 minutes. Additional gain -1/2 from the user's level. Mana 200. Recharge time is 24 hours. Can I summon a kindred spirit? Does it form a physical body before death? this, so I can summon it even after death. Although there are some restrictions, I can meet him whenever I want. And since the achievement mentioned the word beginner, it means that I can raise the rank of the skill. And Ha was delighted with the new ability, which will allow him not to part with a friend forever. Get stronger. You'll do just fine, Ha said into the air, thinking of his pet. The bear at this time, having returned to its native territory, was standing on a steep cliff, while other bears obediently bowed to it. It's already afternoon. I can't believe it's already afternoon. How far did I go? Took all night to get back here, and this is just the entrance. Ha stood exhausted in front of the entrance to Alestock. Well, anyway, I've arrived in Alestock. The city was quite busy and there was a whole crowd of users walking around. Wow, there are so many people. How will I find Kai Jong here, thought Ha, and called his brother. Hyung, are you in Alestock yet? Kai Jong asked. Yes, but why is there such a crowd? The musketeer asked. When there is nothing to do in the game, the place where users usually gather is the capital. Hehe, did you forget that Midrose has 100 million players? The younger brother replied. Where are you now? Ha asked. I'm at the south gate. And you're Hyung, aren't you? I've been waiting for you since this morning. Kai Jong replied. Where's the south gate? Somewhere. My brother only replied. Are you kidding me? How am I going to find you here? Angry and Ha. Then he heard Kai Jong's voice, not through the system, but right next to him. It's okay to get lost here. The south gate doesn't have any landmarks, so you just need to rely on your luck. Hehe, you need to search wisely. Kaijo stood not far from Ha, wearing armor and a blue robe. If you came, then say you're here, man. Ha got angry and attacked his brother, while he was laughing loudly. I just had so much fun watching what a noob you are. Not far from them, the brothers were being watched by a couple of users who had apparently come with Kai Jong. He's a real musketeer, one of them said. Obviously, he hasn't even reached level 15. The second one answered. Awesome. By the way, I noticed little brother in Ha's equipment. Test equipment. Is she like a high LVL? Ha asked. The equipment must match my level. Kai Jong replied grandly. By the way, Hyung, you don't at all? Kai Jong asked, noticing Ha's equipment. The musketeer did not understand the question, or stole items from other players. My brother laughed. No, I got it by hunting. Ha replied. I can't believe it. Isn't 3 strong enough just to capture a wild boar? My younger brother was surprised. At this time, another person wearing a dark robe with purple edges walked up to them. How do you do? I've heard a lot about you from K. My name is Hyun. The man introduced himself. About me. Hello, I'm Ha and Ha. The musketeer introduced himself. He said you were a senior sniper sergeant in the army, and he never stopped praising you, telling you what hidden talents you have. Just as Hyun started to tell him, Kai Jong covered his mouth and denied everything in embarrassment. When have I ever said such a thing? So you were praising me. Kai Jong is a good guy. Oh, is this by any chance the clothes that fall from the boss of the field? The only person who noticed was a guy in black clothes and black hair who came over, from some brown bear. The guy continued. That's right, from the agony of Osso. Ha replied. It's unbelievable that you were able to get such loot. My name is Sasuke, the guy introduced himself. Are you Japanese? Ha asked. No, I was just very inspired by a certain work. My profession is also connected with this, Sasuke replied. Hearing their conversation, Kai Jong asked. Paul's boss, the agony of what? Oh, you didn't know. The community has recently experienced such chaos, as a tank agony also may not know. Here Sasuke broke off his story after remembering something. Wait a minute, Oso's agony. And he has 3 things from the set. Such equipment cannot be obtained by a novice. He mused as he stood off to the side while the other 3 got to know each other. This is the grade 5 swordsman I told you about. Introduce yourself. Kai Jong introduced his brother to a playmate. I'm Tail, the swordsman said. My name is Ha and Ha. Hyung, if you're interested in anything, just ask. All the guys are very busy, but I called them here to help you. Kai Jong said, pointing at his friends. In order to decide on the hunting field, you first need to check your level. What level are you currently on? Up a bit, Kay asked his brother. And me, on the 25th. The musketeer replied. What? Everyone present was in a stupor, and they began the mini-meeting by standing in a small circle and whispering about the musketeer. You said it was around the 10th. The swordsman asked Kai Jong. He killed the golden eagle a few days ago. Kai Jong answered. And isn't this his first time in the capital? This is all very different from what you told us. My guildmates asked Ki Jong. He turned to Yeha and asked again. Really 25? Are you kidding me? It just happened. Plus, I did a little hunting. Said and Ha. Hunting? What do you mean? Kai Jong asked, not quite understanding what was going on. The robed man was watching them and analyzing them in his mind. If he caught a golden eagle a few days ago, he should be somewhere on 12 Latvian lats right now. How did he manage to go up more than 10 levels in such a short time? He thought and turned to Yeehaw. I think we'll see a lot of each other from now on. Can we make friends? Yes, Yeehaw answered and received a friend request, which he accepted. The rest of the audience also submitted applications. And I. Then neither will I. It's an honor. Well, since we've met each other, we might as well go. The robed man said. Guildmaster Hyun, are you leaving? Kay asked. Yes, I'll see you next time. The guildmaster said, and they disappeared into the magic circle. Have a good trip. Kai Jong waved at them. I envy you. You don't have to walk on your own 2 feet. Come on, tell me what happened to you. I'll buy us some food. Kai Jong suggested cheerfully. All right, bro. Yeehaw replied. They entered a small tavern and the musketeer began his story. Ha ha, where should I start the story? Some time later. Really? Hyun, did you really kill that field boss? Kai Jong asked, surprised. Yeah, and it really raised my level. Yeehaw replied as he slowly sipped his beer. -0. Off it. The musketeer's attack power is really cool. Ki Jong was speaking. Well, if you have time to take a few shots, and if you shoot at places that give critical damage, then I think it's not so impossible. Kai Jong analyzed. Really? Yeehaw asked. They were only called a raid, but they're really just a bunch of players gathered together in a hurry. Due to the fact that none of them knew each other, they had zero organization. And if the captain escapes, the monster's attention will be attracted by nearby team members. Obviously, this gave you time to deal damage to the boss. As far as I know, the main attack power of the musket is 233. Therefore, you would definitely be able to deal significant damage to the boss. However, only one shot is possible in 1 minute. Since the bear's HP was already low, I can believe that even you, Hyun, managed to kill the monster. Kai Jong said. Is this all because you were a sniper? I'll admit that you're the one who took down the boss, but I'm still in shock. There is an archer in our guild, but he barely managed to cover a distance of 66 meters at a time using a long arrow. And after he did it once, he gave up and turned the battle aid system back on. Kai Jong said as he ate the sausages. Isn't the standard range of long arrows 65 meters? Yeehaw asked. Initially, with the combat aid system turned off, he couldn't even get close to the maximum range. Therefore, he was only able to reach such a distance because he used the combat assistance system. My brother was telling me and suddenly noticed one discrepancy. Oh, by the way, that's kind of weird. Isn't the range of musket bullets only 40 meters? Hyun, did you kill the field boss with 1 shot? Ki Jong asked. Since 3. And in the end, I used my bayonet and took down the monster in close combat. Yeehaw replied calmly. What? Are you serious? But after all, in addition to the range of bullets in 40 meters, the musket also has a reload lasting 1 minute. Was there a bear standing still while you shot him 3 times? Kai Jong couldn't believe it. That's why. That I was hunting with the combat assist system turned off. Yeehaw replied calmly. Are you playing with the help system turned off? Why? My brother suddenly shouted. That's the only way I'll get used to it. Yeehaw replied. Wow. Our Hyung doesn't seem to be alright. Hyung muttered as he listened to his brother. If you enable the system, the target hit rate is fixed at 50%. As it is, I can't hunt. Yeehaw replied. And how much did your firing range increase then? Did you even hit someone? Tay asked. Up to 100 meters. And all 3 shots were in the head. Yeehaw replied, taking aim with his musket. Why are you saying such important things just now? Kay asked angrily. Because you just asked me, man. Bumped head on with him and Haw. Hyung. Will you join our guild? The younger brother suddenly stated and held out his hand. Huh? Said Yeehaw, surprised. Chapter 22. The guild. I won't join you. Yeehaw replied in a calm voice. What's going on? Why? Kai Jong snapped at him furiously. Just like that. Yeehaw replied. You know that our guild is quite popular, right? Kim Jong began the story and summoned the mantle of his guild. Note, Pelcho or Sambelcho regular troops of the Goryeo feudal state. Sam means 3. You haven't heard of the Pelcho guild. I specifically told the guild master and the top guild members about you. Don't you recognize these 3 stars? Already in despair, he showed the guild crest to Kai Jong. Oh, they don't recall. If it's 3 stars, is it Sambelcho? Did they fight the Mongols? Ha was also perplexed. Ha, you make people feel uncomfortable all the time. Do you remember that Hyun and we met recently? He's our guild master. He's so good that he's even appeared on TV. In Korea, it is on the 8th place. Kai Jong tried to talk his brother out of it. On the 8th place, Yeehaw asked. Cool, isn't it? If he just used magic once, it would be such a boom. Do you understand? And all the enemies then are like boo. K praised his master. Where in the world is he? The musketeer asked. In my opinion, on the 40th. I don't remember exactly. Kai Jong replied. Oh, I see. Yeehaw drawled absently. Why are your reactions so sluggish? Once again, in Korea on the 8th, and in the world on the 40th. Doesn't that surprise you? Yeehaw didn't have anything to say. Thinking of Ram Hwa Jong, the ice mage with the 9th place in the world. Which one are you on? Yeehaw asked, hoping to change his brother's record. Heh, my friend, you ask too many questions. Ki-jon began. Stop showing off. I'm almost in the top 100 in Korea. There isn't a single person on our hunting field who doesn't know the name Templar Master K. They also call me Invincible, Immortal Tank, or simply Master K. I'm so cool, but at the same time humble. Hehe, said Kai Jong. Should I shoot him sometime? Yeehaw thought, angry at Kai Jong. And you're bragging about being one of the top 500 best players around the world. Yeehaw asked. They clinked glasses together. Beer froth was pouring out. Isn't this a good indicator among the game's 100 million players? If I get 2 LVL Appen, I'll be on the 200th level. I'm not finger pointing either, Master K said with a wink. Are you on 198 Latvian lats? Surprised and how your level is higher than I thought. Are you surprised at my level? Let's eat first. Then I'll show you around the capital and walk you to the academy. Before I go hunting, I can be your guide for a while. K offered his services. What about the money? Yeehaw asked. I guess you haven't forgotten. K sighed. Meanwhile, at Ki-jon's guild, the guild master and Sasuke were standing by the large window. The swordsman we met earlier was leaving somewhere. Then I'll see you later, Mr. Guild Master, the swordsman said. Hyunam Tail, have fun, the guild master said. See you later. Sasuke said goodbye. They waited for the swordsman to leave the room. How boring he is. The guild master's smiling face changed. That's right, Sasuke replied. I'd like to talk for a bit. Is there no one around? The guild master asked as he sat down in his chair. Sasuke's eyes flashed and he instantly scanned the entire building. No one, Sasuke replied. Great. After all, almost no one can resist your scanning skill in Midros. Guild master smiled maliciously, then looked at Sasuke and asked. Did you see it? Yes. He changed all his clothes, but his body type and weapons matched the one in the photo. Sasuke replied. On their desk was a folder with a photo of Ha and Ha in their old gear, and behind it were printouts of the players' comments on the recent Brown Bear incident. However, the body addition and the weapon coincide with what is shown in the photograph. Are you sure it's him? High in the vein of not the 25th. However, I couldn't see the rest. Couldn't you check his ability level? I think that means he's obviously not a novice. Are you sure it's him? Said the guild master. There is a high probability that yes, and his level is 25. However, I couldn't see the rest. Sasuke replied. You couldn't check the level of his abilities. The master asked. I think that means he's obviously not a novice. Sasuke replied. What about your achievements? The guild master asked. I couldn't see it. The subordinate replied. Hella, I knew this would happen. The guild master drawled. They were in a small office with a large window. The only furniture in the office was a wooden chair, a large desk, and an armchair. Fucking sisters. They did a good job of covering up everything. So they want to lure him to their side. Staked out means bloody scum, the guild master said angrily. His face was drawn in a terrible grimace and his eyes were like a madman's. They approached him knowing he and K were related. Did you take this guy in to get close to K or force him to break into our guild to steal information? The guild master asked. I don't know, Sasuke replied, standing next to his boss. I know. I didn't say that just to hear the answer. It just pisses me off that I can't figure out what their plan is. The master replied. I could see the guy's rank. Sasuke said. Rank? And what is it? The master was intrigued. He uses the title Fearless, Sasuke said. What does it do? The guild master asked. Increases attack power. I heard that to get it, you need to defeat a monster that is 20 levels higher than the player. Sasuke replied. Those ram girls seem to appreciate him terribly. Then they gave in to his last attack. The master said and became lost in thought. A Korean who has received an offer to team up with these two bitches. It's definitely him. Other than this type of player, there are no other musketeers in Korea that are in the same level range. So, I'm sure it's him. There is no doubt that Ram Hwa Jong and Ram Hwa Yon have become close to him and are now watching his back. The master summed up his thoughts, but we haven't seen them together yet. Sasuke remarked. Think logically. He also said that a few days ago, when he left Candle Castle, he had 12 LVL. and he was not going to hunt but to the capital. However, he's already level 25 right now, and on it were items that drop from the boss field. It wouldn't have been possible without the help of those two scums, the guild master said. But he could also beat him in solo, couldn't he? Sasuke said. Come to your senses, Sasuke. What nonsense is that? The master slammed the table and stood up abruptly. How would a solo player be able to catch Asu's agony while at 12 Latvian lats? And you said yourself that even your skill failed to view the level of abilities and achievements of this type. It was obvious that these two sisters had used a concealment item on him. Or do you think that idiot already knows how to use the scroll to hide information about himself? If the Ram girls caught Asu's agony and handed over all the items to that bastard, then he's already with them for one. This suggests that the Ram sisters were at the south gate until recently to catch Asu's agony. Since the field boss appears randomly, the guild master ranted like a madman. Sasuke watched him and was in a stupor. Raise the reward for catching the Ram sisters, and tell Kay to keep an eye on that goat. The master shouted. Yes, I said. Kay said. Don't trust everything to Kay. You also check the location of this guy every time. That's why I told you to make friends with him. Got it, the subordinate replied. Also, Sasuke, use items regularly to hide your location in his friend's info window. We must not let him know where you are. The master gave instructions. Yes, I said, Sasuke replied, and together with the guild master, they stood in the middle of the magic portal. Come on, the guild master said. Hey, how do I look? Pretty. The guild master forced a smile with his fingers. Yes, your expression seems kind. Sasuke replied dryly. Oh, don't lie to me. No, I need to use only good vocabulary again. Then let's go, Mr. Sasuke. The transformed guild master said in an instant and hugged his subordinate. Meanwhile, Kay and Iha were looking around the city. Iha kept going through his map carefully. I'm surprised you even have a 5 gold card. Kay said, so there's a gun shop here, and a dry goods store there. Studied the map and how long are you going to stare at the map? My brother asked him. These are the basics for a sniper. I need to know everything about the area. Iha replied, not without pride. Come on, Hyung. I'll show you where the academy is. Go ahead, Master K. By the way, have you thought about what I said recently? Iha asked him. You mean that sacred grill quest or whatever it is? When I reached 100 Latvian lats I completed all the quests in the novice village. However, I had never heard of this quest. Kai Jong replied. Did you return to the novice village after reaching level 100? Ha was also surprised. And that lunchbox, or whatever it was, probably never sold. I haven't even heard anything about it from the rumors. If someone received such a quest, wouldn't they eat this lunchbox themselves? Even I would have Eskamiakal. Ki John was speaking. I looked through the map, but I didn't find the second point of the sacred grill in the capital. And Kai Jong also said that there was no such place. According to Kai Jong's guess, it's possible that no one has ever opened this quest here before, or that someone just ate the lunchbox themselves. Thought Iha and remembered what Kay said about it. You can continue playing the game without paying attention to the invitation in honor of the opening of a new eatery, or the drop in the level of intimacy with the NPC. I don't think we should even go back to Candle Castle, because the capital city is full of other quests that will help me regain my affinity level. Perhaps everyone else thought so, but if I still complete this quest, the second point of the Sacred Grill will open, right? Iha thought. The second eatery, Sacred Grill in Iha's view, looked like a large tavern with a huge Madame Lu at the entrance. And then the map of the capital will change. These thoughts of Iha were interrupted by Kai Jong. I don't think anyone has completed this quest. You know I'm on 198 Latvian lats right now, right? If I ate that lunchbox, I'd be at 202 by now. Even if I hunt for a whole week in real time, I won't get more than 2 levels up. Kay told me. Is it that complicated? The musketeer was surprised. Yes, leveling up is not a joke. If it's so hard for me, then imagine what it's like for the top rankers. Time is money. I would save myself more than 100 days in Midros. I mean, I would definitely eat this lunch box. He talked about the difficult fate of K rankers. Thought Yeehaw. This, Hyung. K asked his older cousin. Eh? Said Yeehaw. How about that? To sell it? What is it? He asked his brother, and Ha was surprised. I think it would be kind of stupid of you to eat this lunchbox right now and upgrade to level 4. But you won't be able to walk with him until you reach 200 Latvian lats, Kay suggested. Because of efficiency. Yeehaw asked. That's right, Kay said. You can also sell it at a good price. Much more expensive than you think. Kay said, and Yeehaw thought about his mother and disability in real life. Kai Jong is right. If I sell the lunch box, there will be money for medical treatment and daily expenses. Since you've met our guild master, I think you'll also be introduced to the top players in Korea. For the rest, you only need to rely on your luck, Kay was saying. Iha smiled and replied, okay. Chapter 23. That's right, nothing happened. Kay agreed, but Ha interrupted him too. I'll think about it, he added. Kay was angry. You said good, so you're not selling a lunchbox. What is it? He asked angrily. I said good because I thought I'd think about your idea. The musketeer replied apologetically. What's there to think about, huh? Yelled Kay, holding his head with both hands. The sniper should not immediately pull the trigger as soon as he sees the target. Iha replied while holding an imaginary rifle in his hands. Oh, about the lunchbox. It's a secret. Iha replied. I study at the Faculty of Business Management, so I have a lot of smarts. His brother tried to convince him otherwise. Then the guys were approached by the knights, with whom the musketeer had to get acquainted earlier. Oh, I didn't expect to meet you here, Mr. Ha and Ha. One of the knights said. Squad, holy knights, Kai Jong thought. What did you do to make them come after you? Kay panicked. I didn't do anything. Iha replied. Kay opened the hidden message box. Search for and arrest particularly dangerous criminals. Inspect any threats related to the kingdom of Pubiel. These are all the duties of a holy knight squad. He wrote to his brother. Why do you have such a reaction, as if I betrayed the country? My brother answered him. Okay, introduce yourself to them first. This gentleman. Iha began. Note, his name is Cinderguard, but the part Cinder is similar to the Korean word prodigy. Sir Prodigy Herod. Iha started to say as his friend started laughing. The first person who introduced himself was devastated. Is he Korean? Kay asked. I think he's an NPC, Iha said. And Sir Digrom. And this is Sir Prodigy. Fahan. The knight couldn't help but laugh. I am Sir Cinderguard, said the other, offended. He called you Sir Prodigy Digardo. Phew, this is Cinderguard. Fixed the bug in Ha, so they had Sir in front of their names, so it wasn't a surname. Iha thought dumbfounded. Note, Sir and the surname Seo are the same in Korean, so the main character made a mistake. Hyung, you're such a prankster. I texted Kay's brother. Sir Cinderguard, what is your business with me? He asked the knights. Does it have to be a case? We were just passing by and wanted to greet you, the knight replied. I'm afraid I can't believe it. Iha thought. You don't have to worry about that guy. I let him go in the southern forest, said Iha about his bear. Of course you did. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get to the capital. Blago to Rome for your cooperation. The knight bowed. And this gentleman, from the Pelcho Guild, I understand. He noticed Kai John's robe. Oh, yes, I'm Master K. Kai Jong replied, confused. We are well aware that the Pelcho Guild is fighting on the western borders. We express our gratitude to you on behalf of the kingdom of Pubiel. The knight shook his hand. I was just farming experience, Kay said, confused. Then see you later, the knight said goodbye. Did you really just come over to say hello? Clarified in Ha. So far ... Yes, Sir Cinderguard said cryptically. UWAA. This is the first time I've seen holy knights decide to talk to someone first. Kai Jong was surprised. First time? Iha asked, but his brother was already in his narcissistic thoughts. Maybe it's because I've improved my reputation. Or because they recognized our guild. No, wait. They're not talking to me, they're talking to you, Hyung. How do you know them? He asked, coming back from Kay's fantasy world. Even I spoke to them for the first time. Master K was actively questioning his brother. They probably just came over to make sure because of the bear. Iha answered evasively. A bear? Kay asked, and the musketeer told him the whole story of their acquaintance with the knights. Oh, well, if you met them then, everything becomes clear. Otherwise, it would be strange if the NPCs didn't recognize me first, a player with a reputation of 150. But you, Hyung, you have 150. I have 80 right now. And you only have 150. You're on 198 Latvian lats. Ha was also surprised. What are you getting at? In order to increase your reputation, you need to hunt a lot. Even if you destroy a monster in solo, your reputation will go up like hell. What cancer? You've already gained 80 reputation points. Ha Hyung. Kay shook his brother angrily by the shoulders. My head is spinning. Well, I was just doing quests, so the reputation increased. Iha replied. Hyung. Reputation quests are only available with 200 Latvian lats, so even I can't complete them. Have you found a more effective method? Kay asked, pulling away from his brother. I don't think so. I only completed quests that matched my level. Iha replied. And you raise your level quickly, and your reputation too. I don't know if it's weird or unbelievable. I'm looking forward to what you'll be doing next, Hyung. Kay said. I play for money, Iha replied. That's right, that's right. You need money for the operation. Kay remembered. Well, if you want to earn money, you should start by improving your class skills. Kay stopped there. Who? It's a building. The Musketeers' Academy. Yeehaw asked. The building they were standing in front of was old and probably in disrepair. The wooden shutters were broken long ago. The place seemed abandoned. It looks a little shabby, doesn't it? Very much. Not a little. Yeehaw agreed. By the way, the magnificent building we passed recently, the Temple of Arlo, my academy. I didn't miss the opportunity to brag to Kay. Isn't that class discrimination? Yeehaw asked irritably. Our academy is so big because it trains paladins, templars, priests, sisters, and monks. Here's 2 gold coins to start with. This will help you solve urgent problems and sell your clothes as soon as you level up properly. Otherwise, if the members of the same raid recognize you, there will be no problems. Brother K advised, and showered Yeehaw with all sorts of gadgets and food. Thanks, man, Yeehaw said, dumbfounded. If anything happens, call me. I went to do some quests. K said goodbye. Okie dokie. Thank you, then I'm off. K said goodbye and headed for the building. Is anyone here? He asked as he entered the building. It's like being in a haunted house, Yeehaw said when he saw how cluttered and almost destroyed everything inside was. Why those damn Midrose developers? As Yeehaw ranted, 2 eyes flashed behind him. Someone was hiding there with a musket. Can't they do anything normal for the musketeers? I finished my lamentations and how a gun was pointed at his head. Don't move, and don't answer it. Just breathe, or I'll blow your head off, said the unknown. He's not a simple shooter. Perfect disguise. I didn't even feel his presence. Yeehaw thought. Just move your mouth. Move the other parts of your body and your head will blow up. Who are you? He asked. I am a musketeer said Yeehaw. Who sent you? No one sent me. I received an invitation to the academy from Commander Zayat of Candle Castle's Public Order Squad, Yeehaw replied. Take exactly 3 steps forward and turn around. Just 3 steps. Otherwise, there will be a hole in the head. 4 steps will affect the percentage of hits on the target. And if there are 2, you'll have a chance to grab his gun. This is a special method of musketeers to dominate the enemy Prosek and Ha. Put the invitation on the floor. Since the powder box is empty, do you mind if I put my musket down as well? Yeehaw asked. At least you've already fired a few shots. Take 3 more steps back. If I do too, my head will fly off. Right? Judging by your audacity, you're not native. Yes, I am a non-native musketeer, Yeehaw replied. The musketeer in the hat was holding it at gunpoint, and on his knees he took the letter in his hands and quickly got up. Honorary member of the Candle Castle Public Order Unit. You have experience hitting the target from a distance of 100 meters. Instantly calculated my achievements. Is it because he's an NPC? Yeehaw thought. Follow me, said the unknown. They came to a small office. There was a stuffed deer's head on the wall, a table covered with a blue cloth, and a chair in front of it. There were also many stuffed animals and other animals. There are no others, as I understand it. Since this is an academy, it is somewhat similar to a school. Aren't there any staff here? Looked around and School. Stop playing the sucker. Sit down, the musketeer commanded. Yeehaw instantly sat up. Such a familiar feeling. Without realizing it, he followed the order. I immediately remembered something. Senior Sergeant. This is the Senior Sergeant. Did I join the army again? If I think about it, being in the army will make my life easier, since I'm used to this place the most. Thought in Ha. At this time, the musketeer commander was reading a letter from Zayat. Zayat was full of praise. Hardworking, spares no effort for the good of Candle Castle, and he can become a great knight that will support the kingdom of Pubiel. So please take good care of him. This is the first time he writes such a recommendation letter. What is it? The senior musketeer asked, sitting back in his chair. Really? I'm glad. Confused and This is all bullshit. The city is full of nonsense. He also stutters about some efforts, the senior musketeer said, and threw the letter on the floor after crumpling it up. A musketeer doesn't need hard work. Talent decides everything, he said, leaning his hands on the table. The wide brim of his hat cast a shadow over his eyes, leaving only the fiercely glittering pupils visible. There was a blue feather on the hat. She was wearing gloves and a blue cloak wrapped around her shoulders. Although your efforts will come in handy in shoving gunpowder with a ramrod. What is it? Said the senior musketeer. I think I understand what you're saying. Yeehaw smiled. You think so? Funny. Are you confident just because you hit the target from 100-meter range? The commander asked sarcastically. No, Yeehaw replied humbly. You say that you understand, so it will be much easier. The commander stamped his foot. Get up, let's light a fire, he said, and Yeehaw looked down at his musket with a smile. Chapter 24. Did he say let's light a fire because we're shooting with a matchlock? Iha mused as he followed his mentor across the creaking boards of the academy. I think there will be a test now. Wait, isn't just being level 10 enough to join the academy? Then why is he going to test me? While Iha was thinking about his entrance exam and looking for a catch, a notification came to him. Notification from the system. Let's see what you can do. Director of the Musket Academy Bezbravi is going to test your skills and willpower. He has high hopes for you, but don't be so alarmed. Even if you do not meet his expectations, there will be no punishment, as you are a novice musketeer. Goal: to pass the Bezbrov exam. Reward: failure conditions, exam failed. In case of failure, refusal to join Musket Brown Bess Academy. Do you agree? The Academy entrance exam. What kind of nonsense is this? There is no normal description, and if I fail, I will be denied entry. Even the reward is unknown. Iha was confused. What are you doing? Scared? Director Bezbravi asked sarcastically. No, conversely, I'm looking forward to the test. Iha replied. They stepped out onto a large landing. There were a lot of targets and stuffed animals on the green area. The training center is a place that you need to visit frequently, up to 200 Bulgarian lev. He did not announce any conditions. It turns out that the penalty in case of failure is the inability to join the academy. The developers want me to quit the game. Iha mused as he carefully examined his musket. However, if you think about the nature of the musketeer, especially a sniper, I understand something. This quest is needed to make me give up. Iha was sitting on a chair in the middle of the training ground. The wind gently touched his hair, the sun shone softly on everything around him, and our musketeer's thoughts never left his head. A sniper is not an ordinary soldier with a rifle. Recklessness will not only threaten the sniper's life, but also the lives of his allies. The correct answer is to refuse the quest. Up ahead, there were scarecrows with scary faces here and there. In order to take 2 steps forward, you need to take 1 step back. Any good shooter must know this truth. That's what he checks. Understood? And ha. But that's not the answer I want to choose. Moreover, I don't intend to lose. The sergeant cheered up. KHY, 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 said the director, amused. That's a funny expression on your face. This is a training field, a place you'll never be able to use if you fail, the director said as he moved closer to the musketeer. Iha quickly visually divided the entire training field into segments and calculated the distance. Basic structure of the shooting field. From me to the target is about 40 meters. This is the standard distance for a musketeer with a keyed combat assist system. Thought in Ha. Editor's note: running fire is shooting on readiness, not on command, and they shoot without stopping until they run out of ammunition. Through, on target, or runaway fire, choose what you prefer. The director glared at him. If you fail, you'll be out of here right away. However, if you give up now, I'll start teaching you the basics, suggested an escape route Bezbravogo director. By goal, quick fire. I understood that. However, what else is a pass-through? Flashed through the thoughts of Iha. I will shoot at the target. Iha replied, holding his musket at the ready. It is better to choose what I am more confident in. He decided. By goal, then. Interesting. The director smiled. I have a question. Iha suddenly raised his hand. Which one? The director asked. How many people took this test? Iha asked. 2. The director replied. Other than 2, no one else has tried it. Specify in Ha. The wind blew leaves across the field. Tried it. The director did not understand at first, and after glaring at Iha from under his brow, he added. From those who passed, just 2 of them. The probability of hitting the target from a distance of 40 meters is 50%. How could only 2 people get through? Did not understand. And Ha. What is the point here? Then how many people were there who tried to pass this exam? What is it? He asked. Why do I need to know the number of cowards who gave up or how many idiots failed the test? The director asked, taking off his hat and brushing the dust off it. Well, at least there were more than 1,000 of them. No, he said. There are more than 100 million players in the game. It can't be that only 1,000 people have tried to pass this test. I think that out of 100 million users, at least 5,000 musketeers have reached here. It turns out that the probability of passing 0.04% is. What kind of test is this? Don't you just need to hit the target from 40 meters away? Thought Iha, and the director walked with a steady and measured step to the scarecrow in the center of the field. So the scarecrow is a target. That's right, it's only 40 meters. Thought in Ha. But then the director moved on from the scarecrow, straight to the wall. What does it do? I went further than 45 meters. Stop. It's already more than 50 meters. How far is he going to go? Iha was restless, and with each step the director took, the anxiety in his chest grew. The director stopped at the farthest wall. 55 meters. Well, from this distance, you can also hit the target. But what should I aim at? There's no target. Wait a minute. It can't be. Iha swallowed after what he saw. The headmaster took a feather from his hat and stuck it in the wall, pointing out with his finger that it was a goal to pass the test. In this, now it's clear why only 2 days have passed. The golden eagle that flew in the air at a distance of 100 meters was a much bigger target. It looks no bigger than a dot. Iha was looking closely at his target and was very dumbfounded. The sun was right in his face, so the sergeant had to shield his eyes with his hands. I'm surprised that anyone even managed to pass this exam. There's nothing you can do. There is no turning back. It remains only to try. Iha decided, taking a deep breath. The director came back, sat down in his chair, and crossed his arms. Go ahead. There is only one option. Iha thought and commanded the system, setting the synchronization level. The window changed sync level. The flesh and Ha in the game started to disintegrate. The skin was separating from the body. Increase the synchronization level to the maximum. Iha commanded and the system responded. The synchronization level can be increased up to 50%. Iha was glowing all over and thoughts flashed through his head. I've trained enough. Now I need to rely only on my feelings. Increase the synchronization level to 50% available at this level. The system declared. On acute feelings that are similar to real ones. Decided in Ha. Notification from the system. Over adjusting the synchronization level can harm the player. All responsibility for any harm caused to the player in reality or in the game due to an increase in the synchronization level falls on the user himself. Do you agree? Yes, Iha replied, and his flesh disintegrated and was reassembled. Notification from the system. The sync level is 50%. Let it be just that, 50%, but my senses have become much sharper. I want to try 100% syncing when I level up. Iha decided, comparing his feelings to what they were earlier. And Ha grabbed a bag of gunpowder reload. Reload without ramrod. The director remarked. Ah, yes, Iha said. By the way, it's a good thing you didn't choose runaway fire. Otherwise, it would have definitely flown by. The director said while watching him. Is he implying that I'm slow? Ha and Ha thought. The musketeer took aim and got down on one knee. The distance is 55 meters. The target size is 10 centimeters. Small. Almost invisible. Well, nothing. I'll just think of it as a target from 250 meters away. Decided in Ha. Inhale. Exhale. And he's not bad. The sight doesn't shake, and your breathing is stable. Yes, and he has the willpower. Come on, show me what you're worth, kid. Thought the director watching the young musketeer Ha. And Ha was adjusting the scope at that moment. I see it. In Iha's eyes, the feather became bigger and closer. I can see her clearly. The feather grew bigger and bigger, as if up close. It is enough to look at the goal once, and then gradually it will seem bigger and bigger. Skill activation. A calm heart, Iha said aloud, and everything around him began to glow faintly with a blue light, and the distance from Ha to the target was covered with blue roses. Iha pulled the trigger. His breathing was even. My hands didn't shake. Inhale and exhale. And he fired. The gunshot rang out with a rumble all over the training field. Hit it. The question hung in his mind. Chapter 25. Got it. Iha shouted with joy. The bullet hit right on target. Bullseye. Musketeer thought, smiling. The director looked at the guy in surprise and said, right on target. Impressive. The guy thought, can he see from here? It wasn't even him who fired the shot. For me, the goal looks no bigger than a dot. The guy asked surprised, you won't check. The director laughed. Don't make me laugh. If I said you got hit, then it's true. I haven't seen them in a long time. Such interesting shots. The director adjusted his hat and patted the musketeer on the top of his head. Iha still couldn't believe what had happened and thought, I can't see at all. The director said sternly as he left, follow me. System notification. The Let's See What You Can Do quest has been completed. The level of intimacy with Musket Academy Director Brown Bess Bezbrov has been increased by 30%. System notification. Achievement. The Three Musketeers 8+. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the Bezbrov exam. The Brown Bess Academy was founded by 3 of the most famous musketeers in the history of the Kingdom of Pubiel, and one of the founders was Bezbrovi. You will get recognition even if you take a regular test. Or perhaps you will become one of the 3 musketeers of the new generation. Reward. Dexterity plus 15. Total reputation on content plus 20. System notification. You are the 3rd registered holder of the 3 Musketeers achievement. The first 3 users who receive this achievement are inducted into the Hall of Fame. Also, the achievement effect increases by 200%. Effect, dexterity plus 30. Overall reputation on the continent plus 40. Yeehaw stopped and started thinking. Plus 15 agility and plus 20 reputation. Yes, and increase the effect twice. What's more, with a Hall of Fame induction, now it is clear why the award was hidden. Otherwise, everyone would have swooped in. There was no chapel to his joy. The headmaster was already standing on the school's porch, shouting, "Why are you standing there like a pillar? Come quickly, I say." The musketeer, roused from his deep reverie, ran as fast as he could to the school porch, shouting, "Yes, I'm already running." They went into the room and sat down at the table. The director took out a drink, poured it into glasses and offered it to the guy. Satisfied? The director asked. "Yes, very, very much." Yeehaw shouted. "You have the talent. That's why I behaved so boldly," the director said mockingly. "It was all pure luck." The guy was shy and scratched his head. "Luck doesn't follow the untalented. For luck to be on your side, you need to have good composure," the director said in a serious voice while sipping his drink. The musketeer thought about it, sipping what was in his mug. In the achievement, it was written in black and white that he is one of the 3 most famous musketeers in the history of the kingdom of Pubiel. Moreover, he is one of the founders of this academy. His skills are definitely top-notch. The headmaster, sipping the contents of the mug, continued to say, "By maintaining your composure, your thinking will become more flexible, and then your dexterity will increase." "Kid," he shouted to the boy, who was lost in thought and wasn't listening. "I see you're not doing anything with your finger." "Haha. Well, something like that." The guy scratched his head again. "If you had come even a year earlier, I could have trained you as one of the next 3 musketeers of the new generation," the director said. "A bit of a pity, of course." "The 3 musketeers," said the guy. "You're still a long way from becoming one of them," the headmaster said. "Yes, I understand," the guy said sadly. The director went on to say, "I think with your level, I don't need to tell you how much gunpowder you need to put in the barrel and how many times you need to use the ramrod. Open it." The director tossed a heavy blue bag on the table. This Yeehaw started to open the bag. Bullets with gunpowder worth 10 silver. So much. Surprise guy didn't have a chapel. System notifications. Received 200 rounds of black powder. System notification. Received 200 iron bullets. The director kept saying, "I didn't tell you before. There is no point in basic training. I was lucky. That is, he gave me a reward for completing the basic training quest at once." Musketeer thought, but said something else aloud. "Thank you, Mr. Director." The director adjusted the brim of his hat and continued to speak. "There's still a lot of work ahead of you. It's the least I can do right now." "Well, then," the director smiled slyly, "shall we start hunting spiders?" The guy staggered in surprise. "Just a quest." System notification. Forest devoid of light 1. There's a forest west of Elstock where the light doesn't reach. Let's destroy the spiders on the trees that prevent light from entering. Target, red spiders. Reward, plus 10% to the level of proximity with Bezbrov. Plus 10% to the feat level for the kingdom of Pubiel. 30 copper coins. Immediately quest. Yeehaw thought. I thought there would be some low-key welcome ceremony first, since this is an academy after all. And then immediately rushed. Well, I like that, so quickly give quests. However, red spiders can already be killed at level 15. I have the 25th, which means that the reward will be less, therefore efficiency will drop, and besides, it's a pity to waste time on this. Musketeer rose from the table, thinking all this over. "Mr. Director, there are also bats in that forest, right?" Yeehaw asked. System notification. Activation of the auction. The probability of convincing the other person is 23%. So what? The director replied. Then how about killing spiders and bats at the same time? Musketeer suggested. Are you getting conceited because I showed you a little leniency? The director muttered angrily. That's not so. I'm not young enough to pass off conceit as confidence. However, if you order me to, I can complete the task in 1 day. Yeehaw quickly rattled off. All right, the headmaster shouted as he left the school building. Musketeer thought, the skill works. I couldn't miss this opportunity. But, I'd like to ask you something, the boy shouted out loud. About what? The director asked on the way out, turning around. If I can do it, teach me your skills. Having said that, the guy slyly narrowed his eyes, thinking to myself, wait for him to answer. Whoever speaks first loses. The director poured a drink into a mug and said, I'll agree if you do this. System notification. The quest content has been changed. Quest conditions have been changed. System notifications. A forest devoid of light. Let's destroy the spiders on the trees that prevent the penetration of light and bats, which thanks to the spiders have become active at night and during the day. I think he's an interesting guy. Can she really handle him, too? With this cooldown rate, he would be running out of time. I can check again. Is he fit to be one of the new generation of 3 musketeers? Goal: red spider paws, Wana sucking bat teeth. Reward: plus 30% to the level of proximity with beardless. 1 silver coin. Plus 20 to feet level for the kingdom of Pibule. Skill: the technique of sharpened hand movement. Failure conditions: the quest was not completed in 12 hours. In case of failure, minus 50% of the level of proximity with Bezbrov. Minus 20 of the total reputation on the continent. Fragments of the same phrases stuck in Yiha's head, reducing the overall reputation on content. Reducing the proximity level. 30 smaller feet. The quest was not completed in 12 hours. 30 bat teeth. Hell, he won't even give me a day. The guy muttered softly to himself. Listen, Mr. Director, Musketeer said, scratching his head. What, can't you? The director replied. LLWay right now. Imitating the joy in his voice, the guy said. I thought to myself, high risk, high income. Interesting guy, the director said softly as he left. It takes 2 or 3 hours to reach the hunting ground. If the round trip takes about 6 hours, the hunt itself will only take half the total time. In addition, I need to not only kill 30 creatures, but also collect an item from each of them. Even though the probability of dropping items is high, I need to fill up 30 spiders and 30 bats. I can't believe he's pinning his hopes on me as one of the new generation of 3 musketeers. This cannot but motivate. First, let's run to the west gate. Rushing like a bullet through the city, thought and Ha. I don't even have time to assemble a team. Seeing aside people who offered to join game teams, one girl shouted at the top of her voice, I'm looking for a team to farm bats and spiders. The guy next to her was shouting over her, I'm going to Shebel Tiger, an experienced tanker. Please take me with you, or at least there is someone who will go with me to Pachela village. While Yiha was running, he could hear voices, tops that were shouting, I'm looking for a DD and a 2-person team to capture the Troll Peak lookout. Level 130 and above. The musketeer recalled that somewhere he had already heard this name. Lookout Peak. Note, before that, there was Kamskiban. Coming closer to the voices, the musketeer saw a crowd of people who were shouting in the confusion, is anyone heading to the Orc village? I'm heading for the Sentinel mountain range. Depending on the situation, we can go as far as Lookout Peak. And Ha, remembering once more, thought, Lookout Peak, I've definitely heard that word somewhere. After pondering everything once more, the guy suddenly remembered the place of his friend's position, Lookout Peak. Precisely, the Ram sisters. These 2 are in Peak Lookout. And where is this Lookout Peak located? It looks like it's somewhere outside the Sentinel mountain range. Wow, the Sentinel mountain range is also the end of the western part. A map was being drawn in the guy's head. It would be far from here. It will be very difficult for Ram HWA Young to go there alone. We have almost the same level, so her high-powered sister, Ram HWA Jung, helps her out. A little envious, okay? I'll sigh with despondency guy. I just need to catch up with them in terms of level. Please wait. I'll catch up with you soon. The guy cheered himself up. Panting from running, the guy thought, I only spent 45 equals minutes. Runner skill is the best. Let's assume that the journey back will also take 45 minutes. Then I can hunt for 12 hours. As he approached the forest, he heard men's and women's voices. What is this? And, in the clearing by the fire, the players were standing and arguing loudly about something. I can't take aim. I've had enough. A voice came from one side. Gentlemen magicians, only attack when monsters are nearby. Someone in the crowd shouted. First, the ranged attack team will try to deal with as many creatures as possible. Carrying a voice, I won't be able to cast a spell if the monsters are nearby. How many people thought Yiha looking at the players? The players were sometimes grouped in groups, sometimes standing in 2s and 3s, and everyone was talking as if in unison with each other. Archers also have a hard time. Spiders are very sensitive. As soon as you point an arrow at them, they immediately hide. A boy with short hair said, how infuriating. I came here after I died fighting a bear, but hunting here is no easier. The red-haired guy said, it will be even more difficult since night has fallen. It's a bit easier during the day, as the spiders are slower at this time. Can we start hunting in the morning? The guy with ear-length hair asked, and Ha thought, and there are also monsters that gather in heaps here. The troubles of solo players. I can't believe that bats and spiders are grouped together. The musketeer expressed his point of view. Yiha walked away from the guys he was talking to, but I also heard them discussing their plans while arguing with each other. Their dialogue was as follows, good. Then we'll start in the morning, said one of them. The second man agreed with him. Besides, the bats would probably go to sleep with the dawn. I just managed to say to the fourth, standing there and not knowing what to say. 2 guys saw where Yiha was going and started shouting after him. "Hey, are you going hunting? Dangerous at night. Come with us in the morning." The musketeer, without turning around, said in an anxious and sad voice, "Then it will be too late for me." Yeehaw continued down the path into the dark forests. The guys, from surprise and not understanding, began to whisper to each other, "Did he really go alone? I'll bet you 1 silver coin that he'll come running back before sunrise." The guys started betting on comebacks and haw. "Okay, I'll bet you 1 silver coin that it's 2 hours from now." I placed the second bet, and I bet 1 silver coin on the fact that, in an hour, a new bet was placed by a player who came up from the side. 2 silver coins for his death, someone shouted from the crowd, which began to gather behind these guys. "And in the morning we will surely find his body." It is no longer clear who shouted out from the crowd. The musketeer stopped and closed his eyes for a moment. After taking a deep breath and exhaling, he said in a calm, quiet voice, "Let's check it out." The voices of the players did not stop, continuing to place bets on and haw. "After death, the body will disappear." There were voices. Yeehaw stopped for a second and shouted angrily without turning around to face the crowd, "I can actually hear everything. Are they betting on another person's life?" Musketeer thought resentfully. "You assholes," ran the thought in the guy's head. "Anyway, I don't give a damn," he said to himself. "I can't back down." Confident in his victory, he said aloud to himself. Chapter 26. It was the dead of night. It was scary in the forest and not a single thing was visible. The tall trees did not allow enough moonlight to penetrate the thickets of the forests. I loaded my weapon, hit the ground with the musket and haw. It took 63 seconds to recharge with my eyes closed. I'll be able to do it in a minute soon. Since it took me 63 seconds to recharge with my eyes closed, if there is light, I will be able to reduce the cooldown time to at least 50 seconds. Pulled out and Not lit a torch. As soon as the torch lit up and lit up everything around, Yeehaw saw huge spiders approaching him and fired. He hit one of them and killed it, and the other rolled over on his back out of fear, and could not get back on his paws. Reload. Recharge. Tried to take the chance haw and haw. The spider was already on its feet and was quickly gaining on Yeehaw. However, the musketeer managed to shoot and hit. 52 seconds. In fact, it became faster. You can immediately see the effect of increased dexterity. He shot another spider. Because of the increased synchronization, everything looks much more realistic. I even feel a little sorry for him. Yeehaw thought and opened the character window. Agility 215 points. Almost like a 50-level game. I know that every 50 and 100 levels, the power of perception increases. And now I understand the difference. Yeehaw thought. Chapter 26. Continuation. Judging from the damage that the musket deals, it's no wonder that spiders die from a single shot. Yeehaw thought as he approached the dead giant spider's corpse to pick up the items. "Give me a usable item." "What is it?" he would say. "Did I raise the sink too much? Why is everything so realistic?" He was amazed at how the perception inside the game changed after increasing synchronization. After rummaging through the monster's remains, Yeehaw was surprised to find nothing. No loot. I don't feel bad anymore. If items don't fall from every monster, the drop rate is 50% or even less. Since I didn't get anything from the 2 spiders I just killed. 10.5 hours left. Let's have some fun once, decided and Hawk, calculating the possibilities and time of completing the quest. It was the dead of night. Players who bet on Doom and Haw were waiting in the wings to see which of them won and took the winnings. It's already been 2 hours. I think I've lost my silver coin. Who knows? If the guy's dead, he's not coming back here. Let's go check it out on the sly, suggested a user with gray hair tied in a bun. There were 2 other guys next to him. But if we run into spiders and bats along the way, the guys were careful. We'll move fast, but we'll check and we won't fight. If we reduce the glow of the torches, everything will be fine. Only after finding a corpse one of us will be able to get his winnings, insisted the gray-haired man. I also bet. I'll go check it out, one of the guys agreed. He may have escaped or is hiding somewhere, so I'm with you, too. The second one joined them, and 3 users went to the forest to find out the fate of Yeehaw. However, the silver-haired gambler wasn't only concerned about winning the argument. Since that guy went hunting in the woods alone, I think he spent a lot of money in the game. If it's dead, then all the items have dropped from it, so I have nothing to lose. Most of all, I want to pick up his upper part of the equipment. It looks expensive, but the hooded boots also look different. It's a good thing those 2 idiots followed me. I can use them as human shields, Greylocks thought, pondering his own selfish plan. They wandered through the forest in pitch darkness, trying to find the musketeer. I don't see anything. It gives me the creeps. 2 users commented that they went after the villain on the minimum prices. Let's use fire magic to explore the area. the gray-haired user suggested, and launched several fireballs into the air. Fire arrow, he said, and the arrows flew in an unknown direction into the depths of the forest, briefly illuminating everything around. All three of them suddenly noticed a strange thing. In this scary dark forest teeming with monsters, suddenly there was no one. Nothing. Yeah, no spiders, no bats. Shouldn't there be at least a couple of them? The players were surprised and continued to look around. Monsters. No one saw it. The white-haired mage asked. Not a single one. Them not. His companions replied. It's strange that there aren't any monsters, but more importantly, where did that guy go? Where did he die that the objects that fell from him are nowhere to be seen? The magician was thinking about his plans. Equipment of this level will cost approximately 1 gold coin. The magician calculated the profit from items not yet found. Let's go even deeper, the mage suggested to his companions. And he had only one goal in mind, I'll find these items. Suddenly, one of the magician's companions notices something strange. Hey, everyone look here. He shouts to his companions. What is it? The swamp. All three of them thought when they saw a huge green liquid accumulated in one place in front of them. Where does the swamp come from in the forest without light? Was it here from the very beginning? The players were surprised. I don't know, but what's inside? Something sticky. Suddenly the magician realized what it was and shouted. 100. Wait, this is not a swamp, but the corpses of spiders and bats. You get this viscous substance from the bodies of monsters. The players were surprised. From the realization of the picture they saw, the white-haired magician threw up. And the master, now is not the time to throw up. One of his companions was holding him. I have a bad feeling. Let's get out of here soon, the archer suggested. At the same time, the players heard a loud screech from the monster. In the viscous green substance, something moved. Master, come to your senses. Was that the sound of a monster? Suddenly there were a lot more sounds. They sounded from different directions and a lot of red eyes began to appear in the dark. The players were scared. The monsters have been revived. Why all at the same time? The players were shocked. May I die? If there was such a big respawn, then that type killed such a bunch at once. While Greylocks was thinking about this, all three of them were waiting for their punishment from heaven. The monsters surrounded them in a ring and got closer and closer. At the Musketeer Academy, meanwhile, Headmaster Bezbrov was thinking about his one and only student, Iha. As he sat at his blue tablecloth table, sipping a drink from a large iron mug, he thought, time is almost up. Would it really fail? But then his attention was drawn to a stranger who came into the office. In his greeting style, the headmaster pointed the gun at him from behind. Don't move. Keep quiet. Just breathe or your head will blow up, said the director. Are you back to your old ways? Iha turned to him. The director was surprised. His eyes widened and he could only say something unintelligible. How? This is what you asked for. Iha tossed a large bag in front of the director. The paws of red spiders and the teeth of vampire bats. I think there are more than enough of them there. Iha smiled at his mentor as he stood dumbfounded, unable to hide his surprise. They went to the headmaster's office and sat down at the desk. The loot Iha had brought from the dark forest was spread out on the table, and the headmaster and his student were sitting opposite each other on both sides of the table. Well, it's commendable that you managed to manage by the time the director scattered all the paws and teeth out of the bag. And this is your praise? Iha asked irritably as the director pondered and tried to figure out how the brash boy managed to do this. You'll have to kill 500 or even more creatures to collect the right amount of items. Even if he shortened his reload time by charging the barrel without a ramrod, it would take him 8 hours to reload for a minute and fire 500 rounds. There wouldn't be enough time even if he hunted all night. How did it happen? The director did not understand. After glancing first at the objects and then at Iha himself, he remained silent. He seriously shot 500 critters. This sucker, Bezbravi wondered. The director was the first to break the silence. He took a sip from his mug and said, Good job. At the same time, Iha received a notification from the system. The quest Forest Without Light is completed. Level of intimacy with Musket Academy head Brown Bezbrov increased by 30%. For exceeding the required conditions, the proximity level is increased by another 5%. The feat level for the Kingdom of Pubile has been increased by 30 points. For exceeding the required conditions, the feat level for the Kingdom of Pubile has been increased by another 5%. The notice read, the job was done. Oh, what else is overfulfilling the required conditions? Noticed Iha. The director continued his speech. I don't know how many times you've had to shoot, but it looks like you've had enough practice. The director flipped a silver coin in one small, barely noticeable movement of his hand and He picked it up immediately. "Ah, thank you." I also gave Ha the mentor a gift. Notification from the system. Received 1 silver coin. Acquired the skill technique of Hon hand movement. Luo. The skill has been adjusted. Show me its description. And Ha got a new skill and went to the description window, where the abilities and effects of the skill were indicated in more detail. Beginner's perfect hand movement technique. A skilled musketeer always accurately calculates how much gunpowder you need to fill up. Keep your senses sharp at your fingertips at all times. Effect. For 5 minutes, the cooldown time is reduced to 30 seconds. Mana 100. Recovery time 6 hours. The cooldown time is 30 seconds. Moreover, the effect lasts 5 minutes. Iha was amazed by the new abilities and hurried to complete another task. What do I do next? Iha asked. The director cleared his throat and, blushing slightly, said in a low voice, For starters, how did you manage to complete the task? Excuse me. The musketeer did not understand the question. It's impossible for a sucker like you to bring so many items. Maybe you bought them somewhere. The director asked again. That's what you're talking about. Iha smiled and put his elbows on the table and leaned a little closer. I've combined my techniques, Iha said. Chapter 27. A couple of hours ago in a dark forest, Iha killed the spiders and bats one by one. After crouching down next to another corpse and not finding any items, Iha was upset. It's pretty damn inefficient. I can't manage at this rate in time, he said, and began to ponder. I don't have a single skill, he thought, and for a few minutes fantasized about a big machine gun. Killing them one at a time isn't enough time. I have 3 different skills: Calm Heart, Bayonet Strike, Musket Mastery. Went through all my skills and I can kill one thing in one shot. It is impossible to attack several people at the same time. Can Po try to line up the monsters and punch them all through? No. How could a bullet go through so many monsters? Moreover, the biggest problem is that after killing 4 of the creatures, I only dropped 1 item. If only I had the skill to attack an area. I can't say that there are no ways to solve the problem at all. Several roads intersect here, and there isn't a single place so perfect for attacking an area like this, decided Iha after studying the entire map. Mages will probably have a couple of similar skills, Iha thought as he recalled the Ice Mage Ram Hwa Jong. At times like these, I envy the other classes. After all, the musketeer has no skills to attack the area, at least at my level. However, the gunpowder smoke I used during the Golden Eagle quest wasn't a skill. But I do remember that the wolves ran away because of him. Iha just had a sinister idea. Skill. Maybe it's worth it once. Vyuga Gagashenki. Try out this method. Iha was standing in the pose of a villain from an old wild Texas movie, preparing to execute one of his most desperate ideas. Great. Preparations are complete, and I checked that there are no other players nearby. Well, is it time? Iha was digging near a tree stump in the middle of a small center of several trails. Then he stretched out, bumped into the spider, and quickly ran straight for it. One first, Iha shouted and dodged the spider's attack, pointing his bayonet knife at it. Bayonet strike. The musketeer stabbed the insect and it screamed. Shout, mentally asked Iha, even louder. Other spiders and bats began to converge on the screams of their fellow man. The victim did his part, and the musketeer drew his bayonet with a flourish, spattering green and sticky blood. Now, I will specially dispel the spider blood. I'll make you chase me. And I quotel el run. Almost all the monsters of the forest were chasing Musketeer, who was running through the forest thicket. Well, the research has been successfully attracted, but somehow there are too many of them. If they catch me, I'm dead. The monsters were already beginning to overtake the musketeer, and he began to consider whether to start defending himself. From a distance, you can slowly start attacking. Otherwise, they'll really catch me. However, am I going to let myself get caught? Decided Iha and turned on the 10th speed, running away as fast as he could. Runner's euphoria. Stop it, he shouted. Ahead, the musketeer saw the stump he had been working on earlier. Almost there. The end of the game is coming soon. Running at full speed to the destination, he gracefully jumped behind a tree stump and aimed his musket. Calm Heart, and Ha shot at the powder that was in the device on the stump, and in a moment iron bullets began to fly out at full speed, right at the monsters. Everything exploded and turned into a meat grinder. I knew it. It exploded like a claymore. Ha was also happy. Note, a claymore is a weapon that detonates approximately 700 pieces of 3mm iron balls and turns enemies into Swiss cheese using the kinetic energy from the explosion. Iha breathed a sigh of relief. The firelight from the recent blast still illuminated the trees. I tried to cram strong gunpowder where possible, so the explosion was much stronger than I thought. Almost hit me even though I was 8 meters from the epicenter. But be that as it may, I did it. Happy and already in the director's office at the moment. Bomb. The director was surprised to hear this. Yes, it was a bomb called Claymore due to the fact that I did everything in a hurry. It did not have a fountain. However, the more than 100 iron balls I carried with me were enough to drive the creatures into one place. Yeehaw explained his plan. The director sipped his drink again. Claymore, this is really very interesting. Bezbravi smiled ominously. Chapter 28. Yeehaw and the headmaster continued to drink tea in his academy office. Very interesting. The director continued his speech. Thank you, Yeehaw replied. The director thought for a moment and then added, however, is this a suitable fighting style for a musketeer? This question caught Yeehaw off guard. The task I gave you was to improve your skills as a musketeer, Bezbravi said menacingly. That's true, but there were also quite a few monsters that I killed by shooting. Yeehaw replied calmly. Let's say it's true, but don't be conceited. The director said, rocking back and forth in his chair. Yes, of course. Yeehaw smiled. By the way, what role do you think the musketeer plays? Bezbravi asked, getting up from the table. What do you mean? Yeehaw asked as he turned towards the director, who was standing in front of the shuttered window where the sunlight was coming in. Well, for example, imagine a large-scale invasion of monsters from 20 years ago. Bezbravi began, and Yeehaw suddenly remembered. The war that was mentioned on the home page of the official website of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Is it about this war? The war that took place 20 years ago, the clash of the demon army with the human alliance. It was said that both sides had truly outstanding commanders. It doesn't matter if it's a war between humans and demons or an invasion of monsters, because the result is, it all depends on the commander's ability to analyze the battlefield. Therefore, the role that a musketeer should play is only one. And remembering the history of the war, which Bezbrav spoke about, decided that he had found the right answer. This is targeted shooting, he said firmly and without hesitation. Well-aimed shooting, the director repeated, turning to Yeehaw. In the event of an emergency, people have a procedure for transferring command. Even if you lose a commander in the war, the deputy commander will replace him and the battle will continue. What about the monsters? They wouldn't have been able to build such a system. After eliminating the commander, the rest of us panic. At such a moment, it would be most effective to launch a large-scale air attack. So did Bezbravi looked at him out of the corner of his eye and listened, and then said indistinctly, thanks to this, we were able to establish this academy. What did you just say? Yeehaw asked. It doesn't matter, just thinking out loud. Bezbravi replied, sitting down again in his chair at the table. Oh, very well. Yeehaw replied, since you know everything, there's no need to explain anything else. With that, Beardless K and Haw received a new quest notification. Quest? Yeehaw said. Notification from the system. Hidden Potential 1. During the Second Great War of Humans against Demons, young kobolds filled in for the commander in minor skirmishes. For their contribution, they could become the leaders of their own tribes. If the Third Great War against the demons breaks out, they will be able to lead the monsters. Destroy the head of the kobold tribe Haywit, which is located near the capital of Ailstock. Kobolds are tricky and there are many of them, so be careful. Objective: destroy the kobold chief Haywit Ka. Reward: increased affinity level with Bezbrav by 10%. Plus 10 to feet level for the kingdom of Pubiel. Well, of course, Bezbravi suddenly said, and the description of the quest changed dramatically. I received a notification. The quest description has been changed. Quest conditions have been changed. Changing the quest description and conditions. Musketeer thought. New terms and conditions. It's still a little early for that kid, but maybe we should trust him with this. If not done with a finger, then he will not lose his life. Objective: destroy the kobold chief Haywit Ka. Reward: 30% increase in affinity with the Beardless, 10% increase in affinity with the Holy Knight Squad. Plus 20 feet points for the kingdom of Pubiel. Conditions for losing: death, reaching level 30, completing a team quest. In case of failure, hope of the godless destroyed. Return to the original conditions and the content of the quest. Read the new terms and description. Failure conditions. What's the big deal with the difficulty level? More than that, I didn't even use the bidding skill. Why does he change the quest at will? Angry and just the kobold slaying quest, it's already too difficult for my level. And now, is it time to calmly drink seagulls? Yeehaw thought as he watched his director, who didn't even blink an eye and was calmly enjoying his tea. Will I fail if I die in one go, build a team, or reach level 30? This means that I must solo kill a monster that is worth hunting as a team when I reach level 30. Moreover, this isn't an ordinary kobold, but a leader. And what else are the hopes of Bezbrov? No explanation. While Iha was thinking about this, the director glared at him. Don't blush so much and expect something from me. Iha yelled in his head. Hell, it's safe to say that this quest will be ad nauseamingly difficult. The director was distracted from pessimistic thoughts and Ha. Don't think too much, kid. No, he said. Iha came to his senses and the director continued. This requires the targeted shooting you mentioned. You just need to knock off the head of the head and the matter is over. The quest is by no means easy. It's dangerous. However, it exudes the same strong steepness. And Ha decided. I agree. He answered. Hoo. Great, get going. The director ordered. Got it. Iha responded cheerfully and ran off to meet new adventures. After the musketeer had disappeared through the door, Bezbravi spoke softly. I have my hopes set on you. Musketeer had already left the academy and was thinking about what to do next while walking around the city. One thing is good, this quest has no time limits, so my experience bar needs to be filled to 99% before I kill a chapter, right? What is Bezbrov's true face? He said that he was able to start an academy because of this. By the way, even among the achievements, something was explained about the 3 musketeers of the new generation, right? Should I ask Kai Jong? Iha thought and opened his friends list. Kai Jong. I wrote to my brother and Ha. Ki Jon. He texted again, but Master K never answered. If he doesn't answer, then he's out hunting now, thought Iha. Let's look at the list of friends. What? Opening the list and Ha saw where his friends are located. Templar Master K, the Narrow Gorge of Thivi. Sage Heian, Narrow Gorge of Thivi. Ninja Kuro Sasuke, the Narrow Gorge of Thiwi. Highlander Teal, Narrow Thiwi Gorge. All 4 of them are in the Narrow Thivi Gorge. It looks like he's with the guild members. If I joined a guild, it would be convenient to create a team. Thought Iha and noticed that his old acquaintances are also in the same place as his brother. Ram Hwa John Cryomancer Thivi Narrow Gorge. Pyromancer Ram Hwa Yon Thivi Narrow Gorge. Oh, it can't be. Don't you? I hope so, huh? Meanwhile, in the Narrow Gorge of Thivi, Master K's guild hunted the 2 sisters. We've got them cornered. The Ram sisters are running away. Let's get inside the Thivi Gorge. We ask for help. Messages in the group's general chat were playing. Surround us. They said that the Night Knights will also come soon. The guild master commanded. He turned to his ninja assistant and said, Sasuke, send a separate unit to the escape route. Got it, Sasuke said and disappeared. Ranged attack DD of 5 people per location. Healers apply the speed boost buff to DD. He shouted at the healers. Got it. The dark-robed mages responded. Teal Hyan Nim, go chase. The master swordsman sent for the sisters. Yes, I said. The swordsman said and disappeared. There are no escape routes in the narrow Thivi Gorge. Sasuke will close the path where the sisters can escape just in case, so we have to corner them. The villain master pondered over his villainous plan. Te, lead a squad of tanks. Stop it, he commanded Kai Jon. Got it, Kai Jon said, and set off with the other Templars. We have more than 60 people with a good level. Even Ram Hwa Jon herself won't be able to break through such an encirclement. This time, we'll finally be able to finish them off. It is worth blocking teleportation. However, in this, the Mad Guild Master started chanting a magic spell. Hear ye, these 4 corners offer a small spark. Closing references. A bright beam shot up from the glowing circle around the master, and Kai Jong saw it and knew what had happened. Great. He and Hyan blocked the teleportation. Now they can't escape. Rejoiced Kai Jon while chasing Ram Hwa Jon. Up ahead, he noticed something. Unity of cold cones. Thurnu pillars of destruction. Ice blast. The Cryomancer cast a spell and huge shards of ice flew at the Templars. Master K defended himself with his shield. Amidst the icy dust, Kai Jong saw the silhouette of a small girl. Ha, long time no see. Ice Mage, Ram Hwa Jon. Master K said. Chapter 29. Distance 70 meters. Tanks, keep your distance. Master K commanded the Templars. Around him were knights in head-to-toe armor and held up huge shields. Ram Hwa Jon wasted no time in casting another spell. Ice spears, sharp spears made of ice flew at the tanks. Defensive formation. Master K responded. It was difficult for the Templars to hold such a strong spell. Hold on. Master K's commanding officer shouted at them. Ice spears stabbed at their shields at full speed. Some fell without being able to hold on. Damn it. She shoots hundreds of ice spears at the same time. Kay fumed. Then, suddenly, flames burst out. Most of the Templars flew away, but Kay stayed on his feet. With a fiery explosion, destroy the ice blocks we were defending against. I used the fire skill. While Master K was thinking, Big Sister Ram, a pyromancer, appeared out of nowhere and grabbed her little sister's hand. HWA Jong. Hurry up. The girls were running deeper into the gorge. Fire Mage Ram HWA Yon. That's how a low-level scum attacks, right? We already have guild members who have exited the game after death. Kai Jong was furious. Line up in a row. Keep the damage to a minimum and move forward. Master K gave the order and ran after the sisters with his squad. Okay, that's enough. Even though the losses were heavy, we still managed to corner the Ram sisters. Everything is going according to he and Hyun's plan. However, you cannot relax. Be that as it may. That blue-haired little thing in the world ranking is on the 9th place. We don't know what else she's doing. Master K's thoughts were interrupted by the cryomancer conjuring a huge ice wall that blocked the Templar's path as she ran. A wall of ice appeared out of nowhere and K was dumbfounded. Blocked the path with ice. K thought, I've been thinking ... that such a ploy will stop us. Kai Jong started hitting the ice wall with his shield as hard as he could. Break the ice with your shields. Hurry up before they go too far. Master K ordered. Although there were only a few Templars left, they were eager to rush into battle against such a strong opponent, and broke the ice wall with all their might. Kai Jong was furious. I can't believe that on the move she was able to say and create such a strong ice wall. That's what 9th place in the top of the world means. Kai Jong mused. But even so, I'm not a finger-made one either. Kai Jong hit the wall with all his might and it collapsed before he realized what was happening. Ram HWA Jong was already standing in front of him. Ram HWA Jong, why doesn't she run away? He thought, and immediately the girl flew up in the air and said, a squall. Blinded by rage and anger, the Templar did not immediately realize that he had fallen under another attack. Spell sequence. Then something scratched his face. He and his entire team were attacked, but no weapons were seen. Something cut them in different places and caused a lot of pain. CHEGOOO. Why does XP crash? Seeing the glint in the air, Master K understood. Pieces from the ice wall. With the help of the ice fragments, she used Enjegi. Got it? K. Note, Enjegi, a technique that is used after the enemy is hit by damage from the first attack. It is the link with the first attack that helps create Enjegi. Such an attack is used as a deadly weapon. This is truly incredible. However, this makes me increasingly dislike her. Master K thought. By this time, the Ram sisters had already run away, leaving behind the defeated Templars. In Ailstock, Yeehaw tried to call his younger cousin. Ki-Jon, man. What are you doing that still won't answer me? Maybe I'm worrying unnecessarily. He is still in the narrow Thivi Gorge. Well, even though they are in the same location, it's not a fact that they intersect with each other, even if one zone in Midrose is huge in itself. Yeehaw was nervous, remembering how much Kai Jong hated the Ram sisters. Or not. Even though I'm worried that Kai Jong isn't responding, I think it's okay. At the same time, in the narrow gorge of Thivi, we've cornered them as planned, Templar Master K reported. The girls were really cornered. In front of them was K with 2 Templars, and behind him was the entire guild. Looks like it's time for a conversation now, the guild master began. I suggest we settle everything in words. Why do you keep running away? What is it? He asked his sisters. In words. We have nothing to talk about, the sisters replied. What's that supposed to mean? I've sent you several letters regarding donations to Dale Castle, the master continued. Why are you interested in me donating my own money to Dale Castle? The pyromancer sister asked irritably. Well, why is that? It was the castle where we first worked. Don't you know that the Pelcho Guild was working on Dale Castle? The guild master replied. Why did you abandon all the popular cities and get so attached to this small citadel? Did not stop the guild master. Do I need permission from someone like you to ask for donations? HWA Young replied dryly. The guild master, who was hiding behind the Templars and Kai Jon, continued. Choose the words, Ram. Do you realize how many people are here right now because of you? All these people brought donations to Dale Castle. No matter how hard and how much you don't make donations, if you are on the 2nd place, it is equivalent to spending money in the void. There's no benefit, you know. In other words, the winner takes everything, said the guild master. If you continue to spend so much money, then we will have nowhere to even step. HWA Yon interrupted his explanation with a comment. But you can just invest more money, can't I? She asked innocently, much to the anger of the crowd in front of her. It's not so easy. There are such things as understanding and negotiation between both sides. Moreover, you use the money that you earn in reality, and you don't properly manage the money that you received in Midrose, do you? All this is because you are the daughters of a family that owns a large enterprise. In the game, you are very proud of your money. Pressed by the guild master. The game. Arrogance of money. What nonsense is that? This is a business. Have you ever seen a company waste money? HWA Yon smiled. I won't talk too long. We will pay the price, so we ask you to give us the rights regarding Dale Castle. the guild master threatened. And if we refuse, will you try to kill us? HWA Young laughed. Just kill him. Midrose is a very realistic game. Something worse than death can happen here, isn't it, Ram HWA Young? The guild master said sarcastically. His whole face fell in anger and he took a step forward. You fucking prick. HWA Young was angry. Chapter 30. HWA Jong. The pyromancer turned to her sister. Got it, Unni, HWA Jong said, and held out her hand to cast a spell. From this action, the guild master was very frightened and convulsively hid behind his tanks. HWA Young lowered her hand and there was an awkward silence. Ugh, I thought she was going to create a spell. What a damn shame. The guild master thought. -10 people who were on the escape route were eliminated. HWA Jong said. What kind of nonsense is this? She was standing right in front of us the whole time. The master was angry. The 44 men who are taking up positions at the front are all that are left, HWA Jong reported. 44. The older sister pondered. Less than I thought Koreans, HWA Young asked. The master, who heard their conversation, was even angrier. What the fuck is this nonsense? He thought. HWA Young created fire in her hand. I told you not to underestimate me. Fire arrow. HWA Young shot a huge pillar of fire into the sky. What is she up to? Why shoot fire arrows into the sky? Does it send a signal for help? Well, anyway, we've blocked teleportation beforehand so no one will see it. Moreover, Sasuk's group is on the way out. They couldn't have been killed. The guild master decided and turned to the Ram sisters, confident that he was right. A futile bluff. Don't mess with our brains, he shouted as he stepped out from behind the Templars. Who can get rid of a level 212 dark ninja? The guild master thought. It would be nice if you would accept my offer humbly ... but things have become more complicated. There is nothing left but to let you feel shame and shame, which are much more terrible than death. The guild master grinned ominously. Squad, preparing a spell. The guild master gave the order. Stop now, someone said, and the entire guild master's army, as well as himself, was in a critical state, with accompanying painful effects. The critical condition. Tai Jong shouted in pain. Pillars, what are you doing? Hurry up, the guild master shouted. Critical condition. I think it's impossible to do this for Ram HWA Jong. How did this happen? Thought the master. One of the Templars suddenly called out to him, pointing at the cliff above. Guild master, look over there. There on the cliff. The guild master raised his head and saw a huge army on the cliff. Those in front of them were holding a flag. This flag, the Golden Dragon Guild. The master remarked as he saw a flag with the image of a fearsome mythical creature fluttering in the wind. The closest was a guy with black hair and a long ponytail pulled back just below the nape of his neck. He was wearing a white tank top with no sleeves, a wide red belt with a gold clasp in the shape of a dragon's head, and black pants, also with the image of a golden dragon. On his hands were combat gloves and shields in gold shades. But the Ram HWA Jong and Golden Dragon clans have been feuding all this time. Why are these assholes here? Really ... Is this an alliance between Great China players? Guildmaster Pelcha was horrified. A guy with a ponytail jumped down from a sheer cliff. The Golden Dragon Guild is one of the strongest in Asia in terms of number and level of players. Now there are about 200 people gathered here, not even more than 300. Powerful concentration of power. It's dangerous. The master analyzed the situation. The guy landed on the ground with a powerful kick. Hello, nice to meet you gentlemen Koreans. I'm a martial artist from the Golden Dragon Guild. My name is Fu, politely greeted the guy, folding his hands so that the palm covered the fist. Master Fu was ranked 4th in the world, 2nd in Asia, and 1st in China. The Golden Dragon clan. Fu flashed through the mind of the guild master, and to put it mildly, he was horrified. Fu, he also has the 4th place in the world ranking. What's this guild doing here? What's going on anyway? Users started gossiping. It looks like their conflict is settled. Well, the fire arrows shot into the sky were indeed a signal for help. Ram HWA Yon gives them money, and the Golden Dragon lends them his powers. So, no, I think both guilds benefit. That is, they are not mercenaries, but an alliance. Hell, it'll be a waste of supplies if we just run away. If I don't eat it, I'll chop off a piece, decided the Revenge of the Pelcho Guild. Are you few from the Golden Dragon Guild, by any chance? What brings you here? The Pelcho Guild had no business with the Golden Dragon clan. The guild master spoke with feigned cordiality. I really don't have anything to do with you. However, I cannot allow you to harm Ram HWA Yon and Ram HWA Jong. Fu replied no less politely. Damn it, they pinned us down properly. The guild master was upset, not knowing what to do. What is the relationship between the Ram sisters and the Golden Dragon? The guildmaster asked with a tight smile. You don't have to know that. Listen to my suggestions. First, get out of here. Second, don't start any more arguments about the Dale Castle case. If you keep these 2 points, I will answer okay to everything. I'll accept anything, whether it's a battle in the future or a guild war declaration. However, if you again cowardly step on our heels and blackmail us like this time, know that there will be no forgiveness. Ramhwa Yon declared in a commanding tone. Damn it. Heck, these bitches decided to show leniency. Because of the Golden Dragon clan, the battle of opinions will not be profitable for us, thought the master. You've been thinking about Sage Heian for a long time. Are you really going to go against us? If that's the case, then we'll do our best and deal with the Pelcho Guild savagely, Fu said, pointing menacingly at the superiority of both the number and strength of the armies. Hwa Young chimed in and coquettishly said Fu. They just need to keep 2 promises, so why bother? I think you're right, Ramhwa Yon, Fu said, smiling. There were already conversations among the Pelcho Guild. No matter how you look at it, the war with the Golden Dragon Guild will be too much for us, right? How do we handle so many? The players were gossiping. Kick, checkmate. These bitches are far from finger made. The guild master was angry. What's your answer? Master Heian of the Pelcho Guild. Fu asked menacingly. Okay. We whiff. Before Guildmaster could reply, there was an explosion, followed by shouts from the direction of the cliff where the Golden Dragon army was stationed. Everyone looked in the same direction. They died. No, then the color would change to ash, and everyone would have to leave the game. Then what is that red glow? The guildmaster thought. Ramhwa Young stared at the glow in confusion. Is this really the work of these sisters? The guildmaster decided, but when he saw the pyromancer mage's face, he understood everything. Even Ramhwa Young doesn't understand what's going on. And he smiled nastily. Hwa Jong, get ready. Fu shouted sharply. The ice mage hid her sister behind her. Unni, stay in the back. What happened, Fu? Hwa Young asked. He's here, Fu replied seriously. Him? Who are you talking about? Guildmaster Pelcho asked. The berserker has arrived, Fu said, and a huge creature with a chainsaw sword and red eyes appeared on the cliff face. Yo, that's where you're all gathered, Berserk said. Chapter 31. The Berserker. Huge Igor, 3rd place in the world ranking. I was wondering why no one had stopped me hunting for several days. So it's because you all came running here, Berserk said. It was huge and covered in fur. The Great Cross, the Berserker said, and abruptly raised his chainsaw sword above him. After guessing the Berserker's future actions, Fu said. TC immediately turns into a wolf. While the leader of the Golden Dragon was assessing the danger of the Berserker and preparing for battle, Guildmaster Pelcho decided to seize the moment. Kai, he screamed angrily in his not quite healthy head, and then gave the command. Pelcho, Dragon Knights, flash kill Ramhwa Yon with Ramhwa John and leave immediately. Everyone attack. And the Pelcho Knights, along with Kai Jong, rushed to carry out the order of their reckless master. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Kingdom of Pubiel, Alestock City, Yiha was trying to figure out what was going on. It looks like Kai Jong is very busy since he still hasn't answered me. And it is still in the Thivi Gorge, Yiha thought as he sat on the bench and looked at the friend list window. I wanted to ask him a couple of questions about Bezbrov. Maybe it would be easier to ask the NPC. Yiha decided and went to the nearest tavern. When he opened the door and walked in, a cat-eared waitress greeted him. You're welcome, she said to the new customer. I think there will be some NPCs in such an inn who have some information. Yiha thought, and was walking towards the back of the inn when he suddenly heard the guests talking. Hey, did you hear that too? You're talking about what's causing all the hype on the internet right now when you heard that something serious happened in the Thivi Gorge. Ramhwa Jong, Fu, and Igor had a big battle. They say it's utter chaos. Only the dead, over 200 people, have already passed. In addition to the fact that the Split Dragon clan intervened in the battle, some Korean guild was also dragged in. If there's a Split Dragon guild and a huge one, I think I understand the reason for the fight. Recently, Chinese players have prevented Igor from raising his level. The Golden Dragon Guild probably pulverized him this time. Bad luck for the Korean clan, which got involved in all this mess. Yiha listened attentively to the conversation of the customers. I'm sure by Korean guild they mean Pyeongchung. Is Kai Jong okay? To make sure, Yiha checked online to see if his younger brother and his guildmates were online. Thank God, online. However, I'm a little worried that he's still in the gorge. While Yiha was thinking, all of a sudden, the players who were present until recently started disappearing from the network in order. Sasuke, offline? Only recently I was online. Notice, Templar Master K logged out, Highlander TL logged out, Pyromancer Ram HWA Yon logged out. What's going on? First you need to log out and ask Ki-Jon about everything. Hee-Haw decided, and immediately exited the game. When he woke up in his room, the first thing he did was call his brother. Ki-Jon, what happened? Are you okay? Hee-Haw asked worriedly. Hyun, I'm sorry I didn't say anything. I'm a little exhausted. Ki-Jon's voice was weak. There is so much noise on the internet. Did you fight too? Are you okay? Worried about your brother too, huh? The players that are in the world ranking are very strong. So much so that the fear is already creeping through. Hyun, you should also take a quick nap so you don't have to face something like this. From now on, I'll only focus on leveling up. I'm very tired, so I'll go to bed. See you later, Hyun. Ki-Jon replied. His voice wasn't very good and it felt like he was going through a shock. Hee-Haw started flipping through the game's newsfeed to understand what had happened to his little brother. What the hell happened to Ki-Jon? Comments in the network. Whoa, is that even possible? Single-handedly kill more than 100 players. Haha. Fuse movements are amazing. I'm also a martial artist, but I get goosebumps. Ram HWA Jong is so cute, and her spells are just god level. Attached is a full video of the battle in the narrow Thivi Gorge. Video. Is that it? Hee-Haw opened the video that started with the appearance of the Berserker. Video. What is it? Judging by the number of deaths, it's a Berserker. Huge Igor. Kylon. The huge Igor who transformed into a wolf immediately cut one of the knights into pieces. Red light immediately after death. Huge absorbs red light. We met his eyes. Heading this way. An ordinary member of the Golden Dragon Guild shouted. A huge berserk beast was running towards him. A bloodthirsty player, merciless and soul-sucking. At the very last moment, Few pulled the guy out from under the edge of his chainsaw sword. The huge Igor paused for a moment and glared viciously at the martial artist as he asked, "Who else are you? Do you want to interfere with me?" Few said nothing. His gaze was directed towards Ram HWA Young and her sister who were fighting against the Pelcho Guild. Noticing this, Igor also turned to see where the young fighter's gaze was directed. Kai. I was wondering where you were looking right through me. Those girls are your weak spot. The huge Igor leaped off the cliff and headed for the Ram sisters. Damn it. Ram HWA Yon, watch out. Few shouted, and Ram HWA Jong reacted instantly. Stay behind me, Undi. She pushed her sister back. Ice Willow. The ice mage cast a spell, and suddenly huge trees began to appear and stretch up around her. Ice willows. It's Ram HWA Jong's ice magic. What are these giant willows? Destroy these trees first. All members of Pelcho unite. The guild that attacked the sisters didn't doze off either. Noticing the defense, the berserker regrouped and swung his sword at the guild members with all his might. What bullshit again? Why is he attacking us? Didn't he fight with Few? The guild master did not understand and trembled with fear. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and a moment later, a berserker appeared from behind a pillar of dust. Asian suckers, why are you so identical? He asked, looking at the Korean guild with extreme bloodthirstiness. Chapter 32. Why do you all look the same? The berserker raised his chainsaw sword. You'll see, he shouted, and slammed his fist down on the trunk of an ice willow. Nothing serious had happened to the tree, just a sword dent. Withstood my blow. Damn solid. I think it will be better to deal with these Asian assholes than to try to destroy a block of ice, the berserker said, and with his sword outstretched, he strode towards the Pelcho Guild. Ki-Jon bravely issued commands and stood firmly on his feet, while many tanks and other Sigildians were shaking with fear, including the guild master himself. Tanks, everyone protect the guild master. Keep Stro. Before Master K could finish his sentence, the berserker had already destroyed 2 of his tanks. Ki-Jon panicked. Did you kill 2 tanks in one fell swoop? He said in horror. Kahahaha. I will consume them all. The berserker was already unstoppable, killing one by one. He absorbed every member of the guild that was in this meat grinder. Bloody, the huge Igor started to say, but the martial artist Few called out to him. Where are you going? Few flew up behind the berserker at full speed and slammed it into the rock with a single kick. From this sight, the Korean players almost dropped their jaws. Hoo. Huge Igor. Attack, Few said, getting into position. What's this? Berserk lit up. The battle had begun. Their movements were so fast that all you can see with the human eye are flashes from the destruction of rocks. Here and there, Few fights a berserker, are the 3rd and 4th places in the world ranking fighting each other, so fast that you can't keep up. The newly rescued knights of the Pelcho Guild watched with delight. Few, let's go. Now is not the time to watch the fight. Grab the Ram sisters first. The guild master, who was obsessed with these sisters for some reason, gave the command. But, Willow, thousands of ice spears kept falling from the tall ice trees. It's fucking risky to even approach, the Sigildian said, but the Highlander the Inn was the first to go into battle and carry out orders from his superiors. He ran with his katana unsheathed. Ice arrows grazed his body, dealing damage, but he didn't give up and almost reached the sisters hiding in the makeshift forest of ice trees. Sorry girls, please don't resist, Tian shouted as he attacked them. No, HWA Yon, HWA Jong. Fu was startled when he noticed this action. T swung and used his sword. But then, unexpectedly for the swordsman himself, he felt that something was holding his sword. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the branches of the willow tree had tightly gripped and bound his sword. A magic trap. Damn, I can't believe that such a thin ice branch is holding back my blade. A dumbfounded swordsman stood there, trying to free his sword from the trap. Then he heard a scream behind him. You scum. You don't seem to know what mercy is. How dare you target HWA Young when we helped you during the attack? Fu was walking toward him menacingly. Kai, am I the target of Fu, even if he is on the 3rd place in the world ranking? But I, a mountaineer, have a wider scope than Bu. Before the Highlander could swing, Fu kicked him in the ribs. Huo, the Highlander dropped his sword. Seeing this, Kai Jong ran to his aid. Theilhyungnim. Master K shouted. Fu was standing in front of a fallen mountaineer. Please become a person who knows the concept of nobility, the martial arts master said and jumped up in another attack. At the last moment, Teal is saved by Kai Jong. Shield strike. Blocks from the attack of the martial arts master. Blocked it, but I won't be enough for the second time. After assessing the situation, he grabbed his friend's body and ran as fast as he could. We need to get out of here, Kai Jong thought. The Chinese master did not like the Templar's audacity. You dared to meddle in an impudent situation, he said, and just as he was about to attack the Templar, a berserker suddenly approached him. You're right, said the huge Igor. Moving to a safe distance, Kai Jong tried to help his friend. Come to your senses, Teilhyungnam. Hyung, just be patient, I'll find some healers. Behind Kai Jong, the Chinese martial artist slammed into the wall at full speed with a crash. A huge Igor was walking through his soul, and he was laughing ominously. Hoo 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 hoo. The blood of these small fish is not enough for me, said Igor. Chapter 33. The blood of these small fish isn't enough for me. I need more. The berserker was looking towards Kai Jong and his friend who was lying on the ground. Blood, he kept repeating as he got closer and closer to Master K. Shut up, Kai Jong shouted and held up his shield convulsively. With a single flick of his hand, the huge Igor took down the guy's shield and grabbed him by the throat. Damn it, I recently spent all my defense points. Moreover, our power difference. It's too big. Kai Jong was in a desperate situation. The berserker lifted him high off the ground and pressed down harder and harder on his neck. Blood, I need more blood, the berserker said as he pointed his sword at Kai Jong. The Templar resisted with his last strength, trying to escape, but Igor's strength and the fear that paralyzed the Templar's body did not allow him to do anything. In the blink of an eye, Kai Jong was stabbed with a sword and killed. No, KHY, shouted Kai Jong. In Wu and Ha's room, after reviewing everything up to the time of Kai Jong's murder, Yiha analyzed. Berserk, huge Igor, a level 260 giant, can transform into a werewolf. In the warp state, his physical strength is gradually depleted, so he replenishes it with the help of monsters or players. I'm only level 26. So far, I can't beat Igor, whose level is 10 times higher than mine. It's hard to believe that Kai Jong, whose level was already close to reaching her 200th, suffered such a terrible death. It must have been very painful with the sync rate at 50%. The one who sent me to the world of Midrose, when I was already desperate for my inability to walk, was Kai Jong. Such a Kai Jong. He was killed so painfully. Huge Igor, I'll tear you to pieces. Angry and hot because of the way his brother was treated, he picked up a game helmet. From now on, I'll level up like hell. It's the only way I can keep up with this fucking berserker. Huge Igor, wait for me. Ha was angry and determined to become stronger at all costs in order to take revenge on the berserker. What was out of the video in the gorge? Save me. Help. Let's get out of here. Kaya, 2TUDIA. As the sisters hid behind the icy trees, there were cries for help from the other side of the barricade. What's going on there? What happened? And where did Fu go? All because of that fucking stinking freak. Berserk and Fu. If it was a one-on-one fight, you could try it. But now the best option is to run away from here. Ram HWA Young nervously thought about the situation and decided to leave. HWA Jong, I need an ear. The older sister didn't have time to finish her sentence when she saw HWA Young chanting a spell. an ice crystal that I gave birth to in order to betray hearts. HWA Young hovered above the ground, concentrating the bluish light in her hands. She turned to her sister and said, I'm sorry, but you need to die. HWA Young only sat down on the ground in annoyance. Ugh, well, I'd rather die than you. No, she said, but in return, destroy them all. The younger one replied, and a whole whirlwind of ice began to rise up. Both the Berserker and even the Guild Master Pelcho had already realized what was going on. Enemy in front of me, HWA Jong finished the spell. Stop her. If she uses this spell, we're all dead. The Guild Master shouted. It's too late, you fools. HWA Young said with a smile. The ice vortex froze everyone who was there. HWA Young took a deep breath and said before disappearing, I'll see you in 48 hours. In Ailstock, come back again. Yes, good sales to you. Iha said as he left the shop on Ailstock's shopping street. I got 4 gold coins from the equipment I picked up earlier. The musket that is sold in the shop costs 3 gold coins. Too expensive. Then I will raise the level with the weapons that are already in the EU. Iha was thinking, but then someone called out to him. I'm sorry, the gentleman in the red leather robe. Someone called out to him. Red skin. Is this about me? Iha thought, but then the guy caught up with him and said with a smile, I finally found you. Remember me? The musketeer didn't remember. Who? You? Asked Iha. And if I do you remember? The user said and put up 2 shields. Iha instantly recalled the flower commander from the battle with the bear. The player with 2 shields who was in the bear field. The commander changed his tone and asked bluntly, you took the loot and left. Iha didn't understand the question, or rather, he didn't understand why he was being asked such things. Cape, boots, shaka, aren't these the items that fall out of Oso's agony? And everything that fell from other players? Did you get some too? The commander asked menacingly. What kind of nonsense is he talking about, suddenly appearing out of the blue? I don't know what you're talking about. Wow, I'm not in a good mood either. Ha tried to brush him off, but the commander wouldn't let up. Don't lie to me, you bastard. Do you even know how I worked my ass off to find you? Yes, the network is pouring shit on me. I was able to find you after watching the video several hundred times. If a low-level musketeer picked up items and dumped, then he's probably hanging around the academy or the shopping streets right now. The commander blurted out. So what? Iha asked. What are you going to do? Then I was the first to offer to join the team. And when I asked for help, you just left me and left. The musketeer said angrily. What? The commander did not understand. While you were picking up the surviving team members and making your way, I fought the monster alone. Almost dying myself. Iha said, but Commander Flower still didn't believe him. How did a low-level player like you manage to kill a bear? What is it? He asked. Isn't that enough proof? Iha asked, pointing at his things. If you want to say that I didn't kill the monster, show the proofs, and if there are no proofs, then just fill them up. The musketeer replied rudely. Okay, even if I don't want to, I'll accept the fact that you caught Oso. However, you should return all the items that fell from other players. The commander ran over him again. When you die, items drop out of you, and you can't connect to the game for 48 hours. Why would I return items that I don't even know the owners of? Iha replied in a calm tone. But the commander got mad and started shouting and openly threatening. Hey, you, what's your level? A noob like you doesn't dare be impertinent to me. So if I say take out the items, stick your tongue up your ass and give them to me. He shouted at Iha. I'm getting mad. Stop barking. Get out of here, Iha said menacingly. Chapter 34. Commander Flower's words sent blood rushing to his head. Yes you. Do you even know what guild I'm from if you're showing off like that? He showed an unknown coat of arms on the back very similar to a flower. I don't care. Get lost already. Iha answered without hesitation, then turned around and started walking away. If you get on my nerves anymore, I'll call a squad of Holy Knights. Iha threatened. What? The Holy Knight squad is your friend? Phil asked, annoyed. Iha smiled as he continued on his way. Oh, you're asking if they're my friends? Well, actually, no, but it won't be a problem to call them. Thought Iha and quickly broke into a run, running away from the commander. Hey, you freak. Wait a minute. Hey idiot. How much longer are you going to run? To me you need just catch him. Who? Fuff. Damn ho. I can't keep up with him. The commander tried to chase Iha at first, but soon couldn't catch up with him and was completely exhausted, while our main character ran away with flashing heels. Meanwhile, Iha was looking through his glasses. Dexterity minus 247. Simply unthinkable. That's why the guy couldn't catch up with me. If I didn't have bonuses, I would only have reached 246 dexterity points at level 47, Iha said. But then he remembered Berserk. However, Igor who killed Kaijan is level 260, and I only have the 26th. First, level up. Go to Mount Seymour, level up like hell. Iha cheered up and ran towards the picturesque snow-capped mountains. By the way, when will I solve the problem with the lunchbox? Well, although the end of the quest is still a month away, so you can still exhale. Iha decided to postpone the Sacred Grill quest. Let's go to the foot of Seymour. I'm a level 31 tank. Invite me. Team up mages for a raid against mountain worms. Must have level 25. Looking for a ranged DD to hunt kobold warriors. Level 40 is required. One more person and we're off. Approaching the mountain, Iha met a huge number of players gathering in teams for different raids. By the way, where does the head of the kobolds live? I came here without any information. While I was hiding from the Kim flower, I completely forgot about it. Musketeer scratched his turnips. I was ordered to single-handedly capture the strongest boss on the hunting ground, even though I'm still below level 30. What does Bezbrov have in mind at all? Before I kill the head of the kobolds, I'll raise my level to level 29. Decided and ha. Not far away, a user in knight's armor was advertising his team and looking for another person. We're heading for the entrance to Haywood Farm. Sorry, DD ranged attack. Would you like to hunt with us? Together with us, there is also a beautiful hiller. Iha had just noticed the guy's declaration when someone called out to him. Excuse me, the man with the pole-shaped weapon on his back. A pole. He's talking about me. The musketeer turned around. Wow, that's a real gun. So you're a ranged attack DD? The huge knight asked. Yes, Iha replied. Master, what is your level? We're going to go in a team of 3. Will you reach the required level to climb to the top of Mount Seymour? The knight asked. Iha was silent and then answered. I'm level 41. Oh, level 41 is just a class. The knight rejoiced. Where's the third man? If I'm a DD and you're a tank, then. Iha began. Oh, you mean the beautiful hiller. Immediately understood the knight. Hana-chan, I found DD. The knight shouted towards the crowd, waving his arms. A girl's small hand emerged from the crowd. Yeah. No, she said. Hana, that, thought and was confused and ha as they were already approached by a girl, a beautiful hillier. Hana-chan was dressed as a nun and wore a short square of hair over her jet black hair. How do you do? My name is Mame Hana. She greeted with a sweet smile. Oh, sister, she looks so sophisticated. Iha blushed deeply. I didn't lie, did I? Hana-chan is just a beauty, the knight smiled. Ah, yes, Iha said. Ma-chan, come on. The nun sister was embarrassed. Maybe it's because the girls I met before were either fierce or cold. Remembered the two sisters Ram Ha and Ha. That's why Hana's type is amazing to me. Wu and Ha thought. Then we'll introduce ourselves officially. My name is Matsu Shige. I'm level 42. I'm a knight. Ma-chan introduced himself. Name Khan's sister. I have the 40th level. The girl smiled sweetly. I have level 41. I am a musketeer named Ha and Ha. Iha replied. The team was assembled. On your way, then? The knight asked as he adjusted his helmet and the 3 of them went hunting. They were walking across a green field, through tall grass. Wait, whispered the knight and motioned for everyone to sit down. There are 2 kobold workers in the 10 o'clock direction. We go around to the left. The knight began to command. So we're not going to kill them? Iha asked in surprise. We need to conserve our stamina. The knight replied. And I need to gain experience. Iha thought and stopped everyone. Wait a minute. You both don't know how a musketeer fights, do you? Both men nodded vigorously in response. Anyway, it's better for us to learn how to work as a team first before climbing the mountain, right? Iha asked again. Well, yes, the nun mumbled uncertainly, and Ha told them the essence of his hunting and musket work in general terms. Having learned all the basics, the musketeer's new companions turned away and held out a skeptical hand. It takes a lot of time. Ha, and Ha lay down on the grass and had fun. The nun asked, what is your firing range? -100, more precisely 50 meters. Iha replied, it's a weapon. Why is the range less than an arrow? The knight quipped, right, I think it's really small. Iha replied in a disappointed tone. The hiller girl chimed in. Ma-chan, it's tactless to say that. The girl said with a smile. I'm sorry if I hurt you, the knight asked in embarrassment. That's why the musketeers are unpopular. Iha thought. I'll get their attention. Don't worry, Tank said. Attract attention. Iha thought. I don't know. The musketeer said and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out. Iha's companions were startled. I'm sorry. I should have told you beforehand that the sound of the gunshot was loud enough. Haha, and so much smoke. I begged your pardon and ha. Oh, that's all right. By the way, my mother is dear. Hana-chan, did you see this? The knight asked the nun. And you, what are you talking about? The girl clarified, and the knight decided to show everything in the vicinity. They were standing by the corpse of Iha, who had just been shot with a musket. My goodness, kill a kobold with one shot. The girl was surprised looking at the monster's corpse. The wind blew the petals of the trees in the air, and blue sparks were emitted from the corpse. Mr. Ha and Ha. The knight suddenly turned to the musketeer. Are you definitely level 41? He asked directly, and Iha was taken aback. Well, what is it? He mumbled. Did he understand my level deception? Scared and Ha. Mr. Ha and Ha. And you by chance ... not a high-level player who wants to forget us. Is this some kind of smurfing experience? Ma Chang asked in all seriousness. Ma Chan, this is the first time I've seen a kobold that's been dealt with in one hit. Did you notice how the other kobold just skipped out without even looking at how many of us there were? The healer nun was happy. While the companions were so hotly discussing the kobold's death with a single shot, Iha heaved a sigh of relief. My low level wasn't revealed. By the way, what is smurfing? The girl asked her friend. In a different way, Boost. This is when you are helped by players who have a high level. The knight replied succinctly. High level player Ha and Ha. The nun asked them. Not really, thought smiling Iha. Please take care of us. The guys asked nicely, thinking that Iha is one of the more experienced players. Chapter 35. There was a crash. Something huge was crawling out of the ground and climbing back in at high speed. Watch out. The mountain worm is out. The knight shouted to his companions. The mountain worm was an impressive size and had 3 rows of teeth inside its mouth. The worm attacked and Ha. Protection. The nun put down her shield, but it didn't hold. The beast could have already swallowed the musketeer, but the latter did not hesitate and shot him right in the mouth. The monster was defeated. Standing by his corpse, the musketeer reflected on something he had noticed relatively recently. It's kind of weird. Since recently, he's been constantly directing monsters at me, and he knows when the mountain worms come out. Not happening, Iha thought. Then the knight interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Ha and Ha, are you alright? What is it? He asked, approaching the musketeer. Mr. Matsushige, can we talk for a moment? Iha asked. Something made the knight nervous. He asked. Are you sure you're a tank? Iha asked directly. Yes, Mo Chang replied. Then why haven't you been attracting the attention of monsters since recently? The musketeer asked gravely. Oh, well. The knight hesitated. Okay, that could happen. However, you didn't even use your skills. What will you do if you don't know how to properly control the attraction of the monster? Are you trying to kill me? Iha asked. No, this is not true. That's not the reason I didn't use my skills. The knight started to justify himself. So you're confirming that you didn't purposely ignore the skills? This is me. I don't really have any skills. The tank. The knight replied. Iha was horrified by what he heard. What? I couldn't even imagine such a thing. Thought Iha. Knights aren't exactly a tank class. That's why we don't have a provocation skill to control the attraction of monsters. The knight admitted in embarrassment. Awesome. So if you're wearing armor, you don't necessarily have to be a tank. Iha was shocked by the information he received. Of course, I have an attack skill called Slash, which can attract the attention of monsters, but there is too much time between using it. The knight explained. Just one skill, so there's still time for a break. Angry and Ha. I also have a skill that allows me to take attack damage for taking the place of other team members. This is a defense skill. It's called knighthood, said Mo Chang. Thank God that at least there is such a skill. Iha was about to calm down when Mo Chang added. However, I can only use it to protect girls. The knight said. What's going on? Why is that? Iha was even angrier, and the nun was uncomfortable with these conversations. Such are the manners of chivalry. The hillier nun said. So you can only use the Slash skill. Try to at least use it to control the attraction of monsters. I'll also slow down my attacks a bit. Oh, good. Thank you. And we'll do our best. Well, then I don't need to be so careful about the cooldown speed anymore. Thought Ha. It's quite a wide area. There must be more than 100 houses there. They were looking at Haywood Farm. The larger the area, the easier it is to panic when the leader disappears. Thought Ha. There's an old shaft inside the cave, isn't there? Yes, there is both a warehouse and a nursery there, so the security is very strong. It will be difficult to defeat it if the attackers are not a strike force. This location is good for hunting right now, but it's not a good place for targeted shooting. There are also many hiding places where the enemy can hide. Therefore, we need to find a more suitable point for firing my musket. So, well then, let's start the hunt. And Ha threw himself into the fray, and the three of them began to fight. Master Yeehaw on the right. I'll draw attention, and you focus your firepower on the kobolds on the right. I'm using a skill, the knight shouted with the noblest of intentions. But the musketeer beat him to it and killed 2 kobolds with a single bullet. Just one shot. 2 at once. Let's go west to catch other monsters. Find a suitable place to shoot. Thought and how did you manage to deal with 2 monsters at the same time? Naturally, a bullet can pass through. Well, of course, the kobolds were right next to me, and I was shooting at close range. I think this is the reason for this result. Mr. Matsushige, do you happen to have a rope with you? Ropes, there is. And why? Kobolds have the intelligence that allowed them to build a farmstead. You, kill me, little man. What are you doing? The captured kobold was saying. I knew it. They understand speech. Well, let's have a taste of you first before the interrogation. He tickled the kobold in every possible way. He's here now. Tickles the monster, right, Hana-chan? I'm not the only one who thinks so. This method is very effective. Get over it. Kaya ha, and Kabolre, the majestic hamlet of Hijit. Kaya, I'm torturing him so that he doesn't die or lose consciousness. Well, now let's get down to business. How do I call the ringleader? Kaya ha. Stop it, little man. I am a kobold of the majestic hamlet of Hayrit. I thought you'd be smarter. Do you repeat the same phrases? But that won't do. I'll kill you, and then I'll catch another kobold and interrogate it. Chapter. It doesn't come out unless it's some special case. Special occasion. A special case. What does this mean? The musketeer asked menacingly, holding the kobold by the head and putting the barrel of a gun to his head. Equals you. Threat of destruction of the tribe. Kya. Stubborn people. I. Kobold of the majestic who. The kobold shouted loudly, but he did not have time to finish, and Ha shot him in the head. I realize that you are a kobold of the Haywit tribe, Ha said coldly, looking at the corpse of the monster. Ha's companions were a little confused by this interrogation and its outcome. After a moment of silence, the knight Mo-chan asked the musketeer, by the way, why did you suddenly ask about the leader? They say he sits in an iron mine, said the knight. A girl nun joined the conversation, but I have never heard of anyone managing to catch him. Whatever one may say, it will probably be difficult for the 3 of us. The girl noticed, and Ha thought about it. There is no doubt that the leader of the kobolds is in the mine, but no one has been able to kill him. I think that even before me, many players went deep into the mine. Or maybe, the leader of the kobolds is a monster that appears only when certain conditions are met. And Ha began to remember all the clues he had heard earlier. Appears in a special case, threat of destruction of the tribe. Stubborn people. These are 3 keywords regarding conditions. And if we add here also targeted shooting from the quest that the eyebrowless one gave me. I think I understand what's what. And Ha came to a certain conclusion and already began to make a plan. He turned to his companions and asked, you two, by any chance, didn't go deep into the farm before? Ha asked. Well, it happened once. The girl nun answered uncertainly. I want it too. Ha answered sharply, smiling all over his face. What should we do, Ma-chan? The nun looked at the knight in confusion. There are a lot of kobolds in the depths of the village. For the 3 of us it will be better to hunt only on the outskirts. The knight answered smiling. What if we call more players? Asked the knight Ha, and the musketeer immediately began to shine. Oh, that's a good idea. Then let's hunt in this area and wait for new comrades. The musketeer rejoiced and thought, well, I'll raise the level in one thing. Watching his reaction, the nun became worried and asked her Machen, will everything be okay? Aha, answered the knight. They had already been hunting for a couple of hours. Iha shot another kobold and the characteristic level up icon appeared above his head. Excellent, level 27. Iha rejoiced mentally. His companions noticed the badge and began to congratulate him. Oh, you have the 42nd. Although no, probably the level will be higher, right? Our high-level player Ha and Ha, asked the knight. The nun added, clapping her hands. Your level rises so quickly. Yeah, Ha answered tensely. These 2 still don't know the truth. For some reason, I also wanted to quickly look at the leader of the kobolds. The nun suddenly came closer. Oh, really? Ha asked and was confused. You are so strong. I have a feeling that we will be able to cope with the leader, the girl babbled sweetly, playing on the musketeer's weakest points. Ha. The musketeer laughed nervously and thought, ugh, what is worth answering at such moments? Somehow I feel ashamed. At this time the girl was touched by what a modest musketeer. About, aren't these the players there? Said the knight Ma-chan, pointing to a crowd of people at a distance. Yes, indeed, responded the nun. Finally, other users. Iha mentally rejoiced. There are a lot of them. Is this a strike force? The knight noted. There really was a whole crowd of players there. It seems that the whole guild went hunting together. The pattern on their robes is the same, the nun noticed, and looking closer, Iha remembered an ornament that looked like either a flower or the sun. That ornament, the fact that they went hunting. This is true, of course. However, not at the kobolds, but at me, the musketeer dejected. At this time, an old acquaintance from this guild noticed the musketeer. And here you are, you fucking swindler, he suddenly shouted. The nun and the knight froze in surprise. Did you really think you could escape? He shouted. The knight asked in bewilderment. Is he giving this to us? I don't know, answered the nun. Inha thought, Hala. Damn, I'm so tired of all this already. Hungnam, that one in the center. Commander Flower pointed out to his guild comrades. Oh, really? Cape, hood, boots. This is a set that falls out of the agony of the Osso, noted one man with gray hair. Yes, exactly. Let's beat him to death and shake out all the items. I will give all the items to you, Hungnam. The Flower commander shouted, tearing his throat. And Ha didn't listen to them. Only 10 people together with the Kim Flower. He brought so many guild members just to catch me. That's a goat. I think that guy is their leader, and his level is probably the highest, thought Iha, looking at the gray-haired man with a goatee and a sword behind his back. Said agony also won't come cheap. The head of the team from the guild said, smiling angrily. If the Kim Flower has a level greater than 30, then the rest have a level greater than 40 or 50. Pause, since Kim, the Flower calls them hyenim. Iha analyzed the opponents. Hey you, disband the team and give us that fucking long-range attack damage control, shouted Commander Kim Flower. Why is that even necessary? What did he do? Asked the nun. Yes, he's just a nasty, lying thief. I think you will believe us after you yourself die and are left without objects. The Flower answered them. The nun and the knight froze at the information they heard. Mommies, said the nun. In general, before all this becomes even more tedious, give us that guy quickly, said Kim the Flower. Mr. Ha and Ha, I don't think you're that kind of person. It's just a misunderstanding, right? The nun asked, approaching the musketeer. Maybe I can help you, suggested the knight. I can't cause harm to people who have nothing to do with the Kim Flower. Iha decided and left the created group. The nun and the knight received notice that the team was disbanding. Madam Mame Khan, Mr. Matsushige, thank you for everything, said Iha. Turning to the guild and the Kim Flower, Iha said menacingly. So, what do you need, scum? It's simple. Give us the entire set of clothes and money. Then we will save your life. I make this proposal because I don't want to raise the chaos index in vain. Think carefully about it. Otherwise you will die and die again. We will shake all the items out of you and drop you to level 5, said the gray-haired leader, cracking his knuckles. Chaos Index is one of the types of penalty points that you can get if you attack a player first. In other words, a fight by mutual consent does not fall under these criteria. The higher the Chaos Index, the lower the reputation. Decreased reputation, increased Chaos Index, hostile relations with NPCs. There will be problems, attack first. Still, I didn't raise my reputation on the continent in a couple of seconds. Iha analyzed and decided to lead the opponents into the first attack. Why do you have such long tongues? You don't have enough skills for a one-on-one fight, so you're stuck in a group. There are already 10 of you. Are you gangsters or what? Iha deliberately mocked and his plan began to work. The guild and its leader were clearly angry. What did you blather, you bastard? Hey, you, has it gone completely crazy? Do you really want to die? The leader shouted at the musketeer and was already eager to fight. He was held by Kim Flower. Calm down, Hungnam. You'll lose your reputation in vain. Kim Flower shouted to his boss. All right, enough. Let's begin, said their leader, and the team members began to line up. Mr. Ha and Ha, are you seriously planning to fight with those players? You can't stand against 10 people. You need to. The nun girl had just begun when the knight grabbed her hand and ran away with the words, Hana-chan, let's go. Forgive us, Mr. Ha and Ha. Hana-chan, hurry up. They ran, and the nun kept calling for the musketeer. Mr. Ha and Ha. Mr. Ha and Ha. We'll see you again later, the musketeer said quietly and began to load his weapon. He's crazy. He pretends to be cool until the end. Kushner, make him quit the game forever, the gray-haired leader ordered his subordinate. Understood, he said and began to cast magic. Nightmare, Kushner shouted and pulled out a large bone from his robe. Notification from the system. Player Kushner attacked you. Adversarial relations have been formed. If a hostile user is attacked, the Chaos Index does not increase. Great, they attacked first. Now I can fight with a calm soul, thought Iha. Great, they attacked first. Iha was delighted and prepared to repel the magician's attack. Suddenly a hellish ghost horse appeared, all made of bones with a torn saddle and bandages and glowing red eyes. What else is this? A skeleton horse. Iha was surprised. The horse let out a strong roar and the musketeer suddenly could not move. Again, it's the same feeling again. Numbness, Iha realized, remembering the battle with Agony also. Well, gotcha, right. The leader asked the magician. Of course, Hyungnam. He fell into a daze. Not a single low-level player will be able to budge. The magician rejoiced at his abilities. The leader, anticipating an easy victory, began to reflect. If you shake the items off that idiot and bribe more influential players with them, you can increase your rank. And if you drag 20 people along with you, you'll make a lot of noise. As a result, we fool everyone, shake out objects, and no one touches us. The leader smiled evilly. Be that as it may, fleecing low-level users is the best content of this game, thought the gray-haired leader. Let's attack together, and don't let this beast die easily. He shouted to his subordinates. Got it, Henim. The thugs responded. To the one who strikes first, the leader began. But then suddenly the magician standing next to him was shot. The leader did not understand what was happening. What can we do? Iha smiled. Resistance activated. Behind him was the aura of a huge bear. An activation notification has arrived. The Agony of the Osso. Effect of a set of 3 items. Resistance is numb. July 50%. Resistance to the numb effect has been activated. Technique sharpened hand movement. Turned on Iha's skill. Reload 5 minutes. Fixation 30 seconds. He's running away. Ranged attack damage control. Why did they become pillars? Shoot. The leader shouted when he saw how Iha began to run. We obey. I stood up. The archer shook, but he didn't even have time to utter a word completely when Iha had already shot at his head. The leader panicked. Tanks, raise your shields in front of me now. He shouted. Yes, the tanks answered and covered it with shields. They told me that his level is low. How did he kill a player who was above level 50 with 1 shot? And twice. We can't let him hit me too. Damn, thought the leader, hiding. At this time, while running away, Iha was thinking about his own things. Dumbass, you should have run after me, and not stood rooted to the spot with your shields. What are you doing, idiots? He's leaving. Catch him alive. The leader sent his subordinates. We obey. Got it, said the people in dark robes and ran forward. Kim Flower, remembering the fight, Iha decided to report. Hyungnam, by the way, that guy has a pretty long reload time. I've seen this before, so I know it well. Suddenly a shot rang out and one of the players running behind him was gone. What the hell? The leader did not understand. He grabbed Kim Flower by the collar. What reload did you say he has? He hissed through his teeth. Wait, Hyungnam, I swear. Kim Flower justified himself. Why the hell are you suffering? Follow him. The leader shouted to the remaining team members and returned to the conversation with the flower. Because of you, you cretin, 3 people have already been shot. If we fail, you're dead too, he said to the tank, and the flower turned pale with horror. Move faster, come on. He shouted to the running Kim Flower. Got it, answered the tank. One of the team members, noticing where Iha was running, turned to his commander. By the way, Henim, that guy is heading deep into the cobbled farm. He said, did you want to die? We have a squad of level 50 players. What's the problem, eh? The leader vented his anger. No, nothing. I beg your pardon. The subordinate answered and ran forward. At a distance from them, on a hill, a knight and a nun watched everything that was happening. Ma-chan. He had just penetrated deep into the village, said the girl. Hush, Hana-chan. I see it too, answered the knight. Both smiled in anticipation of a new turn of events. I was going to help if they asked me. I can't believe he decided to go out on his own, said the knight. Oh, come on. That's cool. It's like they're making some kind of film. He's only level 27 after all. And in general, we would not have helped him in any way, said the nun. Why is this? I have a lot of good stuff. I could have pulverized all those players in 5 minutes, said the knight in a manner unnatural to him. Well, what did you get from mom? Asked the nun. Well, this and that. I was ordered to use them if you find yourself in danger, said the knight. By the way, they guild with the sun logo. This is the rising sun, right? There's a guild master of Kyokujitsu there. The nun asked, watching the gang leader. Be that as it may, our business is not to interfere. Let's focus on surveillance, the knight said, and they stood up from the grass. Well, shall we follow quietly? The knight asked, stretching. Yeah, answered the nun. Does he also seem like a hidden threat to you? The nun asked her friend. We can definitely say that Ha is a dangerous person, answered the knight. Already at sunset, the group pursuing Iha was quite exhausted. Kobolds again. your mother. Just kill them. I'm really going crazy. Why did this idiot even come here? All we do now is hunt kobolds alone. Just get caught. We'll make you quit the game. Where is Tikal Hungnam? He follows the corpses here. He will arrive soon. Damn it. If I had known that this would happen, it would have been better to go catch lizards. I heard that at least you can get a class A dagger there. The two pursuers were talking, and Ha sat high on a tree branch and hid behind the trunk and leaves. Whoa. It was in vain that we went for Tikal Hungnam. It's just in vain that we go out of our way. Well, we fought with him because the brown bear's items looked good. But in the end, we got ourselves into shit. The players discussed their commander, not noticing how he had already approached. What shit? The commander asked loudly, scaring the players. Hey, you, mediocrity. Who, you say, got into shit here? Do you have any complaints? It's annoying that they followed me. Damn, they're young these days. Tikal Hungnam swore. No. Sorry. Two subordinates apologized. You don't want to take on hard work, right? If an adult orders you to do something, you have to do it, right? When elders say something, you need to listen carefully and say yes. This is how it was in my younger years. Am I right or wrong? The leader yelled at them, and the subordinates bowed their heads and thought, well, we got it. Why are you silent, stupid people? I asked a question. The leader of the gray-haired man continued to shout, sitting on a tree, and Ha was starting to boil. He's starting to get on my nerves, Ha thought. He says the elders just need to lick ass and assent. The hell with it, you fucking old fart, thought Ha. He took aim at the commander and fired. Over the Haywit kobold village, the setting sun shone with a crimson light. The harmony of the beautiful moment was disrupted by a loud, heartbreaking cry of a man, namely, the gray-haired leader of the team hunting Ha and Ha. Leg, my leg, damn it, shouted the leader, crouching on the ground. The team began to fuss and quickly ran up to him. Henham, Tan Kim Flower ran to his leader. Damn it, over there. He shot from that tree. The gray-haired commander pointed his finger at the location of the musketeer. User Ha and Ha attacked you. A notification came to the commander. His name is Ha and Ha, shouted the commander. And Ha, reloading his weapon and hiding deeper, thought, maybe he should have blown his head off. That's a simulator. In the end, he revealed both his name and his place. The musketeer was upset. Forward, destroy him at all costs. Make an announcement to the Rising Sun Guild, shouted the commander. Yes. The others responded and an announcement was sent to the guild. Rising Sun Guild announcement, victim list updated. Is the guild called the Rising Sun? Judging by their antics, they look more like a third-rate gang of bandits. What the hell is the Rising Sun? Even a dog would laugh, said Yeehaw, taking aim. Hey, why did you get up? He's aiming at me again. Surround me now. The gray-haired leader commanded the tanks. They understood. They responded and covered it with shields on all sides. You three, go ahead. Destroy this scum, he said to the others. What? But we are all melee attack dealers, answered the subordinates. So what? The three of you can't finish off one rat. The commander raged. The players thought, how infuriating. He's just using his tongue. If all three of us rise at the same time, in principle we will be able to catch him. However, if I, with my steel armor, fall under his gun, I will cure him with the first shot. Their thoughts were interrupted by Yeehaw. Do not move. I'll immediately fire a bullet at the first one who tries to twitch. Yeehaw threatened, and the three of them stopped. Great. They won't be able to move so easily. However, this is not the main problem. How can I escape from here? We need to think of something quickly before those three start attacking. The perfect hand movement technique has a rather long break, and in order to hide using the runner's euphoria, there are practically no kobolds left that I could use as a shield. Yeehaw thought, but suddenly he heard the ringing of bells. What the hell? The sound of bells. The three attackers under the tree were perplexed. Suddenly a huge red kobold appeared in armor and a large guandao. System notification. The head of the Haywit tribe, Haywit Kai, has appeared. May I die? Listen, how does this creature look like a kobold? Thought Yeehaw. Another notification arrived. With the advent of Haywit, all kobolds on the farm become 10% stronger. The tribal leader lets out his roar. The huge kobold let out a loud roar. The players from the Rising Sun Guild froze. Yuck, I can't move. Notification. You are stunned and cannot move for 2 minutes. CHP reduced by 10%. Stamina reduced to 30%. This is the leader of the kobolds, Haywit Ka. Thought Ha. Resists root with the Also Agony 3-piece set. If the deputy commander of monsters is of this level, then what kind of beast is at the very top? Yeehaw thought. Meanwhile, below, the gray-haired commander from the Rising Sun Guild was terrified. What is this leader of the kobolds? When I raised my level, I didn't see anything like it, thought the gray-haired man. Then Hibika spoke. He was with an army of kobolds. "Hey man, came to destroy our tribe," he asked, and the gray-haired commander began to frantically justify himself. "Oh, wait, Mr. Chief, listen to me," he began. "What? Do you want to say something?" asked the head of the kobolds. We didn't come here to kill you. We were following another person and we wandered into this place. We'll leave right now. Therefore, we ask, let us go," the gray-haired commander squealed. The kobold leader smiled. "Then who is causing all this unrest?" asked Haywick, pointing his finger at the mountain of kobold corpses. "Oh, well, this was done by the shooter we were following." The commander began to nervously make excuses. "Damn, the kobolds are coming. The numbing effect is gone. Be ready." The two remaining melee players entered into battle with the kobolds from the leader's army. "Where are you going?" "Thar, he's not even level 40. They pierce the small kobolds. If we stay away from that big guy, we can handle it. I will distract his attention, and you prepare for the attack," said one of the tanks, but the leader hit him and killed the player. What? Killed a tank above level 50 with one hit? How to defeat such a monster? The melee player was confused and the leader cut him in half. The guild commander panicked. "Hey, Kim Flower, do something," he shouted at the tank. "What am I? My level is just above 30. You're a tank. Why do you need these two shields then?" The gray-haired man shouted at him. "I got it. High protection. I don't give a damn that you're the leader. You were just a kobold flower running towards the leader with your shields." The leader swung and in the blink of an eye cut off his hands along with his shields. Hayef. My hands. Both Ha and the remaining commander were terrified. Kim Flower. He didn't even have time to scream before he was killed. Strong. The same threat of extermination of the tribe arose, since most of the kobolds died. Plus, all of us who are here are the same stubborn people. That is why Haywick came to punish people. The Rising Sun Guild has good defense and weapons. Perhaps the skills of their strike force will reach level 60. Haywick, who appeared to punish this strike force, is absolutely not suitable for the hunting spot in the level 30 range. He is just a real beast, thought Iha, watching everything from his point on the tree. The leader of the kobolds asked the commander menacingly, "Are you the last little man?" "K. Besides me, there is also Gunner," the commander mumbled, and then suddenly remembering, he looked towards Iha and shouted, "That's right, Gunner. Hey, shooter, you're watching, right? I know you're here. If you help me, I will cancel the reprisal against you," shouted the commander. What is this devil proposing to do? Is he kidding me? Thought Iha, hiding behind a tree. "Where are you hiding? Come out now and help me," the commander continued. The huge kobold looked at the tree and said, "So, there's another one. I'm in shit." Iha was scared. "Shooter, faster, hurry up, help me," the commander begged him, standing in front of the huge beast. Meanwhile, Iha was thinking, "My exact location is still unknown. If I don't attack, then I'm safe for a while. I've already done the reloading, and the distance is good. However, if I don't kill this creature with one shot, I'll end up dead. Moreover, even if I destroy the leader with the first bullet, I will die at the hands of the kobolds that appeared along with the leader. Therefore, if I shoot now, I will absolutely die," thought Iha. "Slowly. You need to move slowly. Everything is fine. I won't shoot, they won't spot me." Iha moved along the tree branch. "Never set foot on this land again." "Human," said the head of the kobolds and swung his hand. Noticing this, the commander suddenly began to shout, Get lost, scum. Since you are the head, then everything is possible. Don't you dare kill me. I won't just leave it like that." The kobold cut off the commander's legs in one motion. "Cough, my legs. Cough, for mercy, I beg you. I won't come back again." He crawled away from the monster, frantically trying to escape. The kobold interrupted his plea. "People don't keep their promises," said the kobold and cut the commander in half. With the murder of that old fart, the entire group from the Rising Sun Guild was destroyed. It's, of course, good that they died, but these types seriously angered the kobolds, so the problems did not decrease. Even if there are other players on the farm, asking for help will not work. We need to find a way to survive alone, the musketeer thought. The small kobolds began to search for the remaining man. "Little man, where are you? Find the person who is hiding," the kobolds shouted. "The kobolds have dispersed to find me. At least it makes me happy. This way I can find an opportune moment to shoot. By the way, this Haywit, it just gives me goosebumps. He's not on the level of a monster at all. At the very least, an NPC in humanoid form." From a branch on a tree, Iha took aim at the head of the kobolds and suddenly noticed how he sharply turned his head in his direction and began to sniff. "Man, so, here you are," the head of the kobolds shouted. "Crap, did he spot me? It's slowly approaching here. If it gets a little closer, should I shoot? Or should I shoot him right now? From this close, the Haywitka will be able to see me as well as I can see him. Control yourself, ha-ee-ha. Equanimity is calmness, and calmness is equanimity. You need to even out your breathing and aim at the head. Just as Iha wanted to shoot, Haywitka jerked and, looking in the other direction, began to give commands to his kobold warriors. All defenders gather. Human, there's a man there, he shouted, and Ha thought it was because of him. Ha, they figured me out. It's too late for targeted shooting, thought Iha, and then the leader of the kobolds shouted, 0ALL to the entrance. Protect me quick. The man is at the entrance, and the leader, along with a bunch of kobold warriors, went towards the entrance to the settlement. Stunned, Iha could not understand what was happening. At the entrance, I have no idea what's going on. I don't think there will be such a chance again. Iha decided and jumped down from the tree. We need to find a good place for aimed shooting now, until the leader of the kobolds returned. Iha decided, and while he was making himself a disguise from tree leaves, he thought, by the way, who is that other person at the entrance? Are there other users here besides me? Well, in principle, I am grateful that this someone drew the enemy's attention to himself. And Ha was completely covered with tree leaves and, with a musket in his hands, went in search of a place for aimed shooting. However, I still won't give up the leader's head, Ha finally thought. Meanwhile, those who attracted the attention of Haywit and his retinue were the familiar knight and nun. Ma-chan, let's run. We got caught. They were running away from the monster. Hana-chan, that's why I said it's better not to go too far, the knight said to his companion as he ran. Kah, but I was so interested. We saw the leader of the kobolds for the first time. He must be very strong, right? Asked the nun. Well, judging by how he destroyed the members of the Rising Sun Guild in an instant, it would be difficult to oppose anything to us with this equipment, the knight answered. They were running away from a huge army of kobolds and their leader. Human, catch, Ka, the kobolds shouted. I can't believe that Ha-Yi actually managed to summon the head. Did he really understand everything just thanks to those short hints? Thought the knight. A nun pulled him out of his thoughts. Ma-chan, my stamina. She was already exhausted and was noticeably lagging behind. Noticing this, the knight tore some piece of paper. It's nothing you can do. Fire wall. And suddenly a huge wall of fire appeared. The nearby kobolds began to burn. Kaya, damn people. They dared to insolently touch the kobolds of the Hijri tribe. The head of the kobolds got angry. In the meantime, only a wall of fire separated the knight and the nun from danger. The knight took the girl by the hand and I was running with all my might. Push up, Hana-chan. We just need to get out of the village, he shouted to his friend. Ma-chan, answered the nun. The head of the kobolds cut the fiery wall with his hands. Noticing this, the girl hurried to tell Ma-chan. Ma-chan, the head broke through the wall of fire. Is this even possible? She wondered. We are almost there. Hana-chan, take my hand, the knight shouted, pulling out another sheet from the bag. Answered the young lady. Return, the knight shouted, and teleportation was activated. A split second before approaching the people, the head of the kobolds fell to his knees. The knight and nun were surprised and quickly disappeared like a shooting star. What was that just happened? Was it just me, or did the leader fall off his feet? Thought the knight as he disappeared. A few minutes ago, Iha climbed the wooden stairs to the kobold observation tower. There was a good view ahead, and Ha saw a huge fire wall and the kobolds burning in it along with their leader. This is a kobold observation tower. Not the most optimal option, but this place is also okay. Moreover, thanks to that fire magic, I can roughly guess the speed and direction of the wind using smoke. Thanks again to that stranger. Iha rejoiced and began to take aim. There is almost no wind. Wind southwestern 1 meter per second. The bullet will fly straight. Distance minus 160 meters. 0.166 meters. 0.172 meters. Damn, he's getting further and further. 180 meters. Gotcha. And Ha put Haywitka at gunpoint and pulled the trigger. The shot rang out. The pellet flew straight into the head of the kobolds, and he did not have time to react. Shot straight to the head. The head of the kobolds instantly fell to his death. The kobold warriors began to fuss. Chapter, Khii. It's crap. Khi. He's Giied. The kobolds shouted. Meanwhile, Iha started receiving notifications. Notifications from the system. Level increased. Level increased. Level increased. Level increased. And Ha was extremely happy. This feeling, he smiled. Notifications from the system. The head of the Haywit clan is defeated. Within an hour, all kobolds on the farm will be weakened by 50%. Wow, as much as 50%. Even the handful of kobolds that were overwhelmed by the members of the Rising Sun Guild have not yet respawned again. It turns out that the level of the remaining monsters is somewhere between 15 and 20. Moreover, I remember that the members of the Rising Sun Guild did not take a single dropped item. And this means that I can grab items not only from monsters, but also from players in addition. The Musketeer's eyes lit up from the easy profit. First, let's look at the achievements. Notifications from the system. Achievement: eliminating the survivor of the Second Great War between humans and monster demons. Deputy Commander, congratulations. You destroyed the creature that relentlessly terrorized the human alliance during the Second Great War between demons and humans. However, people like him were just second in commands on the battlefield. The big guys are still ahead, so don't let your guard down. You will have to prevent the third tragedy. Reward: Strength +3, Dexterity +3, Intelligence +3. Notifications from the system. Achievement: one shot is enough. Kobold Leader, congratulations. You managed to instantly kill the head of the kobolds with one attack. You will become a lantern in a foggy Midrose. We ask you to continue to try for the sake of humanity. Until the time comes, we wish you to become at least a little stronger. Reward: Strength +2, Dexterity +9, Intelligence +2. Notifications from the system. You have become the third registered owner of the achievement One Shot is Enough, the head of the kobolds. The first 3 users of this achievement are inducted into the Hall of Fame. The effect is additionally increased by 200%. Effect: Strength +4, Dexterity +18, Intelligence +4. Wow, just one dexterity increased by 30 points. The fact that I got into the Hall of Fame is also good. It seems to me that the content of the achievements has become more serious, and at the beginning they were just making fun of me with the words "step aside for the sake of the future." Does this mean that even ordinary high-level players will have a hard time killing a raid monster with one hit? Well, since I was inducted into the Hall of Fame, it seems that it is so. Iha said, standing on the kobold observation tower and looking at the pop-ups. However, I think those who are among the world's top users could easily crush the leader, thought Iha, remembering Ram Hwa Jiang, Few from China and the huge Igor. I was just lucky, thought Iha, remembering the achievements received in the fight with the guild. Notifications from the system. Achievement: just kill. Congratulations. You destroyed a criminal whose chaos level exceeded 100. Can murder be justified? Of course, we will continue to rely on you to keep Midrose safe. Reward 8 additional stat points. Notifications from the system. Achievement: PvP Expert. Congratulations. You won a battle against a player with a difference in levels of more than 20 points. We ask you to continue to prove to us that you did not win through luck. In the world of PvP there are not only experts, but also a large number of heroes and rulers. Reward 12 additional stat points. Without these 2 achievements, with my level, hunting Haywood would be simply unrealistic, thought Iha. I received a total of 20 additional stat points from achievements, and before shooting, he pumped them all into agility. So now, it's hunting time, Iha decided while loading his weapon. Iha walked around for an hour and increased his level. Super, level 32. Since the kobolds had weakened within an hour, it became much easier to hunt them even alone. Well, let's leave it at that. Character window. And Ha revealed his characteristics. Character window. Name Ha and Ha, race a man. Musketeer class, level 32. Title: Knowing No Fear, achievements 18. XP 17-0, Mr. 380. Strength 49, Agility 297, Intelligence 55, Endurance 74, Willpower 27. Remaining stat points 35. 18 achievements and 35 stat points. Let's move everything to agility. And although no, stop. Endurance is also important, since my XP itself will become higher. But if you think like that, then it's the same with strength. The more there is, the better. And Mr. because it determines how many times you can use skills. How complicated everything is. Iha thought about the distribution of stats. The Musketeer is not a simple DD. Essentially, he is truly a ranged attack dealer. But it all depends on the situation. One shot, one life. And it doesn't matter whose, the enemy's or my own. Maximizing the striking force of a single shot is the essence of a musketeer. I thought about the essence of his DD. I'll leave 5 points untouched and put the rest into agility. Super, 327 agility points, Iha said. It turns out that up to level 63 I will have to raise only agility. Huge Igor, wait for me. I'll catch up with you in no time. Remembering the player who brutally dealt with his younger brother, Iha was already inflamed. So, I think now it's time to go to Alestock. I need to report on the quest, as well as sell items. In short, I'll be up to my ears. The musketeer began his way back to the city and suddenly remembered the unfinished business. Damn, I need to make a decision quickly. Time is running out. Iha remembered about the lunchbox. Pass it on, or sell. If the reward for handing over the lunchbox was clear and precise, it would be much easier to decide. The musketeer got angry. The reward for successfully completing the quest is an invitation to the opening of the second location of the Holy Grail. What the hell is this incomprehensible reward? Thought Iha as he left the cobbled village. Be that as it may, the creators of Midros. This is actually dishonest. The musketeer was offended. Meanwhile, in the capital, in a small but cozy building, a girl with red hair and a black tight-fitting dress with a slit was sitting at a round wooden table. Why doesn't Unnai answer for so long? She said into the void, slapping your fingers on the surface of the table. Last time I received exactly the same letter, but for 3 whole months there was no news. Is it empty this time too? Or, still a win? Said the mysterious girl looking at the letter. Meanwhile, Iha had already arrived in the capital. So, I arrived in Alestock. Let's first see what items I got. While hunting kobolds, I didn't even look at what I got, I just threw everything at once. And what did I get from that old fart? Iha opened the windows while walking along the streets of the capital. Oh, this is a ring. Notifications from the system. Ring of special protection skill, function of using a force barrier. Defense 70, effect stamina plus 7. Is there even a skill included? If it says that no enemy can get close to the player using this skill, and that the skill absorbs all attacks from the outside. This is the same if you had 1 more life left. Mother of God, it turns out that dude died with such a useful skill. Why didn't you use it then, stupid? Haha. Moreover, I received from the leader of KHMDZHVIT 2 special class items. Special item, Kobold Chief's Bone Necklace. A special item is the Kobold Chief's Axe. It's a pity, of course, that I won't be able to use this knife. But I'll put on the necklace, said Iha, and put on the new necklace. Notifications from the system. Special item, Bone Necklace of the Head of the Kobold's Defense 30, effect Strength plus 3, Agility plus 4, probability of delivering a fatal blow plus 10%. Plus 10 to the probability of delivering a fatal blow. Yes, this thing is exactly what I need. Iha was delighted. It's bad that I won't be able to get the effect of the full set. You could say I took 2nd place in the lottery. Great. Now, all that remains is to pass the quest. Thought Iha and went to the academy. The academy from the outside did not look entirely presentable, so to speak. Seeing her, Iha stopped in front of the building. Is it just me, or is our academy really the most wretched building in the capital? He opened the door. How can it be worse than the buildings in the nearby village of Shaymore? It's located in the capital. Well, really. And Ha went inside. Unsure, he didn't have time to finish when a stranger flew head over heels in front of him and the sound of a shot was heard. Damn you. He heard unfamiliar voices. What the hell? Thought Iha, taking aim just in case. Why you think you'll survive after something like this? A man who flew across the entire hall shouted at the eyebrowless man. Intruder. Thought Ha and pointed the weapon at him. Arranged. There is such a barracks in the capital. Someone else said inside. And Ha became wary. There's another thing inside. There's another shot. I only had time to think in Ha when the man inside screamed. Kai, though, boss. Okay, we'll get out of here. It seems you still consider yourself a war hero. Well, we'll see. The man said, and about 3 people ran out of the academy. So that I die. The sounds of his 3 shots. How could he reload so quickly? Thought Iha. Eyebrowless greeted Iha. Ho, back already, little guy. Yes, Iha answered, and looking at the eyebrowless man's musket, he couldn't get his question out of his head. In about 20 seconds he fired 3 bullets. Simply unrealistic rate of fire. I'm 100% sure that the eyebrowless one fired those 3 shots with 1 musket. And Ha looked at the musket, which the eyebrowless man hung on one of the 3 shutters. Sit down, said the director. 3 bullets in almost 20 seconds. If the first charge was already in the muzzle, then it turns out to be about 10 seconds. If it was empty, then about 7 seconds. Even a breech-loading rifle does not have such a fast rate of fire. The reload speed of a bolt without a magazine is somewhere from 3 to 5 seconds. If you increase the shutter speed using a muzzle-loading musket, you will become the strongest in the world. Thought Iha, imagining the eyebrowless man on the battlefield. He looked at the hanging musket 3 mounts for guns. Are they for those same 3 musketeers? From thoughts, Iha woke up only when he heard the voice of the eyebrowless one. Well, I exposed myself to ridicule, said the director, carrying a jug of tea and 2 mugs on a stand. And no, this is not so. The musketeer was taken aback. Last night a detachment of holy knights came here. They said that the Haywit Mana had disappeared, said the eyebrowless man, sipping his tea. That's right, said Yeehaw. The farm was a little far away, but you managed quickly. Good job, kid, the director praised him. Thank you, answered Yeehaw. Notifications from the system. The quest Hidden Potential 1 has been completed. The level of intimacy with Blessed has been increased by 30%. Affinity level with a squad of holy knights increased by 30%. The achievement level for the Pupil Kingdom has been increased by 20%. Yes, Yeehaw rejoiced. You met my expectations, said the director, although no, you surpassed them. The eyebrowless man smiled. Notifications from the system. The quest of the Hope of the Eyebrowless is completed. The level of intimacy with the eyebrowless one is increased by 30%. The level of intimacy with the eyebrowless person reached 100%. Overall reputation on the continent has been increased by 30%. Thank you. I thanked Mentor Yeehaw loudly. I think now it would be out of place to ask me to bring you some small fry, said the director getting up from the table. Nothing, I'll bring anything. Yeehaw rejoiced at his new achievements. Shut up. I don't want you to waste time on such trifles, because you have another task, said the eyebrowless one, pulling out a book from the shelf and examining it. Wow, I see I've upgraded from male to you. Yeehaw was delighted and took advantage of the moment and decided to ask. Can I ask you something? What exactly? How did you fire a musket so quickly? Do you think this is fast? The eyebrowless man answered with a question, putting a green book with gold inserts on the table. You still have to plow and plow. I'll have to call you kid again, the director said menacingly. What? He wants to say that it can be even faster. Yeehaw was horrified. Maybe you have some kind of skill. No. Or they studied some kind of magic. Don't carry heresy. Then, is there something hidden in that black musket? After this question, the eyebrowless man froze for a moment. And sure so, this is neither a skill nor magic. I'm sure the key word is. And Haw remembered the description of the achievement during the exam achievement. 3 Musketeers, congratulations. You have successfully passed the eyebrowless exam. Brown Imp Academy was founded by 3 of the most famous musketeers in the history of the Pupil Kingdom, and one of the founders was eyebrowless. Even just passing a test will give you recognition, or perhaps you will become one of the 3 musketeers of the new generation. Reward, agility plus 15. Overall reputation on the continent plus 20. There's definitely something behind this, Yeehaw thought, and suddenly, looking at the director's musket, he asked, is that black musket somehow connected with the founders of the academy? After this question, the eyebrowless man loudly slammed his mug on the table. Do you know about the 3 shooters? Asked the director. Super, I hit the nail on the head with the keyword. Yeehaw rejoiced. By 3 arrows, do you mean the 3 founders of the Brown Devil Academy? Asked Yeehaw. Bezbravi is a master of rapid fire. Brown is a master of penetration. And Elizabeth is a master of accuracy. Although no, I think it's worth saying Mrs. Brown, answered the director. It turns out the name of the academy. Nilai. Yeehaw began to understand. 3 shooters of the Kingdom of Pupil. Those were fun times. The academy flourished, and students poured in like a mountain. Every time rumors spread among the people about 3 shooters who were active on the battlefield, people took muskets in their hands and came to us. And in the corridors of the thriving academy there was nowhere to take a step. And the shooting lines at the training ground were never empty. Can you imagine this? Asked the director nostalgically. Yes, those 2 were different from me, both in dealing with people and in running the academy. Yes, we were very different, said the director. Where are the other 2 shooters now? Asked Yeehaw. They disappeared in the war, and it was all over. The eyebrowless man answered menacingly. I entrust you with this. Notifications from the system. Lost Legends. The Second Great War between humans and demons involved 3 archers from the Kingdom of Pupil. However, only the eyebrowless one came back. Bezbravi wants to know where the rest of the musketeers are. Although no, he wants to know if they are even alive. He demands not mere rumors, but accurate information. Contents. In 20 days, find traces of Mr. Brown and Miss Elizabeth. Reward. Failure conditions, exceeding the time limit for the search, providing inaccurate information. In case of failure, destruction of the quest Missing Legends, cancellation of the completed quest of Hope without eyebrows, return to the original quest. Are you accepting the quest? Find traces of Mr. Brown and Miss Elizabeth. Lost Legends. Yeehaw was surprised after reading the terms of the quest. Notifications from the system. Lost Legends. The Second Great War between humans and demons involved 3 archers from the Kingdom of Pupil. However, only the eyebrowless one came back. Bezbravi wants to know where the rest of the musketeers are. Although no, he wants to know if they are even alive. He demands not mere rumors, but accurate information. Contents: in 20 days, find traces of Mr. Brown and Miss Elizabeth. Reward: failure conditions, exceeding the time limit for the search, providing inaccurate information. In case of failure, destruction of the quest Missing Legends, cancellation of the completed quest of Hope Without Eyebrows, return to the original quest. Are you accepting the quest? What the? Do I really just need to know if those two are alive or not? 100% there is something wrong. The creators of this game don't do quests that easily. If someone goes missing during a war, they are usually labeled as missing in action and assumed to have died in action. But judging by the quest, those two founders are far from just missing in action. If I refuse, I will fail the quest and will not live up to the eyebrowless man's hopes. Okay, if I quit the quest, I'll get a free kick, so I think it's better to try my luck, thought Iha. After a while he said, I can find out what happened to the rest of the founders of the academy, said Iha. Hyo, will you succeed? The eyebrowless man asked him. I can't give up without even trying, answered Ha and Ha. Hearing your answer, Miss Elizabeth would hug you. The eyebrowless man smiled and Iha became embarrassed. It won't be easy, said the director. Of course, answered Iha. Quest accepted. Bezravi began to talk about the battle, after which he no longer saw his friends. Battle on the plain of the march. There was not even any strength left that could watch each other. Brown and Elizabeth went in search of a suitable place for aimed shooting, and I began to act together with a separately functioning detachment of the military union of the state of Mini-Pubial. That's all the information that the eyebrowless one gave. Already leaving the academy, Iha was terrified. Well, I don't play like that. A plane and a place for aimed shooting. Besides that, there are no more hints. If in Midrose you are given 20 days for a quest, then in real time it will be 4 days. If I fail, I will return to the status of a bat catcher. And more importantly, 2 whole players have already completed this quest before me. I want to. Okay, let's go find information from the trading shops about what's nearby. Iha decided and hit the road. To begin with, he decided to sell what he had. A tedious business, Iha said as he left the store. Behind him, a large man with a mustache thanked him. Have a nice trip, visitor. Thank you for selling such a good shield. Come again. Yes, Iha answered. Notification from the system. Bargaining skill increased to level 5. Well, at least it's good that with the sale of the shield, my bargaining skill increased. It would be nice to get some data from a weapons store, said Iha and went into the weapons store. Welcome. The seller greeted him joyfully. Mom is dear, Ha and Ha. Are you looking for something? New weapons, for example? He asked the musketeer and Iha began to ask him about the 3 shooters who participated in the war. Are you talking about Mr. and Mrs. Brown? The salesman asked him and suddenly began to squeal loudly and actively gesticulate. A couple of the century, whose love blossomed in the war, said the seller. Huo. And Ha was surprised. It looks like I entered successfully, thought the musketeer. Most often they say that they died. But the first rumors were not like that, the merchant began. The first rumors. Iha was surprised. And what kind of rumors were there? He asked, looking conspiratorially at the merchant. Well, move here, I'll tell you in your ear, said the seller. And Ha followed his request and the merchant told him. Is this true? The musketeer suddenly pulled back. Just a rumor, answered the merchant. Among all the information collected, this is the most detailed, and also the most ridiculous, thought Iha. Yes, this cannot be. In the war, they and demons were the first to win. Haha, well, you are a joker, of course, said Iha. But the merchant did not let up and said with a very serious look, the fact that people won then can be considered a miracle. If the NPC speaks with such seriousness, should I really dig deeper into these rumors? The musketeer analyzed. It's still somehow hard to believe. Are there no other rumors? Asked Iha. Well, if you don't want to, don't believe it. The merchant answered him. Maybe it was some kind of love escape. Asked the musketeer. Half of those who said that died at the hands of the director of your academy. The merchant answered him. By the way, who did you learn this from? Asked the musketeer. So interesting. I heard them from a person who saw those 2 last time in person. Answered the merchant. The last time and the man who saw the founders personally. This is a hint. I will remember his name immediately after you buy 1 weapon from me. The seller set the condition. Damn, fuck you. Why are the local NPCs so serious about trading? It was the same in the Castle of Candles. Iha was upset. So, I advise our Ha and Ha this musket. Only 18 gold. What? 18? Oh ho. Take it easy, visitor. But although, I really thought about changing weapons. And Ha began to look at the guns. But the first musket is too expensive. We'll have to consider the second option, a Spitfire. The name is Ordinary Spitfire. Impact force 1.270, shot range 40 meters, shot speed 1 shot per 1 minute. Necessary conditions: strength more than 60, agility more than 250, black powder, iron bullets, shust. Price 12 gold. Description: immediately after the trigger is pulled, a black column of fire crosses the airspace. Impact force 1.2707. But I don't have enough power points. Oh, and 12 gold is also expensive. Next up is the needle gun. Ordinary needle gun. Impact force 688, shot range 40 meters, shot speed 1 shot per 1 minute. Necessary conditions: strength more than 30, agility more than 180, black powder, iron bullets, shust. Price 6 gold. Description: it won't leave a bad impression. Do not think of this weapon with ridicule just by looking at the name. Needle pistol. The name is so-so, but for players of level 30-45 it will do just fine. Okay, I've decided. I'll be shooting with it for a while. Yeehaw decided. Master, I'm taking a needle gun, he said to the seller. So that's where it stopped. Asked the merchant. By the way, owner, how much will it cost me? Yeehaw asked, activating the bargaining skill. To be honest, he was intimidating. Great sales to you. The musketeer joyfully left the shop. Brazen swindler. The seller shouted after him. We managed to reduce the price by as much as 70 silver coins. Great ride with a discount. And what's even more important, Manhwa opened the card. Below the village of Nitai, where the eyewitness lives, the last eyewitness of the two founders, is that same wide plain of the march. I found a loophole. Manhwa rejoiced at the found thread in this very complicated story. He came to the teleport site to save time and not have to walk. From one person to Nitai, he said to the girl. Minus 80 silver coins. Minus 80. If you feel sorry for money, use scrolling. Next. And no, wait, I won't be able to save money. Manhwa cried as he parted with his money. Here, he handed the money to the girl. Thank you, stranger. Your 80 silver. Then, I wish you a pleasant journey. Manhwa stood in the center of the circle and the girl stuck her staff into the square device and sent it to its destination. The best thing money can buy is time, of course. But damn, it's an expensive pleasure, it's an infection. I'm going broke at this rate. Manhwa became despondent. Welcome to Nitai. They greeted him in the new village. There were many dilapidated buildings around and basically the whole area was deserted. A one-armed hero taking part in the war between demons and humans. Manhwa thought. Children ran around him screaming. Over there, WAAH. I think I'll find him in such a small village in no time, Manhwa thought as he walked. Suddenly he noticed how 3 children mocked and threw stones at the tramp. Vala, die, monster, crazy trash, throw stones at him. Jai hi hi. The children shouted. Such a weapon will not work with me. The tramp answered them. WTF, thought Manhwa. My sword, give it back. I need to chase down the orc archers. The tramp shouted at them. The crazy poor man is running after us. Let's get away. The children shouted as they ran away. I think, if I drive away those children, the NPC will give me some ordinary quest. I already have 2 timed quests, so I'll deal with that later. Wait for me, one-armed Lepanto, thought Manhwa as he walked away from the tramp and the children mocking him. Okay, let's start with the tavern. Manhwa decided and went into the tavern. Opening the door he said hello. I apologize for the intrusion, and Manhwa saw menacing and angrily looking at him in a dark tavern. Welcome, he replied, not very friendly, or rather completely unfriendly. New bartender wiping a knife. It's a terrible situation here, thought Manhwa. I wanted to ask you something. The musketeer told him uncertainly. A little while later, Manhwa left the inn exhausted and staggered from side to side from fatigue and overexertion. Perhaps because this is a border region, there are a lot of tough guys here, and half of those who were sitting in the tavern had 1 arm. Somehow I feel uneasy about people hanging out in a pub in broad daylight, thought Manhwa. And I decided without wasting time to interview other NPCs in all nearby places. Lepanto, so, you mean a fencer who was active on the front line. Oh, this is the same Lepanto with a rapier. You say there is Lepanto in this village. Yes, that guy, even with 2 cut-off hands, could become the commander of a security detachment. There is no such craftsman in our village, said the interviewed NPS. They told me about Lepanto. The truth is, there's still no help. Damn, then there's nothing left to do but just start from scratch. Lepanto, a warrior who used a rapier in battle and actively showed himself on the front line in the great war between demons and humans. He is the original source of the rumors that Brown and Elisabes betrayed the people, thought Manhwa, remembering the information that the arms dealer had provided. There is one little man who saw with his own eyes how those 2 were heading towards the army of the Demon King. The seller's words sounded in his memory. All this was told to me by the one-armed Lepanto from the village of Nitai. Even if these words of the owner of the weapons shop are true, if I convey them to the director of the academy, the quest and everything else can just be said bye-bye. There is little time, and Ha opened the information windows to check. There are 12 days left until the end of the quest lesser than lobby for the second Holy Grill shop in the capital. There are 19 days left until the end of the Missing Legends quest. We'll have to go through all the trading shops that are in Nitai today, Yeehaw decided and hit the road. Lepanto, I haven't heard such a name. Lepanto, I know him, but you said he is in Nitai village. I haven't heard anything like this. If you don't buy anything, go. And sorry, but we're closing. Lepanto, there is no such thing among my visitors. The search did not bring results. Frustrated and exhausted, Yeehaw sat down on a bench in the middle of the night and grabbed his head. And why the fright did they call him a famous lump? In general, you rarely meet a rapier user. Shouldn't someone know this Lepanto by sight? Ugh, okay. Entry number 2. And Ha got up from the bench and stretched. A man was quietly approaching him from behind. Boo. The tramp, whom Yeehaw saw upon arrival at Nitai, frightened the musketeer by grabbing him by the shoulders. Why, who are you? Yeehaw jumped back. Cough, will you play a war game with me? Asked the tramp. His hair was tousled and had grown a lot, as did his beard and mustache. All his clothes were very tattered. And he walked barefoot. And he also had no arm. This is the same poor man I saw during the day, Yeehaw recalled. It's already too late. Let's do it some other time. He tried to get rid of the madman. Fighting at night is much more fun. You didn't know. The poor man answered him. Wait a minute, I now have level 50 synchronization. But I absolutely did not sense his presence nearby. This is a poor fool NPC, thought Yeehaw. Listen, uncle, I'm sorry, but your hand. The wind that appeared out of nowhere opened the poor man's cape and Yeehaw saw that he had no hand. One hand. Finally I found it. Lepanto. The musketeer rejoiced. Suddenly Lepanto screamed. Forward, squire. Give me my sword. Give Lepanto his rapier. And raised his empty hand above himself. Since I found him, I can find out whether the rumors are true or not. And Ha decided to get straight to the point. Lepanto, my name is Ha and Ha. I have a small question for you. Do you happen to know? While Yeehaw was trying to talk to him, Lepanto ran away screaming. Forward, squire. The war is not over yet. Wait a second, Lepanto. The musketeer ran after him. Damn, why so fast? Even the runner's euphoria skill doesn't help. Is it because he is a veteran of the war between humans and demons? Well, be that as it may, this made me even more convinced that he is not just a grandfather with greetings. You can't miss him. Yeehaw decided and shouted after him. Mr. Brown and Miss Elizabeth, I would like to ask about them. Lepanto stopped and said, Go ahead, have fun. If you stand like a pillar, Brown's bullet will hit you in the head, he said. Brown's bullet. What is he talking about? Run away. Get out, boy. To protect yourself from Brown's shot, you need at least a 5-layer shield, he said and ran sharply. Where is he going again? Yeehaw got angry. Run. Get as far away as possible. Elizabeth is looking at me from afar. Lepanto shouted. Now Elizabeth. He obviously knows something. Yeehaw decided and ran after him. Hiya. Lepanto roared loudly. What's wrong with him again? Is he crying? Yeehaw stopped. Lepanto sat on, kneeling and looking into emptiness, stretching out his trembling hands. Mr. Brown, do not leave. Don't leave us, he cried and called Brown. Watching him, Yeehaw suddenly realized, this is post-traumatic disorder, and also very strong. I remember how they talked about this in the army. Such symptoms appear quite often in those who have gone through a brutal war. It turns out that Lepanto still lives on the battlefield. It's pointless to ask him any questions in this state. We'll have to act differently, Yeehaw decided and went in the other direction, leaving Lepanto alone.